Chapter 2040. Under Unity's lead, the three of them walked for a few more minutes and finally stopped at the end of a corridor that could overlook most of the Atlantis city. That thing is in here. Unity looked at the huge trident pattern carved on the wall on the side of the corridor. What a powerful microcosm. Looking at the wall in front of her, Pandora's expression changed slightly as she said in surprise. Unity ignored her and reached out to press on the circular crystal in the center of the trident pattern carved on the wall. Immediately, a strange microcosm aura emanated from Unity's body. Perceiving this aura, Pandora's expression changed. She turned her head and stared at Unity, who was standing in front of the door with vigilance. Sure enough, on the contrary, Seito showed a sure enough smile on his face. Crack, then the stone door cracked open, slowly opening to both sides with the circular crystal as the center. Immediately, the microcosm aura previously perceived from behind the door gushed out of the door in a more majestic manner, oppressing Seito and Pandora. However, Seito, who noticed this, did not dodge. With a thought, a transparent barrier invisible to the naked eye immediately appeared in front of him and Pandora, easily blocking the powerful microcosm power gushing out from behind the wall. Suddenly, a vast hall similar to the temple hall appeared in front of Seito. In the deepest part of the hall, a dazzling light cluster like a small sun was suspended inside, constantly emitting a powerful aura to the outside world. This time, Seito did not use Unity to lead the way. He walked in a hall on his own and went straight to the light cluster. It was also at this time that Seito noticed that the light cluster was not a real light cluster, but a huge water ball sealed by a special power. A naked young woman with blonde hair floated in the water ball as if she was sleeping. A polygonal dark blue crystal wrapped in what appeared to be a coral substance hovered above her ample breasts. It exuded a powerful energy fluctuation. That is Poseidon's secret treasure. Oh, Harley Steel, Unity said softly as she walked up to the huge water ball with Pandora. Seito nodded, but he didn't immediately reach out to remove the Harley Steel. Instead, he turned around and looked at Pandora and the young woman in the water ball with interest. What are you looking at? Pandora, who felt uncomfortable being stared at, asked. Sure enough, your figure is better. Seito nodded with satisfaction and chuckled. Pandora's face turned red when she heard Seito's words. He snorted coldly in shame and anger. Itose chuckled and turned back to look at the woman in the water ball. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the hairy steel placed on the woman's chest, which exuded a powerful Neptune's small universe. He pulled out the water ball and sealed it with the space sealing technique. He put it away with a flip of his hand. Do you know her? Seito glanced at Unity, who had stopped talking after seeing the woman in the water ball. Her eyes were filled with sadness. She is my sister, Unity whispered. She is the only son in Bruglade. Then why is she here? Moreover, if I'm not wrong, her body is filled with Poseidon's little universe. Seito raised his eyebrows. I was the one who put her here. Unity took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, a few years ago, my sister passed away due to illness. It was originally just a very ordinary cold. But because of the cold climate of Bruglade, she gradually weakened and died. I fell into despair and even lost everything. At the same time, I didn't have any hope for Bruglade, who had lost the sun, especially when I thought about the future of my hometown, where no matter how much I loved it, I could only receive a cruel response. The world that I once envied became an object of hatred. So I hope to gain strength to take revenge on this world. Speaking of this, the aura on Unity's body changed. A set of golden, shining armor suddenly appeared on her body. See Gladiator. Pandora, who saw the armor on Unity's body, said with a slight change of expression. But just the current me is not enough. I still need more power. So I want to liberate Poseidon. And my sister's body is the sacrifice I chose as Poseidon's vessel. Unity clenched her fists and said loudly with her aura fluctuating. Pa! However, at this moment, Seito's arm moved, and a soft sound echoed in the quiet temple hall. Have you calmed down? Seito looked coldly at Unity, whose head was on the other side. Yes, sir. I was rude earlier. Unity's aura converged. She turned her head and said respectfully, "Take out the instrument that seals Poseidon." Seito's expression was non-committal as he ordered. "Yes," Unity replied. Then the power of the small universe that had just calmed down burst out again. Under the influence of its strange, small universe power, a large piece of coral material began to emerge and quickly piled up. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the height of half a person. Then, it suddenly separated to the left and right, revealing a baby-sized silver-white pot with an Athena amulet on the surface. "Sir, this is the artifact that seals the soul of Poseidon, the pot of Athena." Unity took out the big pot from the coral and handed it to Seito. Seito reached out and took the pot of Athena and glanced at it. Although he did not feel the aura similar to the O'Hare steel, it should not be wrong just by looking at the style and the familiar aura from the Athena amulet. Moreover, he was very confident in his hypnotism. He believed that with the quality of Unity's soul, it would be difficult for her to break free. Naturally, she would not deceive him with a fake thing, so he put away the pot of Athena with ease. "Let's go. Send us back." Seito, who put away the pot of Athena, looked at Unity and ordered. "Yes," Unity replied. Then, she took a deep look at her sister's peaceful face floating in the water and withdrew her gaze. She left the hall with Seito and Pandora, closed the door, and left the temple along the original path. They came to another place in Atlantis where there was a pattern formed by a trident and a strange ring. They stood still and activated the small universe to activate the pattern. In a dazzling light, they left Atlantis and returned to the huge library in Bruglade. There was no need for Unity to accompany them. Seito stayed in the library for 3 days like a master, casually browsing some books that had the so-called wisdom of the world. Then, he left Bruglade with Pandora and moved to the nearby Celestial Empire. After arriving in the Celestial Empire, they continued to visit the Pamir Plateau, where the Jamil tribe was located. This journey took 3 to 4 months. It was not until the spring of the second year that Seito and Pandora officially arrived near the Jamil tribe in the depths of the Pamir Plateau. "Wait for me here." Seito, who stopped, turned his head and said to Pandora beside him, "Yes." After nearly half a year of adjustment, Pandora, who had completely regarded herself as Seito's subordinate, answered straightforwardly. After receiving the answer, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately activated instant transmission and disappeared from Pandora's side. The next moment, somewhere in the Jamil tribe's residence, Seito's figure suddenly appeared. "Long time no see, Rangyi," Seito said with a smile as he looked at Rangyi, who was dressed casually in front of him, and turned to look at him. "Yeah, long time no see." Rangyi raised her hand and brushed her golden hair that was blown by the wind as she responded. "What brings you here this time?" Rangyi then asked. "To collect interest." Seito smiled frivolously. Rangyi did not understand what Seito was talking about. She had a puzzled look on her face. "Have you forgotten? You still owe me a reward." Seito chuckled. Hearing this, Rangyi's cheeks immediately turned red as she recalled what had happened back then. She turned her head away and said stiffly, "Didn't you already fulfill your promise when you were in the sanctuary? I don't owe you anything anymore. But you were messed up that time, and I didn't really kiss you, so it doesn't count." Seito retorted straightforwardly, "I don't care. Anyway, the promise has been fulfilled." After Rangyi finished speaking, she did not give Seito a chance to speak. She immediately activated instant transmission and left. "You can't escape, Rangyi." With that said, Idose also launched his instant transmission ability, chasing after the trajectory of the time remnant flow, catching up with Jinyi. The next moment, on a certain high ground, Rangyi and Seito's figures appeared one after the other. Then, without waiting for Rangyi to move again, Seito immediately waved his arm and used the power of the space rule to seal the movement of the surrounding spatial particles. Then, he stepped forward and hugged Rangyi. Rang turned her body and dodged like a spinning top. Seito smiled slightly. He did not seem to do anything, but Rangye's figure immediately stopped in midair like a still picture. Then, Seito leaped forward and hugged Rangye's body. While the latter's eyes were filled with panic, he lowered his head and kissed her lips without holding back. Ugh! Rangye instinctively let out a low moan after being attacked. Then, the imprisonment disappeared. Seito kissed Rangye while holding her body and floated back to the ground. After a moment, Seito let go of Rangye, whose face was slightly red, and said softly, "Come with me." "Go with you for what?" Rangye lowered her head and asked. "Naturally. Wherever I go, you follow me." Seito smiled. Chapter 2041. I'm a warrior of the Jamil clan. Rangye turned her head and said. No one said you weren't, Seito continued. I plan to survive as a warrior, Rangye said softly. The holy war is over. Under the glory of Athena, the world is destined to usher in a long period of peace, so your persistence is meaningless. Unless you hope that there will be some blind gods who will fight with Athena for the right to rule the land, Seito said lightly. I don't think so. Rangye shook her head. I know, and I don't plan to let you be like a traditional woman. You can still maintain the identity of a warrior, but from now on, you will have me by your side, just like some warrior families in your clan, Seito explained. And weren't you born in such a family? Seito asked softly. Rangye was speechless. Come with me. I will take you to see a different world. Seito broke the silence after a moment of silence. Let me think about it, Rangye said softly. Okay, I will stay with you for a while to complete the final transaction with your master, Bai Li. You have time to think about this, Seito smiled. Okay, Rangye replied softly. Then, her cheeks blushed as she whispered, Can you let me go now? No, Seito refused straightforwardly. At the same time, he tightened his arms and hugged Rangye even more tightly in his arms. But in the next moment, Rangye lifted her foot and stomped hard on Seito's foot. Seito immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and pretended to be in pain. He let go of Rangye's body. This is the lesson for being disobedient. Rangye quickly jumped away with a faint smile on her face. Then, she didn't stay any longer. Like a spiritual ape in the forest, she jumped away from Seito. After Yi disappeared, Itose immediately put away his disguise, smiled, and used instant transmission to leave the place, returning to Pandora, who was waiting outside the Jamil family's land. Seito looked at Pandora and said, I'll be staying here for a while. You can go back to the mainland and find a place to stay. Once I'm done here, I'll go find you. Yes, Pandora replied in a low voice. At this moment, Seito suddenly walked in front of Pandora and pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed Pandora's lips fiercely. The latter, on the other hand, seemed to be used to it. He closed his eyes, and a faint look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Go. A moment later, Itose reached out his hand and pinched Pandora's buttocks hard before letting her go. Yes. Her cheeks reddened. Pandora replied, softly with tears in her eyes. She turned around and left the highland. Facing the cold wind that occasionally blew from the highland, she headed inland. Not long after, she disappeared from Seito's sight. After that, Seito watched Pandora leave. He retracted his gaze and adjusted his wrinkled clothes. He walked down the highland and stepped into the Jamil tribe's residence through the normal way. Almost as soon as he stepped into the Jamil tribe's residence, two young men with the unique characteristics of the Jamil tribe, cicada eyebrows, instantly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Who are you? One of them asked. Perhaps it was because of the temperament of the entire tribe that they were more peaceful, or for some other reason, but the tone and attitude of the person who asked the question were more amiable. My name is Chung. I'm an old acquaintance of Elder Bai Li. I have something to discuss with him. Please inform him. Since the other party was so amiable, Seito naturally wouldn't act overbearing and domineering. He spoke calmly as well. Hearing this, the two Jamil warriors looked at each other. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Wait here for a moment, the young man who asked the question said. Then, He nodded at the other Jamil warrior beside him. He turned around and ran into the inner part of the residence. Ito knew that the other party was going to inform the others. He smiled at the person who stayed behind and looked around the Jamil tribe's residence. The Jamil tribe's residence was built in a spacious canyon. The houses were all built with stones. They were squarish and disorderly. However, the distance between them was a little large, making the buildings look very scattered. It gave people a feeling that there weren't many people living here. Most of the houses had colorful cloth and a small number of animal skins hanging on the outer walls. It was very characteristic of the Tibetan nomads. Men, women, and children dressed in Tibetan clothing walked around from time to time, making low noises. It added to the liveliness of the buildings, so that people who mistakenly entered the place wouldn't think that it was the remains of some ancient civilization. After 3 to 4 minutes, the young warrior who left earlier reappeared in front of Ito. "Please come with me. The elder is waiting for you," the young warrior said to Ito. Ito nodded and followed the warrior to the buildings not far away. Finally, they stopped in front of a house with a round spire on the roof. The spire was connected to the 4 corners of the house by hemp ropes. Small flags of various colors were hung on the ropes. "The elder is inside. You can go in," the young warrior said. "Thank you." Ito thanked him and stepped forward to lift the curtain that blocked the sand and stepped into the room. "It really is you. After disappearing for so long, why did you suddenly remember to come here?" Bailey's body was half leaning on the stone chair. Beside his feet was the long sword that was soaked in the blood of the previous generation Athena and turned into a sacred weapon. He smiled as he looked at Ito, who walked in. "I'm here to see Rang Yi and also to complete the unfinished business between you and me." Ito casually looked around the room and curled his lips. He didn't dare to compliment Bai Li's living habits. "Rang Yi, huh? I thought you had forgotten about her since you had that woman Pandora by your side." Bai Li laughed. "They are different," Ito said softly. The expression on Bai Li's face changed. He quietly looked at Ito for a moment, then sat up and said softly, "When do you plan to start learning?" "Any time," Ito replied. "Then tomorrow," Bai Li decided. He then stood up from his seat and said, "Let's go. I will take you to your place first." Bai Li then led Ito out of his house. The residents in the settlement greeted them from time to time as they walked to a building. It was still a square house, and like Bai Li's house, there was no door. There were only 2 thick curtains that were half the width of a person hanging down. The inside of the house was divided into 2 parts. The front part looked like a living room, but there was a square pit in the middle of the room. Some firewood that had not been completely burned was piled up in the pit. Needless to say, that was the stove. As for the back part, although Bai Li didn't see it, it was probably a bedroom. "Before you leave, this house is yours," Bai Li said domineeringly. In response, Ito pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Bai Li then roughly explained to Ito some of the rules of living in the Jamil clan, as well as the methods to obtain water, vegetables, and food. After that, Bai Li left him and turned to leave the house. From the next day onwards, Bai Li taught Ito all the inherited information of the Jamil clan about the restoration of the holy garment, as well as the remaining information about the manufacturing of the holy garment, as well as the cultivation experience and techniques of the Jamil clan about psychokinesis. As for the cultivation experience and techniques of psychokinesis, it wasn't that Bai Li suddenly felt kind or something. Instead, it was because the restoration of the holy garment had some information about psychokinesis. Therefore, Bai Li thought that instead of hiding it and making things difficult for both sides, it was better to completely disclose this information to deepen the relationship between Ito, the Jamil clan, and the sanctum. That was why he didn't hide it. Just like that, more than a month passed by in the blink of an eye while learning from Bai Li. The most obvious benefit he gained was that even though Ito hadn't mastered the power of the small universe, he could still successfully repair the bronze holy garment with psychokinesis alone. As for the silver holy garment, it was very rare for it to be damaged without a great battle. Therefore, even if Ito wanted to practice with that holy garment, He didn't have the opportunity to do so. He could only watch helplessly. I have nothing else to teach you. The only thing left is to accumulate experience. After Sei Ito used psychokinesis and the blood of a warrior who had mastered the small universe to repair a broken bronze holy garment, Bai Li said emotionally, "Then the deal between us is over." Sei Ito said as he threw the small golden hammer and the small golden all back to Bai Li. In fact, at this time, Sei Ito also understood why Bai Li was so willing to teach Sei Ito the inheritance of his clan to an outsider. In the beginning, it was because Sei Ito had shown enough strength to be worth the effort to rope him in. It was also because Bai Li wasn't afraid that Sei Ito would master these things and pass them on to someone else. Because in this world, other than the Jamil tribe, there was no other tribe that was born with psychokinesis. And psychokinesis was an indispensable part of the job of repairing the holy garment. So this alone had cut off the possibility of other tribes mastering this skill. Of course, it was one thing to rely on the cultivation of the small universe to give birth to psychokinesis. However, there was another condition that cut off this possibility: the golden hammer and golden all-in by Li's hands. Without them, even someone like Sei Ito, who had mastered the holy garment repair technique, could only stare at the broken holy garment and couldn't do anything useful. Chapter 2042. P.S. Thanks to Sacronite, Speed Rabbit, Without a Trace in the Snow, Zhang Xiaozhong, ZWJ, Halcyon, Gu168, 878-0145, and Blood Battles in 3 Worlds for their precious monthly votes. A few days later, on a certain highland outside the Jamil clan's residence. "Let's go." Sei Ito spoke softly to Rang Yi, who was beside him. She was wearing a red shawl, a red scarf, and a pair of beige boxer shorts. Her blonde hair was tied into a ponytail and fluttered in the wind. She was carrying a silver-white rectangular metal box that was half the height of a man on her back. She was looking at the settlement from afar. This was Sei Ito's greatest gain during his stay in the Jamil clan for more than a month. Apart from the inheritance of the holy garment repair technique and part of the forging method he should have obtained. After spending a month with Sei Ito, Yi finally made up her mind to wander the world with him. "Okay," Rang Yi replied softly. Then, she retracted her gaze and walked into the distance with Sei Ito. It didn't take long for them to disappear into the vast wilderness. More than a month later, Sei Ito and Rang Yi returned inland with the goal of traveling and improving their relationship. Finally, they stopped in front of a large courtyard in a scenic city in the southwest. Ito Mori stepped forward and raised his hand to knock on the door. Clang, clang, clang. Creak. A moment later, accompanied by the strange sound of an old wooden shaft turning, the tightly shut door was open from the inside. "You two are?" The honest-looking gatekeeper was puzzled. "Inform your master that Mr. Chung has arrived," Sei Ito said softly. "Please wait for a moment. Let me inform the master." The gatekeeper looked hesitantly at Sei Ito and Rang Yi. He greeted them politely and closed the door again with a bang. It wasn't until approximately 5 minutes later that the door was opened wide again, accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps. Pandora, who was dressed in a long black dress, and 2 to 3 maids wearing the unique clothing of the mainlanders of this era, appeared from within. When she saw Pandora, Rang Yi's expression froze for a moment. "My lord," Pandora called out. As soon as she said that, the maids and gatekeepers around her immediately looked surprised. They all looked at Sei Ito in surprise. Ito-sei nodded slightly as a greeting. He didn't speak and walked into the courtyard with May. Then, under the guidance of Pandora, they came to the backyard where only the master could enter. He sat down in one of the rooms. "This is Juni." Ito-sei pointed at Juni and introduced her. Rang Yi glanced at Pandora and didn't say anything. "This is Pandora. Itsunari, who knew Ye's character, didn't care. He pointed to Pandora and introduced her. Pandora, who had her own pride, shot a glance at Jean and did not speak to her either. "Pandora, go prepare a room. Rang Yi and I have been traveling for a month. We're tired," Sei Ito ordered. Yes, Pandora agreed. She got up and left the room. After Pandora left, Rang Yi looked at Sei Ito and said, "So she's the actual commander of the Underworld King's army. A pitiful woman played by the twin gods." Before you finished speaking, Ito Mori, who knew what she was going to ask, took the lead and explained, "After the Holy War, I kept her by my side. Now she's my subordinate." Emo was speechless. Let go of the divine realm and the Underworld King's army. We're just ourselves now. Let's enjoy this peaceful life as humans. Ito Mori opened his mouth again and tried to persuade him. Rangi nodded and accepted Sei Ito's words. After the first small problem, the next thing was simple. Under Ito Sei's intentional or unintentional mediation, the three of them began to live under the same roof. Half a year later, Athena's reincarnation, Sasa, was half forcefully taken out of the divine realm by Sei Ito and became a new member of this strange family. Naturally, the home, that had become a lot more harmonious due to the habit, became lively again. Either Pandora didn't like Athena, or Rangi fought with Pandora because of Athena, or Athena and Sei Ito were angry. There weren't many peaceful days in the month. Just like this, another year and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Slap! On this day, with a muffled sound, Ito Sei raised his hand and caught Yi Dali's kick. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Zhang Yi did not continue to attack, he looked at Ito Sei with a puzzled expression and asked with a joyful smile on his face. "There's something good." Sei Ito turned and kissed Rang Yi's smooth leg. He laughed. "Come on, let's stop practicing. Let's go back to the house." Then Ito Sei let go of his hand. He called out. Rang Yi looked at Sei Ito in confusion, withdrew her leg, and followed the happy Sei Ito back to the big house. "Master." Seeing Sei Ito come in, Pandora, who was sitting in the house, quickly stood up and took a white towel from the maid beside her and handed it to Sei Ito. Sei Ito took the towel and wiped the non-existent sweat on his face. He then handed the towel back to Pandora and ordered, "Call Athena here." "Yes," Pandora replied. She then turned to the maid beside her and said, "Go and call Athena over." "Yes," the maid replied, and then slowly left the room. After 3 to 4 minutes, Athena, who was still wearing a Greek-style white dress, slowly walked into the room. "Athena, sama." Seeing Athena, Rangi greeted. "Good morning, Rangi." Athena smiled and returned the greeting. Then she greeted Sei Ito and Pandora. "Good morning, Pandora." "Humph." Pandora snorted and turned her head to the side. "Good morning." Sei Ito smiled and returned the greeting. After living together for more than a year and a half, Athena, who had long been accustomed to Pandora's attitude and did not have a temper, did not mind. She looked at Sei Ito with a puzzled expression and asked, "Okay, what's the matter?" "Yes." Sei Ito smiled and confirmed. Then, under the gazes of Pandora, Athena, and Rang Yi, he continued, "I plan to take you back to my hometown." "Your hometown?" Athena was puzzled. At the same time, Yi and Pandora's expressions were also filled with questions. They could not help but feel puzzled. After living under the same roof with Sei Ito for so long, they could not help but feel puzzled. It could be said that every day was very leisurely. If he really wanted to take them to his hometown, he could have done it before. Why did he only mention it now? "Yes, my hometown," Sei Ito said softly. Then, he turned to look at Pandora and asked, "Pandora, do you remember what I said when we first met?" Pandora was taken aback. Then, he frowned slightly and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. "You're right, Pandora. My hometown is not in this world, but in another world." Sei Ito smiled. "Another world?" Rang Yi was surprised. Sei Ito smiled and did not answer. Instead, he got up and said to Athena and the other two together, "I'll give you 10 minutes to get your personal belongings, and then we'll set off for my hometown." After that, without waiting for the three to respond, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room in an instant, leaving only a lingering voice that dissipated in the air. "I'm going out for a while. I'll be back in a while." Pandora, who stayed in the room, first looked at Rang Yi and Athena. Then she snorted coldly and turned to leave the room. Although Rang Yi and Athena looked a little hesitant, They did not persist for long and left the room one after another. They returned to the house and began to pack their belongings. On the other side, Sei Ito, who used his teleportation ability to leave the house, instantly appeared in the huge library of Brulegd in eastern Siberia. Then, with a thought, a dark hole opened behind him. Like the big mouth of a monster, it quickly devoured all the books in the library. And this dark hole was none other than the passage created by the Rubik's Cube to the Rubik's Cube world. In other words, after more than 2 years of waiting, the Rubik's Cube, which had devoured the 2 worlds of Sun Qin Ji and Dream of the Red Chamber, finally contacted him and could take him out of this world and return to the main world. Under the great power of the Rubik's Cube world, only a minute passed. All the books in Bruleg's huge library were transferred into the Rubik's Cube world and temporarily placed in the unsorted library, waiting for the library's management robot to sort them out again. After collecting all the books of Brugelgeed, Ito-sei glanced at the empty library again and thought of something. He disappeared from the library and appeared in the city of Atlantis in the depths of the sea. Without hesitation, he walked straight to the central temple in the center of the city. In just a few minutes, Ito-sei stood in front of the central palace again. He didn't stop walking. He walked along the same path as last time and came to the wall with a huge trident pattern. He opened the door with force. A huge sealed hall immediately appeared in front of Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito stepped into the hall, stepped on the stone path, and stood in front of a serene woman wrapped in a ball of rolling energy. Poor woman. Looking at the blonde woman in the ball of water, Sei-Ito said softly. Then, with a thought, he immediately transferred the woman and the ball of water that wrapped her into the Rubik's Cube world. After putting the woman away, Sei-Ito, who no longer needed Brulegd, disappeared from Atlantis in a flash. He appeared in the house where he, Athena, Pandora, and Rang-Yi were staying. He sat down in the room from before. Not long after he returned to his room, Pandora, Athena, and Jean-Baptiste appeared in the room one after another. Athena, who was carrying a silver box on her back, was holding a scepter with a golden bird on the tip, and Jean-Baptiste. "Are you done packing?" Sei-Ito asked the 3 of them. The 3 of them nodded in unison. "All right, let's go." Sei-Ito got up and said. Then, he stepped forward and suddenly hugged Athena and Rang-Yi's waists. With a thought, he disappeared from the room with Athena, Rang-Yi, and Pandora. The next moment, the 4 of them appeared in the Rubik's Cube world in a flash. "We're here," Sei-Ito said. Rang-Yi, Pandora, and Athena looked over, and a bustling modern city scene greeted their eyes. "Welcome to my world, my country." Sei-Ito let go of the 2 of them and walked to the 3 of them. He opened his arms and said with a smile, "And from now on, you'll completely escape from your original destiny and become the masters of your own destiny. Congratulations, Pandora, Rang-Yi, and Athena. Let's go. I'll bring you guys to familiarize yourself with the city you'll be living in the future," Sei-Ito said with a smile. "The city we'll be living in?" Athena's expression changed slightly when she heard that, and she repeated. Similarly, Rang-Yi's eyes flickered slightly. Pandora was the only one who didn't show any abnormalities on her face. However, it made sense. For someone like her who had nothing, anywhere was the same. "Yes. Haven't you been living like an ordinary girl all this time? This place can fulfill your wish. From now on, the people of the sanctuary will no longer disturb you and ask you to go back to being some goddess," Sei-Ito said with a smile. "But," Athena said with a conflicted expression. "Come on, start learning to be yourself, Sasa," Sei-Ito said softly as he stepped forward and raised his right hand gently, placing it in front of Sasa. Sasa looked hesitant. She looked at the palm that was close at hand and was at a loss. This again? Why? You can't let go of your identity as a goddess. If that's the case, why did you choose to be reincarnated as a human?" Pandora, who saw Sasa's hesitation, sneered with disdain. Sasa opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to answer. "That's why I said you're a hypocrite," Pandora said with a voice full of resentment. Pandora. At this moment, Rang-Yi finally couldn't stand it anymore and said with a frown, Pandora turned her head and looked at Rangi. She knew that she might not be able to take her down if they really fought, so she snorted coldly, turned her head to the side, and kept quiet. Madam Athena, maybe you can try living here as Sasa for a while before making a decision. Rangi said softly to Sasa when she saw that Pandora was silent. Rangi. Sasa looked up at Rangi, and the latter nodded gently. Then, Sasa retracted her gaze and looked at Saito again. She hesitantly raised her hand and placed her palm in his. Seeing this, Ito-sei smiled slightly and took Pandora, Sasa, and Rangi away from the tall building where they appeared. They came to the bustling city of the lower city and strolled around the city with them. Chapter 2043. P.S. Thank you to Fei Xianyuan Yanjun, and Shi for your precious monthly votes. In the world of Saint Seiya, Seito's figure suddenly appeared with the birth of a void ripple. It's time to retrieve the last few items. Seito chuckled. With that, he pointed his finger forward, and a distorted stargate formed by crisscrossing white stripes immediately appeared before Seito's eyes. It was the extra-dimensional passage that only God and those who were permitted by God could enter, the passage of God. Then, Seito stepped forward and flew toward the dark passage at the center of the passage, following the strong suction force generated by the passage. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the black hole. Then, the passage shrunk and disappeared into the void once again. After traveling at superluminal speed for an unknown amount of time, Seito's eyes lit up. A beautiful world that looked like an otherworldly paradise appeared before Seito's eyes. It should be here, right? Looking at everything before him, Seito mumbled hesitantly. Forget it, I'll ask someone. Thinking of this, Seito did not hesitate and immediately spread out his spirit to search the surrounding space. Not long after, the silhouettes of several beautiful women wearing Greek-style white gauze dresses were transmitted into his mind through his spirit perception. Then, Seito moved and appeared beside the women. Hello, everyone. Ito Seiji greeted the others. The women who suddenly heard the stranger's voice were shocked and quickly turned to look at Seito. Hello. The women returned the greeting. Is there anything I can help you with? Then, a woman with long, soft green hair among the women asked. Excuse me, I'd like to ask, where is this place? Seito smiled gently and asked softly. You don't know? Next to the woman with long green hair, a woman with long blue hair blinked her big clear eyes and asked curiously. Yes, Seito admitted with a hollow laugh. Looks like you're the new chosen one. The blue-haired woman looked at Seito with interest. Said, this is the pure land of bliss created by Lord Hades. Only those who meet the requirements can enter this place. The green-haired woman explained with a gentle smile. I see. Seito suddenly understood. At the same time, he thought to himself that it was the Pure Lands. No wonder you're so beautiful. Seito joked as he looked at the girls in front of him. Thank you, the green-haired woman said with a smile. Then do you know where Lord Hades' temple is? I want to thank him for letting me come here, Seito said. I'm afraid it's not possible now. The green-haired woman shook her head. What? Seito pretended to be surprised and asked. Lord Hades isn't in the Pure Lands right now. As for what he's doing, we don't know, the green-haired woman explained. Then, do you know where Lord Hades' temple is? Since I can't see Lord Hades in person, I can go to his temple and pay my respects, Seito said again. You're an interesting person, the blue-haired woman said with a smile. Seito looked at the blue-haired woman in surprise. Little sister, don't talk nonsense. The green-haired woman pulled the blue-haired woman's arm and said in a low voice. Then she looked at Seito and said apologetically, I'm sorry. It's nothing. Seito waved his hand casually. If you walk east from here, it'll take you about 3 days. You'll see many temples, and the largest one is where Lord Hades lives. The green-haired woman didn't say anything else when she saw that Seito didn't mind and pointed the way for Seito. Who are the other temples? Seito asked in confusion. The temple that's slightly smaller than Lord Hades is Lord Persephone's. Around them are the temples of the god of sleep Hypnos and the god of death Danidas, as well as the goddess of rest Macaria, the green-haired woman explained. Are they all in the Pure Lands right now? Seito's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he quickly asked, Lady Persephone, the underworld queen, hasn't returned to the Pure Lands for a long time. As for the god of death, Danidas, and the god of sleep, Hypnos, they're just like Lord Hades. They're temporarily out and haven't returned. As for Lord Macaria, she should still be in the underworld, the green-haired woman said. When she mentioned the last god, she looked a bit hesitant. It seemed that she wasn't sure if Macaria was in the Pure Lands. I see. Thank you, beautiful lady. Seito thanked her with a smile. You're welcome. The green-haired woman smiled gently. Then I'll go to the temple first. If fate wills it, I believe we'll meet again. Let's have a good chat then, Seito said. Okay, the green-haired woman said. Following which, Seito bid farewell to the green-haired woman, the blue-haired woman, and the several other beautiful women beside them. He then turned and strode toward the east, quickly disappearing from the women's sight. Then, without hesitation, Ito Sei condensed his spiritual force into a bundle. He stretched his concentration to the east and activated instantaneous movement to move toward the east. With this combination of probing and traveling, Seito found the group of temples the green-haired woman had mentioned in just half an hour. His figure immediately flashed. He appeared in front of the largest temple. The top of the temple was in the shape of a triangle. It stood above the main body of the temple and protruded outwards. It was supported by more than a dozen round limestone pillars with many diamond marks. A huge door that could fit 4 people side by side appeared on the wall of the temple, directly facing the long stone staircase below. On the left and right sides of the temple, there was a long rectangular building surrounded by pillars. There is also a door on the wall facing the same direction as the entrance of the temple, but Xian didn't know what it was for. Not far from this huge temple, there was a similar shape, and style, but surrounded by flowers and vines. Seito knew that this was the temple of the underworld Empress Persephone. After sizing up the temple, Seito withdrew his gaze and stepped into the temple. The first thing he saw was an open hall. There were pillars behind the door frames on both sides, and in front of the huge statue of Hades in the innermost part of the hall, creating a corridor that led directly to the statue of Hades. Several beautiful men and women in white sacrificial robes were moving around in the temple with a pious look on their faces. On the walls on the left and right sides of the temple, as well as on the left and right sides of the statue, there was a small temple door that led to other places in the temple. But Seito, who didn't have time to search door by door, moved his fingers slightly and released more than a dozen nanoscale reconnaissance machines from the Rubik's Cube world. He ordered them to spread out and explore the entire temple of Hades. During this process, Seito stayed invisible and waited for the news from the reconnaissance machines. Time paid off. In just a little more than 10 minutes, a complete map of the temple appeared on the receiver in Seito's hand. Suspicious places with strange energy reactions were marked with red dots one by one. It seems that I have to go there myself. After memorizing the map in his hand, Seito put away the receiver and walked to the nearest red dot while muttering in a low voice. The first place was nothing noteworthy. Judging from the equipment inside, it should be something that Hades usually uses, so it was contaminated with his small universe aura and emitted an abnormal reaction. The second place was also not worth paying attention to because it was a bathing pool, but the water was not ordinary water. Then the third place, the fourth place, it wasn't until the fifth place that Seito finally found what he was looking for, Hades' body. At this moment, Hades was lying flat on a dark jade bed. He was wearing a luxurious pitch-black divine robe. His hands were crossed and placed lightly on his abdomen. His eyes were closed, and his face was peaceful. It was impossible to tell that he was a terrifying god who wanted to destroy all of humanity. Come with me. Seito smiled. As he said that, he opened the entrance of the Rubik's Cube world above Hades' body and covered him. Probably feeling the danger, The divine robe on Hades' body burst out with a powerful divine aura, forcibly resisting the Rubik's Cube world's devouring. It stirred the space at the entrance into a riot, emitting an extremely dangerous spatial aura. Seeing this, Ito frowned and temporarily closed the entrance of the Rubik's Cube world. I forgot that the divine robes in this world have souls. They are not simply inanimate objects. Ito whispered, then changed the topic and sneered. However, without the support of the master's power and soul, how strong can you be? After saying that, Ito stretched out his hand and used his index and middle fingers as sword fingers. Using the void as paper and the round force in his body as ink, he wrote in the air. In an instant, a Taoist cloud pattern with a dazzling golden light was written. Go! At this moment, Ito whispered. The golden light turned into a stream of light and shot towards the divine robe on Hades' body. However, just like resisting the Rubik's Cube world's devouring, the pitch-black cosmic energy burst out from the divine robe and forcibly resisted the golden words. Humph! Ito coldly snorted and continued to use his sword fingers to write the golden words in the air. In an instant, streaks of golden cloud patterns shot towards the divine robe like meteors falling from the sky. With a series of sizzling sounds, they pressed down on the divine robe. After a few minutes, there was a whong sound and the black cosmic energy on the divine robe exploded. Then, it was imprinted on the divine robe by the golden cloud patterns. In an instant, the black light on the surface of the divine robe dimmed, and it became silent. Chapter 2045. When Ito saw the god's clothing change, he did not hesitate. His heart jumped. He put Hades' body and the god's clothing into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, without stopping, he left Hades' temple. He went to the 3 smaller temples not far away. Although the 3 temples were small, they had everything. They had everything that Hades' temple had. Even the layout was similar. It saved Ito a lot of trouble. He quickly found the sleeping god Hypnos and the god of death Danados in 2 of the temples. He sealed them and moved them into the Rubik's Cube world. After that, it was the god's body of the 4 dream gods. Rubik's Cube, can heaven absorb it? Ito, who had completed all the tasks of this trip, stood in the sky above the pure land of bliss, overlooking the complete and happy world under his feet, and asked in his heart. Yes, the Rubik's Cube said. Then absorb it. Ito decided. Yes. Along with the Rubik's Cube's answer, somewhere deep in the universe of the world of Saint Seiya, far away from Earth, a huge black hole suddenly appeared. It produced an endless suction force, sucking in a magnificent cluster of stars in front of it and forcefully pulling it into the black hole. Ito knew the Rubik's Cube had started to consume heaven. He did not stay in heaven. He returned to the Rubik's Cube world. The next moment, Ito, Sasa, Pandora, and Rangi appeared on a beach. Are you ready? Ito looked at Sasa and the others mysteriously. What? Sasa asked. Ito smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't do anything, but a strange force suddenly came to the seaside where the 4 of them were. It directly separated the space of several kilometers around the 4 of them. Then, space rippled. A silver-haired girl appeared in the air. She was wearing a Greek-style white dress. She had a wreath of olive branches on her head. Sasa, Pandora, and Rangi felt the difference in her presence. They looked up at the person. You are here. Ito looked at the person and smiled. Why did you call me here? The person asked coldly. Feel it. See if you can find anything. Ito pointed at Sasa and smiled. The newcomer turned his gaze and looked at Sasa. Although there was no action or pressure, a heavy pressure instantly fell on Sasa's body, making her involuntarily operate the sacred little universe that belonged to the goddess in her body. Suddenly, a warm presence came out of Sasa's body. Sensing that aura, the person's brows furrowed imperceptibly. Do you feel it? Ito Mori asked with a dark smile. What are you trying to say? The person asked. Come, let me introduce you. Ito smiled. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he pointed at the silver-haired girl and introduced her to Pandora, Sasa, and Rangyi. This is Athena, the legendary goddess of war and wisdom. She is also the goddess of night and the goddess of death. Hearing that, Rangyi and Pandora's expressions changed. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Athena. This is Sasa, the reincarnation of Athena from another world. Ito pointed at Sasa and introduced her to Athena. She has fallen to the point of being reincarnated as a human. What a shame. Athena sneered. Sasa looked bitter. She did not know what to do. From this, one could see the fundamental difference in temperament between the Athena of the God Slayer and the Athena of the Saint Seiya world. Tell me, why did you call me here? Athena ignored Sasa and turned to look at Seito. She asked, Nothing. I just want you to meet her, Seito said innocently. So what if I meet her? Athena said, Haven't you ever thought about why there are so many you? Ito-sei's expression became serious as he looked at Athena and said softly. Athena narrowed her eyes. A glint flashed in her eyes. As the goddess of wisdom, Athena's mind was agile. She thought of several speculations almost instantly. Then, she looked at Sasa, who was at a loss, and her figure flashed. She disappeared from everyone's sight. Along with her departure, the space that had been sliced apart instantly recovered. The meeting between the two of you is really interesting, Seito said to Sasa with a smile. Is that really Athena? Just then, Rangyi asked in disbelief. I can tell you with certainty that it is. And if it is possible, we will meet more Athena in the future. Seito looked straight into Rangyi's eyes. Rangyi was stunned. This caused Yi-chun to be dumbfounded. Obviously, as the Saint Seiya who guarded Athena, she did not know what to do for a while. Don't think so much. Don't forget, since you came to this world, you have already jumped out of your original destiny. So, you just need to do everything according to your own ideas. Seito looked at Rangyi, who was in a daze. My own ideas? Rangyi murmured softly, then turned to look at Sasa. The latter also felt something and turned his head to look at her. I know what to do. After a while, Rangyi said with a firm expression. Seito looked at Rangyi and Sasa. He could roughly guess Rangyi's thoughts and did not say anything. He nodded and said, Rangyi, you and Sasa stay here for a while. I'll take Pandora to see another person. After witnessing the existence of two Athena, Pandora, who vaguely knew who the person she was going to see later, felt her heart tighten and a nervous expression appeared on her face. Okay. Rangyi turned to look at Pandora and nodded in agreement. After receiving the answer, Seito walked to Pandora's side and reached out to wrap his arm around her waist. After saying, We'll be back soon, he immediately disappeared with Pandora. The next moment, in the secluded world attached to the God Slayer continent, Seito and Pandora appeared, standing in an ancient Greek-style hall. Yo, my adopted son, have you come to see me? Almost as soon as the two of them appeared, a brisk and crisp female voice filled with origin chi rang out in the hall. Then the surrounding clouds wriggled, and a petite girl wearing a white one-piece dress with her arms wrapped in sleeves and shoulders exposed walked out. Her long purple hair that refracted a faint light was tied into two ponytails with two white ribbons. Her ears were long and pointed, like a legendary elf. Below her earlobes was a pair of dark red gemstone earrings that were as large as plums. How many times have I told you? Don't call me your adopted son. Seito sighed helplessly. But you are indeed my adopted son, the demon king of this world, Pandora said with a smile. Then she turned to look at the black-haired Pandora and asked, Who is she? Is she your new woman? Ah, yes. How is it? Not bad, right? Seito chuckled with a strange expression. Not bad. She has the charm of a witch. Pandora looked up and down at Black Pandora and said, Carefully feel her soul. Seito reminded. Pandora looked at Seito with a puzzled expression and felt Black Pandora's soul as instructed. Then her face turned surprised, and the way she looked at Black Pandora became strange. Where did you find her? Pandora asked. Other worlds. Seito replied. No wonder. When Seito was answering the question, Pandora, who had walked to Black Pandora, suddenly understood. Then she looked at Black Pandora with a gentle face full of motherly radiance and said softly, Poor woman. Black Pandora's body tightened, and then a sadness surged from the depths of her soul. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Cry. You'll be fine once you cry it all out. The petite Pandora stood on her tiptoes, stretched out her hands, and hugged Black Pandora's head, and said softly. Black Pandora squatted down, buried her head in Pandora's chest, hugged her with both hands, and cried out loud. This is resonance between souls? Looking at the interaction between the two Pandoras, Seito secretly said with a surprised expression. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Black Pandora stopped crying, as if she was mentally exhausted, and fell asleep in Pandora's arms. You have to treat her well in the future, or I will be angry. Pandora, who was holding Black Pandora, turned her head and looked at Seito with a solemn expression and said softly, Seito nodded and agreed. All right, let's take her back. Although there's a strange power in her body, it's not good to stay in the secluded world for too long. Pandora loosened her grip on Black Pandora's arms. You're lucky. Then Pandora glared at Saito angrily. Actually, I want to be with you more. Seito, who was holding Black Pandora in his arms, laughed. Glib guy, let's go. Pandora said angrily. Then I will go first. I will come back to see you later. Seito laughed. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from Pandora's palace with Pandora. Me from another world. As she mumbled softly, Pandora's figure gradually disappeared from the hall, returning to her own mythological system. At the same time, Seito and Pandora returned to the beach. What's wrong with her? Looking at Seito holding Pandora, Sasa asked with concern. Nothing. She's just a little tired. She'll be fine when she wakes up. Seito shook his head slightly and said, That's it for today. I will take you out to play next time. In this regard, Yi and Sasa naturally had no objection, and then returned to their respective houses with Seito's power. Chapter 2046. Author's note. I'm having my period again. The light changed, and Seito's figure appeared in the room. Where's big sister and mother? After looking around, Seito walked to his second sister, Rita, who was only wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of red sports shorts. Her straight, slender legs were crossed, and she was lying on the tatami while supporting her head with one arm. She was watching a TV program on the TV. Big sister went to attend her friend's wedding, and mother went to her relative's house. Rita glanced at Seito and said, Although there might not be any relatives of the Ito family in the Rubik's Cube world after Seito transferred all the residents of Akakuruno City to the Rubik's Cube world, the original group of relatives who moved to Akakuruno City naturally followed. Plus, during this period of reproduction, a group of relatives had been born. As for friends, it depended on the individual's wishes. As long as they were pleasing to the eye and had the same temperament, it was still easy to make some friends. It seems that mother's going to be annoyed again. Seito, who was short, sat down at the low table next to Rita and smiled. The reason why he said this was entirely because their family was too special. Although they didn't necessarily know that this world belonged to Seito, just a method of not aging despite the passage of time was completely godlike in the eyes of many relatives. Therefore, these relatives who could be regarded as a branch family always wanted to get some benefits from their main family. For example, they would ask for help to arrange their children's jobs, ask for help, and so on. Although it was not a completely social society like in China, it was indispensable to have appropriate social interactions. Therefore, as the elder of the family, the mother, Eriko, became a fragrance in the eyes of the relatives. As for the old man of the previous generation, it was because his seniority was high enough and he had enough power. He didn't look like a person who cared about others' feelings, so he avoided the trouble of being harassed by the relatives. Peel an orange for me. Rita glanced at the fresh fruit on the small plate on the table. You sure know how to order people around, Sei Ito said snappily. However, even though he said that, he still reached out and picked up an orange from the fruit plate. He then began to peel the orange. Here, a moment later, Sei Ito split the tangerine in half and tossed one half to Lena. With a wave of his hand, half of the tangerine was taken into his hand. Looking at the remaining half of the tangerine, Reina immediately rolled her eyes at Sei Ito. He put the orange into his mouth and ate it. Why did you think of coming back today? Lena, who was chewing on orange, asked in a muffled voice. Swallow the food before you speak, Sei Ito reprimanded. Why are you like mom and big sister, so long-winded? Lena said discontentedly. Don't ask me to peel oranges if you're bored. Sei Ito curled his lips. Instantly, Lena tactfully shut his mouth. I have some things to discuss with big sister and mother, Sei Ito explained when he saw that Lena had quieted down. Then, he continued snappily. Also, don't make me sound like a playboy. What do you mean by thinking of coming back? When have I been away for a long time? It's not that long. It's just that you've never been in person. You've just sent a shadow clone to do something half-heartedly, Lena mocked without turning her head. Ugh. These words directly hit Sei Ito's soft spot. Sei Ito's expression was so awkward that he could not say anything. Seeing that Sei Ito did not refute, Lena half turned her head and looked at Sei Ito from the corner of her eyes. You have nothing to say now, right? I can't be bothered with you. Sei Ito, who knew that he was in the wrong, immediately changed the topic. Oomph. Do you think I want to be bothered with you? Lena retracted her gaze and said coldly with disdain. After that, the two of them did not speak anymore. They quietly watched the novel show on the television until more than half an hour later. Then, it was broken by a series of light and slow footsteps. Hey, Ah-chung is back. Suzu Ito, who was wearing a dark-colored wideband V-neck corset dress with ultra-thin black stockings wrapped around her exposed calves and a thin and long platinum necklace around her slender white neck, said with a surprised expression. Her face was lightly painted, and only the lip gloss on her lips made her look slightly brighter. With her soft and long straight black hair that naturally spread out, she looked fashionable, beautiful, and elegant. Then, she casually threw the branded handbag in her hand to the side. She walked to Sei Ito's side and sat down. Then, she unceremoniously placed a pair of jade feet on Sei Ito's thighs. Phew, just in time to massage my feet. I don't wear high-heel shoes. Now that I suddenly wear them, my feet are really tired, Suzu Ito said with a long sigh. I feel like I shouldn't have come back. As soon as I came back, I was either asked to peel oranges or to massage feet. I become a manservant. It's really miserable. Sei Ito grabbed Suzu Ito's hot feet with both hands, and while kneading them with moderate strength, he smiled bitterly. Tisk, it's your honor to let you peel oranges and massage feet. If it were someone else, even if they wanted to peel oranges and massage feet for me and my sister, we wouldn't let them. Ito Rina, who finally got the opportunity, immediately snorted and said with a disdainful expression, That's right. Suzu Ito agreed with a smile. Sei Ito curled his lips when he heard that. He did not argue and looked like he was too lazy to care about her. After a while, Suzu Ito tilted her body and looked at Sei Ito, who was massaging her feet curiously. By the way, Ah-chung, why did you come back? This seems to be my home too, right? Why can't I come back? Sei Ito said, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. It's true that this is your home. It's just that you have more homes outside. I'm just curious. Why didn't you go to those homes today? Why did you come back alone? Suzu Ito said with a faint expression. Can I miss you guys? Sei Ito said with a smile. You? Oomph. Suzu Ito raised the corner of her mouth slightly when she heard that. She looked at Sei Ito up and down like she was interrogating a criminal. Her eyes were full of disdain as she snorted. However, there was more of a smile that was hidden. Hee hee. Sei Ito laughed dryly and did not speak. How many women have you found during this time? Suzu Ito retracted her gaze and closed her eyes to enjoy. Can it be less? Before Sei Ito could speak, Ito Rita said, Well, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you too. What have you been doing recently? Ito laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the topic. What else can we be doing? Ito Rita said snappily. It's rare that Chung knows to care about us. Suzu Ito laughed. Look at what you're saying. If I don't care about you guys, who else would I care about? Ito said quickly. There are a lot of them. Yeah. Yi, Mayo, Netherworld, Karen. In this way, the three of them chatted randomly until more than 2 hours later, when the sky was completely dark. Only when his mother, Eriko, returned did they stop for a while. Then his mother, Eriko, went back to the room to change clothes. Then she returned to the hall and sat with Ito, Suzu Ito, and Ito Rita. Chung, what's the matter this time? Eriko, who was wearing a beige bathrobe with elegant patterns on the surface, asked. It seemed that in the consciousness of the three of them, as long as Ito came back with his real body, he must have something to say. Ito, who heard this sentence again, was dumbfounded. He secretly made up his mind to come back more often in the future. There is something. Ito nodded helplessly and admitted. I knew it. Ito Rita said with an as-expected look. What is it? Suzu Ito asked. I want to ask, mother and eldest sister, are you willing to become the god of death and the lord of the underworld? Ito asked seriously, looking at Eriko and Suzu Ito. As soon as he said this, his mother, Eriko, frowned immediately. At the same time, his eldest sister, Suzu Ito, also looked strange. She asked hesitantly, Chung, do you mean that you want my mother and I to become the god of death and the lord of the underworld? Something like that. Ito nodded slightly. What do you mean something like that? Ito Rita said with a strange look. It's like this. I sealed the souls of the god of death, Donatus, and the lord of the underworld, Hades, in the world I'm in now, and then I obtained their bodies. Ito explained. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ito Rita again. Donatus and Hades. The Donatus and Hades in the Olympian mythology? These two names were too famous. Even Ito Rita, an Easterner who didn't pay attention to European mythology. The fact that they were able to immediately associate these two people's origins after hearing these two names showed how extraordinary they were. Yes, Ito affirmed, and then continued to explain, although they are not the Donatus and Hades of the main world. In that world, their strength is still above the god level. And I feel that they're not necessarily much worse than the two gods in the main world. So if we make good use of their souls and divine bodies, I am confident that I can make mother and eldest sister break through the current stage, surpass the legend level, and directly complete the transformation of their souls, divinity, and divine bodies to become new gods. If the time is right, even godhood can be condensed together. They can become official gods. The only thing that worries me is that these two priesthoods are too dark, and they control souls like vengeful spirits and evil spirits, as well as the souls and deaths of ordinary people. Even though the rules and divine power that they control are very powerful, and my mother and eldest sister, who are demonists, are used to those kinds of souls, they're still not suitable for women. So, then what do you think? Eriko asked. I don't have any special ideas. After all, as my strength grows, I should be able to get a lot of these things in the future. Even if I am unlucky in the future and can no longer seal gods, I should still be able to find things that can help people speed up the process of becoming a god. So the choice is still up to mother and eldest sister, Ito said after thinking for a while. Then he paused and said again, but if possible, I still hope that mother and eldest sister can accept the power of Donatus and Hades. After all, for mother and eldest sister, as demonists, the rules mastered by the god of death Donatus and Hades are the closest and most integrated with the exorcism and yin-yang techniques that you have mastered. You don't need to adapt again like you do when you integrate the power of other gods. Mother Eriko nodded slightly when she heard this. Then, she looked at Ito Rita, who did not express anything but had a faint jealousy in her eyes, and said, Rita, what kind of god are you going to arrange for her? As soon as these words came out, Ito Rita's eyes immediately lit up, and she stared at Ito closely. In fact, in addition to the god of death Donatus and Hades, I have also sealed the god of sleep Hypnos, divine soul, and divine body. Although in terms of the compatibility of the rules mastered, Hypnos, Sleep, and Ritas are not too compatible. Hypnos is still one of the gods of the underworld, so it doesn't matter much. So, I plan to give Hypnos power to her. Seito turned to look at Rita, who was looking at him, and said with a smile, "It's just that she has just barely stepped into S level now, and she hasn't even fully grasped the rules. It's really not suitable to instill Hypnos power into her like this. That's why I didn't mention this before." Ito then retracted his gaze and looked at his mother Eriko again and explained, "Who told you not to cultivate properly?" Eldest sister Suzu Ito looked at Rita and said gloatingly, "Humph." Rita's face turned red as she snorted shyly and looked to the side. "Ah Chum, you should use the power of Hades yourself. The matter of the Lord of the Underworld is too important. Neither Ling nor I are suitable for it. As for the god of death's power, give it to Ling. When you seal other gods in the future, you can instill it into me." Mother Eriko smiled, then put away her expression and looked at Ito with a serious face. "Mother," Suzu Ito called out when she heard Eriko's words. "Let's do it this way." Eriko made a simple decision. "Yes." Suzu Ito opened her mouth and responded together with Seito. "Mother, it would be great if you still mastered the power of water. In that case, you can fuse with the divine soul of Poseidon in my hands." Seito sighed. "You also sealed Poseidon?" Suzu Ito's eyes widened in surprise. "I didn't seal him. I just took the thing that sealed him, so I didn't get his divine body like Hades, Danadas, and Hypnos. However, I got a secret treasure that contains a lot of his power. If used properly, the effect won't be too bad." Seito shook his head and said, "Since it's not compatible, then forget it. Give it to a suitable person among your women. That way, it can also help you." Mother Eriko said with a carefree expression. She looked like a virtuous person who had seen through everything and was no longer confused by greed and vanity. Seito secretly sighed. Chapter 2047. Seito turned his head to look at the remaining pitch-black liquid and thought to himself, judging by this amount, it might really be enough for Big Sis to complete the condensation of the Godhead. Seito then informed Suzu Ito of his plan using the soul transference technique. "I'll do whatever you say. I'll listen to you," Suzu Ito replied. "Good. Stop comprehending the edicts of death for now and circulate all of your energy of death. Start condensing the Godhead according to this method," Seito said as he transmitted the method of condensing the Godhead. "Are you ready?" Seito asked after a pause. "Yes," Suzu Ito replied. "Good. Catch," Seito said in a low voice. He then waved his hand and shot a pitch-black liquid beam that was much thicker than before into Suzu Ito's body. As a recipient, Suzu Ito's body trembled. She hurriedly circulated the energy of death in her body according to the method Ito transmitted to her. As she circulated the energy of death into a whirlpool, she continuously guided the edicts of death she had comprehended into the whirlpool. Through the edicts of death, the liquid energy in the whirlpool was completely solidified. Just like that, under Suzu Ito's relentless efforts, an extremely pure pitch-black crystal particle emerged from the center of the whirlpool after an unknown amount of time. Suzu Ito was delighted when she saw the crystal particle appear. She hurriedly worked harder until she suddenly felt that her body was empty. She was awakened from her meditation by a huge sense of emptiness. Is this a success? Suzu Ito, who had awakened from her stupor, looked inside herself and thought to herself as she looked at the peanut-sized black polygonal crystal that had appeared in her body. The next moment, the crystal trembled slightly, and a pitch-black energy flowed out of it. It flowed through Suzu Ito's body like rain. This should be divine power, right? Suzu Ito guessed with uncertainty. However, he soon came to his senses and mocked himself in embarrassment. I'm so stupid. Why don't I ask Ah-chung? Thinking of this, Suzu Ito's mind jolted, and she completely withdrew from the meditative state. She opened her eyes and looked at Sei Ito by the lakeshore. Congratulations. Big sister, from now on, you are an official Grim Reaper. Ito Sei threw a bathrobe to Ito Rin, and then congratulated her with a smile. Suzu Ito subconsciously reached out to take the bathrobe and lowered her head. He looked at his own body in confusion. As she moved, the clothes on her body suddenly crumbled into a pile of fine dust, as if they were ancient objects. They drifted away in the breeze that blew across the lake, revealing a perfect, white, flawless body. Seeing this, Suzu Ito looked embarrassed. She quickly stood up from the lake and turned around. She put on the bathrobe in his hand. After putting on the bathrobe, Suzu Ito turned around again and walked back to the shore with a normal expression. So I'm a god now? Suzu Ito asked in disbelief. Yes. If you don't believe me, look at your feet. Sei Ito reached out and pointed at their feet. Subconsciously, Suzu Ito followed Sei Ito's finger and looked at her feet. Then, a large piece of grass that was rapidly turning yellow and crumbling immediately came into view. This is, Suzu Ito said blankly. It's affected by your power. Sei Ito explained. Big sister, although you became a god of death with my help, the speed of advancement was too fast, causing you to have insufficient control over your power. You can't completely restrain your divine power. For me, this divine power is naturally nothing, but for those who are weaker than you, the impact is great. If it's light, they will become weak and powerless. If it's heavy, they will be directly affected by your power of death. Step into death. Suzu Ito's expression changed slightly when she heard this. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. It seems that I have to go into seclusion again. Then she raised her head and looked at Sei Ito again with a pitiful look. Ah, Chong. Seclusion is boring. Can you stay with me? Sei Ito was stunned. He said with a headache, how about I leave a shadow clone here to accompany you? Hearing Sei Ito's answer, Suzu Ito's face darkened and fell silent. Looking at Suzu Ito like this, Sei Ito felt a little helpless. But just as he was thinking about whether or not to agree, Suzu Ito's voice sounded again. Okay, a shadow clone is better than me. Suzu Ito curled her lips and said. Sei Ito looked at Suzu Ito speechlessly, but he didn't dare to hesitate. He was afraid that she would suddenly change her mind and want him to stay here. He quickly moved his mind and created a shadow clone with a soft poof sound. The new shadow clone glanced at Sei Ito and expressed its emotions. Sei Ito didn't care about his shadow clone's emotions. He just said to Suzu Ito, the sooner you master your power, the sooner you can go home. So I won't disturb you here. I'll leave first. If there's anything, let the shadow clone inform me. Hurry up and leave. I can't be bothered with you. Suzu Ito's expression and tone were full of displeasure. He didn't know if it was because her power had increased too quickly that her state of mind couldn't keep up, causing her to lose control of her emotions, or if she was simply angry at Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who felt like he had been pardoned, didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly teleported and disappeared in front of Suzu Ito's eyes. Suzu Ito, who saw Sei Ito leave, glared at the shadow clone and said unhappily, you too. The shadow clone, who was unjustly implicated, rubbed its nose innocently. It didn't refute and disappeared from Suzu Ito's sight in a flash. Phew. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had left Suzu Ito, let out a long sigh and relaxed. His face was full of distress as he sighed softly. This is so troublesome. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. After a moment of silence, Sei Ito, who still couldn't figure out what to do, sighed again. He disappeared from where he was in a flash and appeared in front of the world tree in the next second. He waved his hand and dragged the two halves of the Kuei cow's corpse out of thin air. He threw it in front of the world tree. The surface of the world tree flashed with green light, forming a green energy screen that allowed the Kuei cow's corpse to fly into the light screen. There's also this. Then, Sei Ito turned his palm again, and a blood-red ball appeared in his hand, and he threw it into the green light screen of the world tree. Let's be careful first. This time, the things I got are useful. I'll give them to you when I find similar food next time. After doing all this, Seito looked up at the green fruit hanging on the branch and said softly, as if it heard Seito's words. The fruit on the tree trembled slightly and rippled in the void, responding to Seito's words. Feeling the emotion transmitted by the fruit, Seito smiled slightly. His mood became a lot better, and then his figure flashed, leaving the world tree and appearing in a large house full of ancient Japanese style. Immediately afterward, Seito's thoughts moved again, and Kurenai, who was dressed in casual clothes, Uchiha Yoshiko, who was always dressed in black, and Toyo, who changed his clothes and didn't look so wild, appeared together in the big house. "Senpai!" Uchiha Yoshiko and Toyo called out in unison. "Yes," Kurenai called out. Seito didn't speak. With a wave of his hand, the clothes on Kurenai, Uchiha Yoshiko, Toyo, and himself disappeared, and they appeared naked in front of each other. Kurenai, who suddenly felt cold, covered her body with her hands and frowned slightly. "Senpai." Toyo also lowered his head and whispered with a red face. Only Uchiha Yoshiko didn't say a word, and her expression didn't change at all, as if she didn't have any reaction at all. "Today, let's sleep together," Seito said loudly. Then, without waiting for Kurenai to speak, he directly moved her into his arms. Hugging her body, he kissed her lips, and at the same time, his hands moved around Kurenai's body. Kurenai instinctively let out a low moan from her throat. At the same time, Uchiha Yoshiko got up and walked to Seito and Kurenai's side, imitating Karen and the others when they slept together in the past. She gently stroked their bodies with her hands. Only Duo Yui was at a complete loss as he watched everything unfold before him. Then, not long after, intense and gentle moans echoed in the quiet big house. After some time, Kurenai, who was lying on Seito's chest, complained, "You are too ridiculous." "I have a purpose," Seito, who was gently kneading Kurenai's elastic body, laughed dryly. "What purpose? Isn't it to satisfy your own selfish desires?" Kurenai sneered. "This time, I really have a purpose," Seito insisted. "What is it?" Kurenai raised her head. Her blood-red eyes looked straight at Seito's eyes and asked. On both sides, Uchiha Yoshiko and Toyo couldn't help but look at him, waiting for him to explain. "Cough. I have sealed a dream god in another world, but this dream god has 4 different individuals. I want to transfer their power to you and make you the new dream god. So in order to increase the cooperation between you and increase the success rate, sleeping together is the best idea I can think of." Seito coughed and explained with a serious face. "You mean you want to make us the new dream god?" Kurenai's eyes widened, and her expression was full of disbelief. With the opening of the Rubik's Cube world and the fact that she followed Ito say to conquer multiple worlds, Kurenai was no longer the Genjutsu Kurenai who only knew about the shinobi world. Even in terms of pure knowledge, she was much better than Ito, say, who didn't study seriously at all. It could be said that she was very knowledgeable, so she fully understood the meaning of these words. Chapter 2048. P.S. Many thanks to Bright Moon, Infernal Aristocrat, Romantic Maple, and Laughing Noble Ghost for their precious monthly votes. You're saying that you want us to become the dream gods? Kurenai's eyes widened as she asked in disbelief. That's right, Seito confirmed. At that moment, however, Kurenai suddenly frowned and said, "No, that's not right." Then, under Seito's confused gaze, she explained, "Didn't you say that the dream god has 4 bodies? But there are only 3 of us here. Who are you going to give the other one to?" As for the question of Ito Seiji using it for himself, Kurenai dismissed the idea after thinking about it for a while. Since he could seal the dream god with his own abilities, why would he care about the dream god's meager power? If he had the time, he might as well use it to pursue greater power. This was the pride of a powerhouse. Actually, At first, I only wanted to give the dream god's power to you and Yoshiko. I didn't even consider Toyo. After all, even though the dream god has 4 bodies, it might not be enough to strengthen the 2 of you, even though they're all similar in nature. However, I thought about how my subordinates are proficient in illusions, and only the few of you have reached a certain level of strength. Moreover, Toyo has been with me for so long, but I haven't given her any good rewards. That's why I called her over to inherit the dream god's power with you, Seito said with a light smile as he turned to look at Toyo. After hearing Seito's explanation, Kurenai and Uchiha Yoshiko didn't say anything on the surface, but they were extremely moved and felt as if they were being valued. Doyui's mood was more complicated. He was grateful, but also a little disappointed. It was very complicated, but overall, he was more grateful than grateful. However, just as Doyui was lost in her thoughts, a warm palm gently fell on her cheek, bringing her back to reality. "My lord," Toyo called out softly when she saw the owner of the hand. "Sorry, I didn't think of you immediately," Seito said gently. "Sir, you're exaggerating. Your teachings to Toyo-yi in the past are already enough for Toyo-yi to benefit for the rest of his life. To be reminded of Toyo-yi at a time like this is Toyo-ye's greatest honor, so there is no need for Sir to do this." Toyo-yi is also very satisfied. Hearing this, Doyu hurriedly sat up from the tatami and turned to half-kneel on the ground. His voice was filled with gratitude. Seeing that Toyo also said so, Ito-sei didn't say anything. She playfully pinched Do-yui's chest, causing him to blush. Do-yui retracted his hand with a smile and hugged Kurenai, who was lying on his body, and asked her with a smile, "Do you have any more questions?" Kurenai shook her head and rested her head on her chest. Uchiha Yoshiko and Doyu also shook their heads, indicating that there was no problem, since there is no doubt. Then we'll begin to fuse with the dream god's power. "You can start first," Seito said as he looked at Kurenai in his arms. "Okay." Sunset Crimson didn't pretend to decline and nodded slightly in agreement. After more than an hour, the 4 of them got up. Just as Kurenai was about to leave Seito's arms, Seito quickly hugged her and said, "Kurenai, don't leave. Just stay in this position." "HM? Why?" Kurenai looked at Uchiha Yoshiko and Do-yui and said with some embarrassment, "Kurenai, although you are very strong, you are still too far away from God rank, so for safety reasons, I need to use dual cultivation to help you absorb the power. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous during the process." Seito gently moved his hands on Kurenai's back as he patiently explained, "And you don't need to be angry. It will be the same for the 2 of them." Hearing Seito say this, Kurenai let go of the faint embarrassment that had risen in her heart and calmed down. "First, cultivate like you normally do. Enter a meditative state," Seito reminded. Hearing this, Kurenai didn't hesitate. She used her strong willpower to block the strange feeling coming from her body. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to meditate according to the meditation technique Seito taught her. After a while, she was completely immersed in it. Seito, who had sensed the change in Sunset Red's aura, did not waste his breath. With just a thought, he made a move. Then, he summoned the divine body of Phantom Tassis, who was in charge of illusions among the 4 illusion gods, from the void. Using his mind, he controlled the mystic flame and began to burn Phantom Tassis' divine body. Compared to the divine body of the Grim Reaper, Tassis's divine body was only considered as an illusion of a weak god. Under the burning of the mystic fire, it melted completely in a short while. It turned into a ball of liquid that emitted an illusory energy in colorful colors. It floated in the air. Although it was just an unconscious spread of power, Uchiha Yoshiko and Do-yu's expressions changed, and their eyelids twitched involuntarily, and their bodies swayed and fell to the ground. Plop, plop. Ito-sei knew that this was just an unconscious power spreading, and it wouldn't cause any substantial harm to Zhou Weiwei, so he didn't immediately rescue the 2 of them. Instead, with a thought, he guided a finger-thick liquid flow from the ball into Kurenai's forehead. In an instant, Kurenai's expression changed, and her brows wrinkled involuntarily. Calm the mind and clear the air. Let the matter flow in the void, Seito said in a low voice. His voice was very low, but it penetrated Kurenai's brain like thunder, rescuing her from the illusion. Then, Seito leaned forward and kissed Kurenai's lips. His tongue stretched out and went into Kurenai's mouth, entangling with her tongue. Then, he silently operated the Sutra, using himself as the main body to dual cultivate with Kurenai. In an instant, the power in Kurenai's body moved and was guided by Seito to swim away, devouring the dream energy that flowed in from the outside world. Then, Seito's consciousness followed the entangled tongue of the two and went into Kurenai's body, along the gate of heaven, into her sea of consciousness, and found Kurenai's soul under the protection of a light. His body floated forward, hugged Kurenai's soul into his arms, and kissed her lips again. His tongue stretched forward and entangled with Kurenai's tongue. In an instant, the space where the two of them were trembled slightly and became colorful. This is the highest level of dual cultivation, soul intercourse technique, which allows two people's consciousness to be directly connected, and all the thoughts and feelings of each other will be directly transmitted to each other's heart and sea of consciousness. It can accelerate each other's cultivation. It can be said to be a supreme technique. It's just that the conditions for using this technique are very harsh. First of all, the two people who are using this technique must have absolute trust in each other. Otherwise, no matter how pure the mind is, it's difficult to let the two souls meet each other. Secondly, they can't have excessive lewd thoughts during the process, or else they'll harm others and themselves. Both souls will be polluted at the same time. In the best-case scenario, their souls will be weakened, and their cultivation will be hindered. In the worst-case scenario, their souls will be destroyed, and they'll become a soulless shell. Finally, it's best if the two people who are using this technique have similar mental realms. If one of them is too powerful, it's very easy to reach a balance between yin and yang, and the other person's soul will be affected. Of course, this isn't absolute. If one party has enough control and is willing to be the one paying, it's not impossible to perform soul dual cultivation, just like what Seito and Kurenai are doing right now. Just like that, Edo Seiji split his attention and directed Sunset Crimson's energy to devour the liquid energy that the god of the dream realm had refined from Huan Tass's body. At the same time, he transmitted his understanding of illusions and the basics of the realm of gods into Kurenai's consciousness. Kurenai's power and mental realm rose steadily, and she soon broke through the so-called S rank and legendary rank, and began to advance towards the realm of gods. However, just as Kurenai's body was about to complete the transformation, the liquid energy that the god of dreams had refined was completely consumed, cutting it off. Seito didn't hesitate. With a thought, he summoned the divine body of the god of dreams, Ichiro's, and the sealed soul of the god of dreams to his side. He used the mystical fire to refine two balls of liquid energy, one bright and the other dark. Then, with a thought, a thin stream of energy was drawn from each ball of energy and projected into Kurenai's body. The dark energy from Ichiro's divine body continued to be used by Seito to help Kurenai forge her divine body. The energy from the burning soul of the god of dreams was completely used to strengthen Kurenai's soul, helping her complete the transformation of her soul. As a result, under the infusion of the divine body of Ichiro's and the soul of the god of dreams, under Edo Sei's guidance, Kurenai's aura suddenly changed. Although it was still very weak, Kurenai's aura suddenly changed. Although it was faint, it was still very pure and incomparable divine power. Fortunately, Kurenai was promoted to the god of dreams and not a combat-type divine power. Therefore, although her divine power was strong, it didn't have any offensive power. In addition, Seito had set up a suppression barrier outside the house, So except for the sleeping Uchiha Yoshiko and Toyo, no one was affected. Sure enough, just using the divine body and soul of a god of dreams to refine the energy of laws can only make one advance to the realm of gods at most. It can't condense a unique divine personality. Because they were in the midst of dual cultivation, Sei Ito knew the situation of Kurenai's body very well. Then, with another thought, he drew out a stream of liquid from the remaining 90% of the energy from Ichiro's divine body and guided it into Kurenai's body. It just so happens that the four gods of dreams can be combined into one, so I'll use Ichiro's energy as a supplement to help Kurenai condense her divine personality. After doing all this, Sei Ito once again devoted himself to dual cultivation, guiding and teaching Kurenai to condense her divine personality. Time flew by, and without knowing how much time had passed, when only half of the energy from Ichiro's divine body was left, the continuous infusion of energy suddenly stopped. Then Sei Ito and Kurenai's body moved slightly, and their lips that had been sealed together since the start of dual cultivation gently separated, and at the same time, they slowly opened their eyes. "How do you feel?" Sei Ito asked with a smile as he looked at Kurenai, whose bright red eyes flashed with fantastical scenes from time to time. "It's very strange. I feel that as long as I want to, I can enter anyone's consciousness and create illusions in their consciousness." Kurenai thought for a while and said, "Well, it seems that you have begun to feel the divine power of a god of dreams." Sei Ito smiled. Then he put on a serious expression and said, "Go into seclusion later and take good control of your current power." "Okay." Kurenai nodded in agreement. Then she turned her head to look at Uchiha Yoshiko and Toyo, who still hadn't woken up from their sleep, and said, "Send me back." "Okay." Sei Ito nodded in agreement. At the same time, Kurenai put her hands on Sei Ito's shoulders and stood up from his arms. Then, with a thought, Sei Ito used his instant transmission ability to put Kurenai's clothes back on her body, and then nodded slightly to Kurenai, who was looking at him, and used his power to send her back to her original place. Then, Sei Ito stretched out his hand again and held Uchiha Yoshiko in his arms, and gently raised his right hand and put his index finger on her forehead. In the next moment, Uchiha Yoshiko's eyelids trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Senpai, what happened to me just now?" Uchiha Yoshiko asked with some doubt in her eyes. "You were swept by the power of a god of dreams and fell into a dream." Sei Ito smiled, and then asked curiously, "What did you dream of?" Uchiha Yoshiko's face turned red, and she lowered her head shyly without speaking. "It seems that it's something related to me in the dream." Seeing Uchiha Yoshiko's expression, how could Sei Ito not understand? And he laughed proudly. After a while, Sei Ito said seriously, "Okay, let's start. Remember to calm your mind." "Okay." Uchiha Yoshiko replied with a serious face. Then, like Kurenai before, she sat down next to Sei Ito's body and used Mikura to take away Sei Ito's Son of Heaven's sword, and stretched out her arms to hug Sei Ito tightly, forming a posture of hugging Xidagarba with him. Then, Sei Ito smiled and summoned the divine body and soul of Onialos, the head of the god of dreams, who was in charge of the dream world and the divine prophecy. Just like what he did with Ichiro's divine body and Phantom Tassis, he used a mysterious fire to burn Onialos' body and soul into two groups of energy, and used his mind to guide one of them into Uchiha Yoshiko's body. Then, Sei Ito leaned forward, opened his mouth, and kissed Uchiha Yoshiko's lips, and stretched out his tongue to entangle with hers, and began a new round of assistance. Compared to Kurenai, who relied on her own efforts to cultivate, Uchiha Yoshiko, who had the Sharingan, a Kekkei Genkai, was much more unique. Not only did she use the resources in Sei Ito's hands to upgrade her Sharingan to the ultimate state, but with the help of Sei Ito, she even evolved the divine eye, the Rinnegan, with the help of Sei Ito, coupled with the meditation techniques taught by Sei Ito. Uchiha Yoshiko's strength could be said to be the strongest among the three. Just the current level alone has reached the peak of the S+ level in the Origin world, And even if it's just in terms of Jinjutsu alone, she's not half a point worse than the legendary level. It can be said that she's extremely powerful. Chapter 2049. P.S. Thanks to Million Lion and Operation 112 for their precious monthly votes, and thanks to C Flash Pass for his tip. Remember to train hard when you go back. Don't let me down. Seito stretched out his hand and pinched Toyo's cheek lightly. Things went smoothly. Because of Uchiha Yoshiko's strength, the energy consumed for her promotion was much less than Kurenai's. Although in the end, she still borrowed a part of Ichiro's power to complete the condensation of the Godhead. The remaining part was enough for Doyu, who also had Morpheus's divine body and divine soul power. Therefore, after using a small part of Ichiro's divine soul power, Doyu was able to successfully condense his own Godhead. Yes, Senpai, Toyo will definitely not let you down, Toyo said with a red face and a firm expression. Well, go. Seito retracted his hand, and with a thought, he sent Toyo back to his original place. I didn't expect that there would be such a large ball of energy left in the end. After sending Doyo away, Ito-sei looked up at the ball of energy that was still tumbling in the air and muttered to himself. That's right, he muttered to himself as he looked up at the ball of energy that was still tumbling in the air. Ito stretched out his right hand, and his 5 fingers curled into a claw and grabbed the air in front of him. Immediately, the ball of energy that was still rolling in the sky flew towards Ito as if it was being sucked by something. In the process of flying, it strangely shrank, and when it fell into Ito's palm, it became only the size of a tennis ball. Then, with a thought, Ito condensed a thin halo of golden runes around his hand, and like a binding rope, it wrapped around the ball of energy, turning it into a golden ball. Only the last divine soul of Poseidon is left. Seito closed his hand and put away the golden ball in his palm. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from the big house. In the next moment, Seito's figure appeared in the virtual night palace of the spiritual world. Senpai. Seeing Seito, the female guards in the virtual night palace immediately knelt on one knee. They bowed their heads and saluted. Go and call Hellable, Ito-sei ordered in a low voice. Yes. The female guard quickly stood up from the ground, turned around, and quickly left the hall. In less than 2 minutes, Hellable's figure appeared in the hall wearing a white virtual night palace uniform. Senpai. Hellable saluted. Seeing Hellable appear, Ito-sei didn't say anything. With a thought, he took Hellable and disappeared from Las Noches Palace. They appeared in a certain valley in the boundless desert of the spirit realm. Then, he waved his hand and released several 5-colored rays of light. They split into 5 different directions and disappeared into the surrounding void and the valley walls. Then, a transparent energy shield appeared above the desolate valley. But it didn't last long, only 5 or 6 seconds, and then it disappeared into the void again like an illusion. And during this process, Hellable stood quietly on the side without any action. Hellable, enter the returning blade state. After everything was done, Seito looked up at the calm Hellable and said, Yes. Without asking for the reason, Hellable simply answered. Then, Hellable raised her hand and pulled out the Zanpakuto from her back. She held it in her hand, and her spiritual pressure surged as she loudly chanted the Zanpakuto's liberation language. Conquer him, Empress of the Mermaid. Almost instantly, a majestic spiritual pressure erupted from Hellable's body, and a huge wave surged out from the ground beneath her feet like a pearl clam. Then, it rose high and quickly wrapped around Hellable, who was in the middle of the clam wave. In the next moment, the water ball suddenly exploded, and Hellable reappeared. But at this time, Hellable's attire underwent a drastic change. The original top and pants disappeared, replaced by a pair of knee-high white bone boots and a black bottom with white bones as the edges. She wore a combat skirt very much in the style of an Amazon female warrior, and a white bone breastplate that just covered the front of her chest and supported her ample breast from sagging. Her beautiful ancient skin was naturally exposed to the air and the slender bone belt on her back fluttered in the wind. Her shoulders were completely covered by shoulder pads made of the same bone, and they were erected high to protect the left and right sides of her neck. She wore a white bone vambrace, similar to the one on her legs. A huge shark gill-patterned greatsword replaced the original short blade in her hand. Hellable, today I will help you become a god. Seito looked at Hellable in front of him with satisfaction and said in a deep voice, "As you command, sir." Hellable knelt on one knee and said firmly. She didn't show any uncontrollable excitement from hearing that she was going to become a god, or an expression of disbelief, as if she had just heard something very normal. Seito nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. He reached out with one hand and took out the pot of Athena that had Poseidon sealed in it from the void. He held it in front of him with one arm and moved his left hand gently to the top of the seal of Athena's amulet on the pot of Athena. He tore it off with a hiss. In an instant, a visible tremor began to occur on the pot of Athena. Seito knew that the soul of Poseidon inside noticed the weakening of the seal and couldn't wait to come out. "Then I'll fulfill your wish." Seito smiled evilly. Then his left hand moved up, grabbed the lid of the pot of Athena, and opened it. In an instant, a golden light full of divine power bloomed from the pot. Then, a soul full of violent aura and water fluctuations flew out of the pot of Athena and floated in the air. "I, Poseidon, am finally free. Athena, this time I will defeat you and let you have a taste of being sealed." The old man was wearing a white Greek-style robe. He was burly and majestic, but the beard on his face made him look very old. However, he still exuded a strange charm as he laughed wildly in the air. At the same time, along with his laughter, waves of power spread out and oppressed in all directions. Hellable frowned at the side and struggled to resist with his own strength. Poseidon probably noticed Hellable's spiritual pressure and stopped laughing. He lowered his head and looked at the two people below. "Are you the one who let me out?" Poseidon's eyes flashed as he noticed the pot of Athena in Ito-Sei's arms and asked in a deep voice. "Yes." Seito smiled. "You're not a sea gladiator?" Poseidon frowned. "In that case, as a thank you for releasing me from the seal, I'll use your body as my physical body in the mortal world." Poseidon then said lightly. Immediately, his figure shot towards Seito. Bang! With a muffled sound, Poseidon flew backward at a speed faster than when he came. Poseidon used his divine power to stop his body and frowned at Seito, who didn't even move half a step. "Forget it. I'm not interested in playing with an old man like you. Just follow your kind and become my resources." Ito-Sei looked up at the Sea Emperor Poseidon and said in a low voice. As his voice fell, the chaotic mystic fire suddenly emerged from Poseidon's side and formed a hollow flame ball. It wrapped Poseidon in the middle and then compressed inwardly, burning Poseidon's divine soul. In an instant, a fierce scream came from the mystic fireball. "No, how can it be? How can an ant like you have something that can hurt a god?" Poseidon roared angrily as the mystic fire surged. Poseidon used his divine power to resist the burning of the mystic fire. Rubik's Cube cut off the vitality around him. Seito, who ignored Poseidon's roar, thought to himself. In an instant, the space where Poseidon was shook. The vitality quickly disappeared in a way that he couldn't understand, turning the area around him into a vacuum. Although Little Universe was a strange martial art that could obtain powerful strength through the movement of atoms, in Ito-Sei's research, in addition to its overbearing attributes, as long as the user's willpower was enough, even if the user's soul collapsed into particles, it was not a problem. However, it did not lack some of the characteristics of ordinary martial arts. For example, it could also interact with the free vitality wandering around in the surrounding space. It also had the power to improve the quality of the soul. It also had the function of prolonging one's life. Although the last one made, say, Ito feel very strange. Therefore, although sealing off the vitality supply around him wouldn't immediately kill Poseidon, it would definitely increase his strength by a lot. Therefore, Seito believed that it wouldn't take long for Poseidon to be refined into a ball of rule energy for him and Hellebel to use, just like death god Danados and the four dream gods. And the reality was just as Seito thought. After fighting for almost 2 hours, Poseidon's spiritual power was finally depleted. He could no longer resist the burning of the mystic fire and was refined into an azure ball of rule energy that exuded a powerful ocean and water rule, as expected of one of the three main gods. Just as soul is so troublesome, Seito couldn't help but sigh as he unexpectedly found that the refining time was much longer than expected. Then, he turned around and walked to Hellebel. "It's about to begin," Seito said softly. Then, without waiting for Hellebel's reply, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace. He opened his mouth and kissed her lips, his tongue entwining with Hellebel's. "Open your mind and don't resist. Follow my guidance." Seito transmitted his voice directly into Hellebel's heart. Chapter 2050. Boom! With a violent explosion in the air, a powerful aura burst out from Hellebel's body, forming a spiritual hurricane visible to the naked eye that rushed into the sky. However, it was immediately suppressed by a transparent barrier that appeared out of nowhere, forming a stalemate with it. At the same time, the many bone armors on Hellebel's body seemed to be unable to withstand the impact and shattered under the impact of the spiritual hurricane. They turned into dust and disappeared in an instant under the blowing of the spiritual hurricane. Hellebel, who had completely evolved into his human form, was completely exposed to the air. However, at this time, Seito had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of him. He hurriedly separated a trace of his mind to shift his clothes so that he was as naked as Hellebel. Then, he moved one hand down and grabbed his sword and delivered it to Hellebel's scabbard. He straightened his waist and sent it into the scabbard. Although he was concentrating on comprehending, the strange feeling in his body still made Hellebel, who had a lot of inspiration, let out a low moan involuntarily. Similarly, Seito, who had no time to carefully appreciate the wonderful feeling, moved his hands and pulled Hellebel's legs. He bent his legs and sat down cross-legged, letting Hellebel sit in his arms. Then, he moved his hands up again and hugged Hellebel's body. He closed his eyes and concentrated, activating the secret dual cultivation method to help Hellebel suppress the violent energy that suddenly expanded and erupted. Not long after, the spiritual hurricane that was gushing out suddenly paused and then decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye until it finally turned into a breeze that drifted in the desolate valley. I really underestimated the strength of the soul after reaching the level of Vasto Lord. He's actually only one step away from the divine soul realm. In addition, Hellebel and Poseidon are so compatible. Maybe Hellebel can directly surpass the elementary gods and weak gods. He'll become an intermediate god with divine strength, or even go one step further and become a higher god with divine strength comparable to a golden immortal. Seito, who could finally divide a part of his mind to let his imagination run wild, secretly looked forward to it. But shortly after, Seito calmed himself down and devoted himself to the dual cultivation with Hellebel. After all, this was a rare opportunity to comprehend the laws of water at close range. It would be a waste if he didn't make good use of it. Ching Feng supported him. The valley fell into a state of silence. Time flowed, and the sun rose and set. It was unknown how much time had passed. On this day, as Hellebel's eyelids trembled slightly, Seito and Hellebel both withdrew from the dual cultivation state. Not bad. Itose silently looked at Hellebel in front of him and smiled. It was just as he had expected. Although Poseidon's resistance had consumed a lot of his divine strength, the remaining part, combined with Hellebel's own aptitude, had successfully pushed her to the level of an intermediate god with divine strength that was the same as Sei Ito's current true immortal rank. Although she was only at the lower level of an intermediate god with divine strength, and according to Sei Ito's conversion, she was around the level of a complete beginner true immortal. However, Sei Ito was still very happy. After all, she was the first true immortal level expert in the entire Rubik's Cube world. As for Suzu Ito, who had received the power of death god Danados, she had consumed too much of her divine strength. In the end, she had no choice but to stay at the level of a weak god, which was around the level of an intermediate or high divine immortal. Unfortunately, she had not stepped into the level of a true immortal. Hellable was about to get up when she heard that, but after struggling a little and failing to break free from Sei Ito's embrace, she stopped. She looked at Sei Ito with a serious expression and said, "Thank you, my lord. Do you feel very empty in your body right now?" Sei Ito's palm gently stroked Hellable's firm waist as he asked. "Yes." Hellable, who had used her strong will to block out the strange feeling from her body, replied, without a change in expression. "I happen to have 2 more things in my hands. Let me give you a hand." Sei Ito smiled. Then, with a thought, a dark-colored polygonal crystal wrapped in a flickering substance appeared beside him and Hellable. It was the legendary metal that sealed a large amount of Poseidon's divine power, Alahar steel. When she felt the power emanating from the crystal, Hellable instinctively had the urge to devour it. Sei Ito, who vaguely sensed Hellable's impulse, did not waste any time. He smiled and pointed at the crystal beside him. The next moment, there was a crisp crack. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal. Immediately after, the violent energy sealed within began to erupt, and the entire crystal exploded into pieces with a pop. "Absorb with all your might," Sei Ito reminded in a deep voice as he waved his hand to set up a restriction in the surrounding space and trap the Poseidon's divine power that gushed out from the exploded Alahar steel. Hellable, who was filled with hunger for this energy, did not hesitate and immediately began to circulate the power in her body instinctively. In an instant, the entire space shook. Hellable's body was like a bottomless black hole, sucking in the surrounding energy in large mouthfuls. Sei Ito did not disturb her. Instead, he silently watched everything in front of him as he thought to himself at the same time. Looks like after devouring the power of Poseidon's divine soul, Hellable can skillfully manipulate and absorb the Poseidon's divine power refined from the small universe, even if she doesn't master something like the small universe. A moment later, the surrounding air shook again. Hellable, who had absorbed all of the Poseidon's divine power, stopped. However, her condition seemed to be a little unstable. Waves of powerful Poseidon's divine aura would emanate from her body from time to time. "Looks like you need to concentrate on cultivating for a while before you can receive the other thing," Sei Ito said. "Yes," Hellable replied softly. "Sigh, I was a little too hasty." "Forget it. I'll send you back now," Sei Ito said regretfully as he let go of Hellable. The latter stood up and backed away from Sei Ito. "It's a little rushed today. After you finish cultivating, we'll finish what we're going to do today," Sei Ito said with a chuckle as he waved his hand and conjured a set of Las Noches clothes and handed it to Hellable. Since she had evolved into a god, the memories of the human soul she had devoured in the past had all emerged in her mind. They were refiltered, organized, and absorbed to form Hellable's unique consciousness and memories. Therefore, Hellable, who had a complete understanding of certain things about humans, naturally knew what Sei Ito was talking about. However, due to the influence of some emotions that had awakened, she did not know how to answer at the moment. She could only silently take the white clothes and put them on silently. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled and did not say anything. He waved his hand and took out a set of beige, casual clothes from his house to put them on. Then, he activated his power and brought Hellable, who was also dressed, back to Las Noches Palace. "Cultivate well. I look forward to the next time we meet," Sei Ito said with a smile as he looked at Hellable. Then, without waiting for her answer, he disappeared from Hellable's eyes in a flash. Almost the moment he disappeared, Accompanied by a slight sound of breaking through the air, 3 figures appeared in Las Noches Palace. They were Helibal's subordinates, Apache, Mia Ross, and Sunday, through Sunday, Lord Helibal. The 3 of them said with an anxious expression full of concern. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had distributed almost all the souls and divine bodies, appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. How long did it take me this time? Sei Ito asked softly. 3 years, 7 months, and 15 days. It actually took more than 3 years. Sei Ito, who got the answer, frowned and thought to himself. Plus the time spent by Kurenai, Uchiha Miko, Toyayuya, and Lee Sin. I didn't expect that nearly 10 years had passed without me noticing. Sei Ito sighed helplessly. Then, with a serious expression, he thought to himself, anyway, it's been so long. It doesn't matter if I stay in this world for 1 or 2 more years. After thinking about it, Sei Ito turned his palm, and a sacred cabinet with Athena's talisman on it appeared in his palm. Then, with a slight movement of his palm, he tore off Athena's talisman and opened the lid of the sacred cabinet. In a split second, a soul wrapped in pitch-black armor emerged from the pitch-black virtual dial. Only its upper body was visible from the pitch-black virtual dial. Its abdomen and the surface of the dial were covered with runes written in the Greek language of Kairos, which were written in dark red Greek characters. This soul was the unrecorded divine soul of the god of time, Kailos. Then, without giving him any chance to resist, Sei Ito directly summoned the mystic fire from the void, which could refine all things, and formed a fireball to wrap him in the middle, refining Kailos. Immediately, Kailos's miserable howl rang out from within the central profound flame. Let me go. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to do anything for you. Then Kailos's terrified pleas for mercy rang out. Not interested, Sei Ito said coldly. Then, no matter how much Kailos shouted, he ignored him. I curse you. I curse you to be punished by the gods. My soul will be cast into the abyss and suffer endless torment. After a short while, Kailos, who had entered the final moments of his life, cursed loudly with a voice filled with madness. Then, the mystic fire disappeared, and a formless ball of energy appeared. Even if it was just standing there, it would flicker in and out of existence, as if it was an indeterminate and formless time. Cursing me? Let me devour you first and contribute to my path of advancement. Sei Ito sneered. Then he bent his legs and sat down in the void, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. With a thought, he pulled over the ball of energy refined by Kailos and began his cultivation. Chapter 2051. Accompanied by a long exhalation sound, a stream of air visible to the naked, I quickly flew out of Ito Sei's mouth like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it shot out dozens of feet and then suddenly exploded, turning into dozens of erratic wind vortexes, blowing in all directions. However, just as a few of the turbulent winds blew in front of him, Sei Ito, whose eyes were still closed, raised his right hand slowly and gently pointed forward. The entire turbulent wind immediately dissipated and quickly blended into the void. Then Sei Ito withdrew his hand and slowly opened his eyes. 2 strands of ever-changing mist immediately spread out from his eyes. Like a black hole, they swallowed all the light in the surroundings. After a while, they slowly disappeared, revealing a pair of eyes that were as dark as the night sky and as bright as the stars. Just a little bit more, what a pity. Sei Ito sighed with some regret. Rubik's Cube, how long did it take me to meditate this time? Then Sei Ito asked the void loudly. 16 months and 23 days. Almost a year and a half. It's time to go back to the main world and take a look. I don't know what the situation is over there now. Sei Ito whispered to himself. Send me back. As soon as the words fell, a huge dark vortex immediately emerged from the void above him, releasing a majestic suction force. Sei Ito who did not resist at all, turned into a colorful stream of light and disappeared into the center of the vortex like a bubble. Crackle, accompanied by the sound of glass breaking. Seito's figure reappeared on Earth. The concentration and activity of the spiritual energy have increased a lot. Seito took a deep breath as if he was reminiscing, then exhaled and said, "The same goes for the improvement of the dimension. It seems that in another 1 or 2 years, I can completely get rid of the shackles of the three-dimensional world. Enter the four-dimensional world." Then his figure flashed, and he returned to his apartment in Tokyo, Japan. He flipped his palm and took the remote control on the coffee table, as usual. Then he pressed the red switch button on the TV. Tokyo Mop. Then the familiar sound of an advertisement came from the television screen that gradually lit up. Ito-sei, who didn't turn off the TV, threw the remote control back to the sofa with a skillful throw. With a flip of his hand, he took out a small black ball and threw it out. The next moment, the surface of the small black ball lit up slightly and shot out fine laser beams, weaving a virtual rectangular screen in mid-air and displaying an image. In that scene, Yi Zichen could see that. A dark gray planet with a bumpy surface was floating in the dark universe. Hundreds of battleships were hovering on one side of the dark planet like space garbage. They were sparsely spread out, forming something like a square battle. This was the moon and the Archangel fleet guarding around the moon. But Seito, who saw this image, suddenly frowned. Then he ordered in a deep voice, "Connect to the defense fleet." Suddenly, the image changed, showing the scene inside the ship's bridge. "Sir!" A pink-haired woman in a white Earth Army uniform quickly stood up from the captain's seat and saluted. "What's the matter?" Seito asked in a deep voice. "Sir, a month ago, at about 7 o'clock on the night of May 17th, a large number of Orion Empire battleships appeared near the orbit of Jupiter's moon Ganymede and the orbit of Mars at the same time and engaged in a fierce battle with us. In 3.5 hours, Li Jing used the black hole weapons of the 3 warships, Ares, Assur, and Morrigan, as well as the Rainbow Rail Cannon defensive circle left by Sir, and finally annihilated all the enemies. In this battle, we destroyed a total of 312 Archangel battleships, and 57 were injured. The warship Ares sank, and the warship Assur was moderately damaged," the woman replied in a deep voice with a sorrowful expression. The woman paused for a moment, then said with a stern expression, "Due to the heavy losses and the inability to receive further orders from my lord, I acted on my own accord and ordered the remaining troops of Jupiter's defense forces to abandon Jupiter's defense circle and retreat to the moon. Please punish me, my lord." One must know, Seito released a total of about 570 battleships, so the destruction of 312 battleships was equivalent to eliminating 2/3 of them, plus 57 battleships that were seriously damaged and waiting to be repaired. The number of battleships that could fight was even less. If they stubbornly defended 2 places, it was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. In this regard, Seito naturally understood. He waved his hand and said, "Your decision is correct. Why should I punish you? What's more, the battlefield is constantly changing. As the frontline commander, you naturally understand it better than me, who often disappears. So if this situation happens again in the future, you only need to act according to the situation at the time and do what you want. There's no need to report everything." "Thank you, sir, for your forgiveness," the woman said gratefully. "All right, gather the damaged battleships. I'll go and change your equipment later," Seito said. "Yes, sir," the woman replied. Then the scene changed and returned to the cosmos. Even with the black hole weapon, they still managed to fight to this extent. Orion Empire is indeed a difficult opponent. Looks like the next time they come, they won't be able to achieve a similar victory through trickery, Seito sighed softly. This was Seito's evaluation of this battle. A victory through trickery. If it wasn't for the fact that Orion Empire probably didn't expect Earth to be able to form a space fleet in such a short period of time and possess a powerful weapon like the black hole weapon, this battle wouldn't have been so easy to win. Earth might have even lost to them. As a high-dimensional space civilization that had the right to speak in the fourth and fifth dimensions, and as a tyrannical military civilization, say Ito didn't believe that Orion Empire didn't have a black hole weapon or something that could counter the black hole weapon. How else could Ares have been destroyed? Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was a concentrated fire, but the possibility of that was low. However, with this blow, the Orion Empire should also completely regard Earth as a thorn in their side, right? Ito Sei, who waved his hand and put away the small black ball, thought to himself. Then his body flashed and disappeared from the room. The next moment, in the dark cosmos, Sei Ito's figure appeared from the void. Gil informed the rest to start changing, Sei Ito said telepathically to the pink-haired woman who reported to him earlier. Yes, sir. After waiting for about a minute, Sei Ito, who felt that it was about time, opened the Rubik's Cube world and created a huge black hole in the void of the universe. Like a black hole, it covered all the battleships. In an instant, all the battleships were swallowed together. At the same time, all the battleships that returned to the Rubik's Cube world had a female announcement. Attention all personnel, attention all personnel, please leave the ship immediately and gather at the square. Follow the guide to complete the change of battleship. I repeat, attention all personnel. Attention all personnel, please leave the ship immediately and gather at the square. Follow the guide to complete the change of battleship. About 2 hours later, with Sei Ito's telepathic thought again, as many as 3,000 new Archangel battleships and hundreds of special dimensional spaceships appeared in the lunar orbit. Under the sunlight, they reflected a metallic glow. Leave 500 battleships and 20 Ares here. The remaining battleships are divided into 2 batches, advancing toward Jupiter and Mars respectively. However, they don't need to enter the orbit of the 2 planets. They only need to patrol the space between the 2 planets and Earth. Gil is still the commander-in-chief, and the others will assist from the side. In addition, I have opened the teleportation authority for the Book of Elves in your hands, allowing you to return to our world during your routine vacation. Sei Ito released his telepathic thought, enveloping the entire fleet. His voice was transmitted into everyone's mind. Yes, pink-haired Gil and several other generals responded loudly. Let's start, Sei Ito said. Almost at the next moment, the propellers at the rear of all the battleships lit up at the same time, blooming bright light outward, pushing the battleships slowly into 3 batches and scattering according to Sei Ito's instructions. I hope it's enough. Otherwise, I can only take the risk of going to a useless world and use Thunder Tree technology as a base. Looking at the 2 battleships that were gradually disappearing, Sei Ito couldn't help but sigh. Then his figure flashed, and he returned to his apartment in Tokyo, Japan. Then he didn't stay in the house for long. After turning off the TV with the remote control, he launched the space ability again and flashed to the ice crack in the Himalayas. Opening the ambiguous space, he stepped into the dark zero-dimensional channel and walked to the Ackerman Hall. He didn't have time to wander around the Earth now. Who knows how strong the endurance of the Orion Empire after suffering such a great defeat would be. Maybe in the next moment, they would come to the 3-dimensional universe where the Earth was located with a punitive army and show their power, or even directly attack the Earth with a planet-destroying weapon. Therefore, Sei Ito was now very eager to upgrade the Earth dimension. He couldn't wait for the entire Earth to be promoted to a 4-dimensional universe in the next second. With the Akasha system's authority greatly increased, it used the planetary authority granted by the universe to shield the surrounding space, making it difficult for the Orion Empire to come over. In this slightly anxious mood, Sei Ito stepped out of the zero-dimensional channel and entered the Ackerman Hall. Lord, seeing Sei Ito appear, the guards guarding the Ackerman Hall immediately knelt on one knee and saluted. Sei Ito waved at them casually, walked straight to the edge of the Akasha system's domain, and disappeared from the eyes of the guards in a flash. 10 minutes later, Sei Ito once again stood under the Akasha system and looked up at the blazing white ball of light in midair. Let me see to what extent you can improve under my world force after completely unsealing, Seito secretly said. Then he gently closed his eyes and connected to the Akashic system with his mind. As usual, he infused the Akashic system with the world force that he had recently earned and the world force that was naturally born when the Rubik's Cube world was operating. In an instant, a colorful light flashed from the surface of the Akashic system. After an unknown amount of time, with a long exhalation, Seito slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful aura that slightly distorted the entire Akasha system domain erupted from his body. I've finally stepped into the golden immortal realm. Now, let's see what Tensho can do to me. The corners of Seito's mouth curled up slightly, and he softly sneered with a biting cold expression. In the Akasha system's feedback of the universe, as usual, Seito finally broke through the barrier of the golden immortal realm that he encountered after absorbing Ki's soul. He officially became a golden immortal who could touch the laws with his soul and grasp the surface of the true laws. However, after reaching the golden immortal realm, because the future promotion had to be done through comprehending the laws to condense the Tao fruit, the feedback of the Akasha system was not as effective as before. Therefore, although he still obtained a lot of benefits, it only stabilized Seito's golden immortal realm and did not directly push his realm to a certain edge like before. Of course, the price he paid was also high. That was, under the scouring of the world's power, his body and the power in his body were once again poisoned by the assimilation of the world's power. He needed a certain amount of time to recuperate and adjust before he could recover. However, Seito was already prepared for this, so he was not surprised and calmly accepted it. Then he raised his head and looked at the Akasha system that had turned back into a white ball of light. He narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself, I still need at least 2 more infusions of this level, as long as there is a number. Then Seito did not stay any longer. He withdrew his mind, turned around, and left the Akasha domain. He returned to the Ackerman Hall and stepped straight into the ambiguous space under the gaze of many guards. He passed through the zero-dimensional channel and returned to Earth. Speaking of which, I forgot to go back to Shinangjia to take a look. I don't know what happened there after I left. Seito, who was suspended in the blue sky, turned his head and looked in the direction of Shinangjia. Forget it. I'll wait until I recover from my injuries before going there. Otherwise, if a great demon really appears there, going there in my current state is tantamount to suicide. Thinking of this, Seito withdrew his gaze, and with a thought, he returned to his apartment in Tokyo in a flash. As usual, Seito habitually took out the small black ball and threw it forward to activate it. He then checked the situation in the universe from the virtual screen displayed by it. The situation was not bad. Although more than a month had passed, the fleet of the Orion Empire did not appear. The guards arranged by Seito were still intact in the universe, patrolling between Jupiter and Earth and between Earth and Mars, according to his instructions. Chapter 2052. P.S. Thank you to KX Mars for your precious monthly votes. P.S. That's all for today. My back hurts. Although I'll have to make up for it tomorrow, I have no choice. That's all. Crackle, crackle. Amidst the familiar sound of glass shattering, Seito's figure suddenly appeared at the top of a mountain. What a dense spiritual energy! Seito exclaimed as he took a deep breath. 2 white gas snakes immediately appeared under his nostrils. No wonder there are so many exaggerated experts in this world. Immediately after, the white mist surrounding Seito trembled slightly, as if it was being absorbed by something. It quickly disappeared into his body, revealing Seito in a green robe. Then, Seito used his innate spiritual sense to sense the direction and step down the mountain. Almost at the instant he left the mountain and entered the world, far away in a valley that was filled with spirit energy, the expression of an old man with a protruding head, white beard, and a skinny figure, but eyes that were as bright as the stars, suddenly changed. He waved his arm horizontally, and a yellow tortoise shell with profound patterns on it flew into his hand from a distance. The 5 fingers of his right hand touched together, and he seemed to be calculating something in ink like a street fortune teller. After a moment, the old man's face turned pale. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. His expression turned ashen. "I can't calculate it." The old man's expression changed as he muttered to himself. "It seems that my great Shang is really going to enter the autumn of many generations." With a sigh, the old man threw the tortoise shell aside and sat down cross-legged. He circulated his energy through his eyes to recover the damage caused by the backfire of the factoring method. Was I discovered just like that? I've underestimated the experts of this world. At the same time, Sei Ito, who was walking in the forest, paused and looked up at the blue sky. Then he retracted his gaze and continued down the mountain. With Sei Ito's speed, a wilderness appeared in front of him in about 20 minutes. Then, Sei Ito casually sensed the direction and chose a direction. He strode forward. When night fell, Sei Ito found himself in a bustling city. However, just as Sei Ito was about to find a place to rest and ask where he was, a violent yuan qi fluctuation came from afar. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows when he sensed the yuan qi fluctuation. In a flash, he disappeared from the street and rushed towards the center of the yuan qi fluctuation. Half a minute later, the top of the mountain was covered in snow. However, Sei Ito was able to see the black smoke rising from the top of the mountain. The core of the yuan qi turbulence was in the belly of the mountain near the top. Sei Ito looked up at the sky and thought to himself, "Don't tell me I just happened to run into that." In the sky, a huge round moon that looked like a golden plate was hanging high in the sky, emitting a gentle and cold light. As expected, of course, that was just a thought. However, his feet did not stop at all. His body moved like a wisp of smoke towards the mountain. On the platform near the top of the mountain, several villains with strange figures, clothes, and appearances could be seen at a glance. They were clearly not good people. Their figures were nimbly shuttling through the surrounding armored soldiers. They waved the sharp blades in their hands and killed the soldiers who squeezed forward one by one as if they were chopping vegetables. How could their arrogant and invincible appearance be described with the word arrogant? However, it was not as if there was no one who could stop them. Among the many soldiers, there were also several old and young men and women wearing armor. They were either holding a hard bow, a bamboo tube, or thin needles and simple books. They were fighting with the villains to prevent more soldiers from dying. Even so, there was still a large number of soldiers who died in the hands of the villains. Their corpses littered the ground, and their blood soaked the earth. Among them, there was a tall and sturdy man. However, the color of his skin was different from that of humans. It was a coquettish sky blue. His upper body was naked, and he wore a pair of cloth pants that were almost the same color as his skin. His feet were wrapped in iron gold boots. His skin was red, and his hair was scattered like that of a savage. There was a headband and a fawn-like yellow menace embedded on his forehead and lips. His face was ferocious like an evil spirit. The guy who waved the mace in his hand could always bring out a bloody wind. Clang! At this moment, the blue-skinned man who had just turned around and forced the man and woman to attack suddenly slammed the mace in his hand on the ground. He raised his hands high and slapped them on the top of his head. He opened his mouth and let out a shocking roar. Ha! Ah! In an instant, a coquettish dark green light visible to the naked eye flew out from the heads of the surrounding dead soldiers. As if attracted by something, it quickly flew towards the blue-skinned man's hands that were pressed on the ground. As he straightened his body, it gathered into a ball and rolled between his hands. From time to time, there would be terrifying skeleton-like scenes emerging from the ball of air, causing the onlookers to tremble in fear. Of course, the blue-skinned man's loud roar did not only create this terrifying ball of air that had a shocking visual effect. Similarly, it also caused the man and woman in front of him to turn pale. Their minds were in a mess, and they looked as if their hearts were palpitating. Then the blue-skinned man shouted again. He turned around and blasted the dark green ball of air in his hand at the stone door behind him. Huh. In an instant, there was a thunderous boom. The huge stone door seemed to have been struck by a thunderbolt. It exploded fiercely. Rubble flew in all directions, and an irregular hole that was big enough for two people to walk side by side appeared. As soon as this happened, the expressions of the old men and women who were fighting the enemy immediately changed drastically. But in the next moment, before the blue-skinned man who had just retrieved his wolf-toothed club could move again, several arrows wrapped in sharp cheese shot towards him like lightning, flying towards him. The blue-skinned man spread his arms and used his hands to cover his face. His legs were half-bent, and a surge of vigorous yuan qi surged around him. He ignored the attack of the arrows and rushed through the door. It was as if the arrows had hit an iron rock. They broke apart one after another and fell to the ground with a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. At this moment, a middle-aged man in green robes and a tall crown on his head flew in front of the blue-skinned man with a zither in his hands. The end of the zither was like a hammer, smashing towards the blue-skinned man's head. Seeing this, the blue-skinned man did not panic. He reached out with one hand and blocked the end of the zither with a bang. However, just as he was about to swing his arm and destroy the zither, a crisp sound of the zither suddenly rang out. The sound pierced his ears like a sharp sword, causing the blue-skinned man to be stunned. Then there's the sound of the air being torn apart. Another arrow made of fine iron flew in front of the blue-skinned man. In just a moment, it would have shot into the blue-skinned man's eyes. Good. The bald youth, who thought that his arrow would definitely succeed, shouted excitedly. But in the next second, there was a crisp clang. The sharp arrow was blocked by the blue-skinned man's closed eyes. This situation was really unbelievable, but they had no choice but to believe it. They could only sigh at the fact that the other party was not human. Then, the blue-skinned man tightened his grip on the zither and pulled it out of the green-robed man's arms. He injected yuan qi and whipped it at the other party. The green-robed man was shocked. He hurriedly twisted his body in midair, forcefully dodging the fierce blow. But just as the blue-skinned man was about to follow up with another attack, a new wave of yuan qi suddenly appeared. It exuded a surging aura that shocked him as it rapidly bombarded him. The blue-skinned man did not dare hesitate. He quickly changed his target to the other party. He waved his arm and used the zither in his hand to meet the attack. Bang! The large palm landed, causing a dull sound to ring out. But in the next second, the sturdy zither, made of precious hardwood, exploded. The other party's palm continued to land on the blue-skinned man without slowing down, forcing his body to crash heavily into the stone statue behind him. Boom! As if it had been hit by a heavy object, the human-sized stone statue immediately collapsed, turning into large pieces that spread out. Without the support of something, the blue-skinned man's body flew back uncontrollably. He only stopped when he was about 10 feet away. The blue-skinned man, who was feeling stifled, laughed strangely. He waved his hand and stabbed the wolf-toothed club into the ground. He clasped his hands in front of him and thrust his palms like an awl towards the incoming palm. Boom! An explosive force immediately erupted with the two of them at the center. However, the blue-skinned man was standing on the other party's position, so the other party could also use the force of the fall. As a result, the blue-skinned man was naturally weaker than the blue-skinned man. Immediately, the ground under the blue-skinned man's feet shattered with a boom, causing him to sink halfway into the ground. Using the force of this attack, the other party leapt back into the air. Knowing that the other party would definitely launch a powerful attack, the blue-skinned man did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly pressed his hands to the ground and circulated his inner qi, sucking in large amounts of yin qi. In an instant, a visible jade-green light surged toward the blue-skinned man. At the same time, the strange villains and the old men and women with strange weapons charged into the hall one after another. They surrounded one of the 9 cauldrons in the hall and began to fiercely attack and defend. Voila! The blue-skinned man, who was holding a ball of jade-green chi high in the air and surrounded by a green demonic cloud of skeletons, leapt out of the hole. He took the initiative to meet the golden-armored middle-aged man who was descending from the sky, his origin chi blazing like fire and connecting heaven and earth. The blue-skinned man activated his demonic art and slammed his palms together with the other party. Boom! Although it was just a clash of palms, a thunderous sound rang out from between the two. Then a loud sound that was not as loud as the two of them, but still shook the hearts of everyone present, rang out in the stone hall. Clang! The cauldron shattered, the gold-like brass fragments shooting out in all directions like arrows filled with power. Ha! You've broken a cauldron. Let's see if you can still use the 9 cauldrons wondrous technique. The monk wearing a kasaya and holding his staff laughed loudly. Despicable bald donkey, I'll take your dog life. The green-robed youth holding a brush flew behind the monk and thrusted the brush forward as he roared. Chapter 2053. P.S. Thank you to Bloody Battles in the 3 Realms for your precious monthly votes. A weak scholar like you, you're more like helping me roll my shoes. The monk spun and stepped on the ground with one foot. He raised his ring-encircled staff to meet the scholar's iron pen. Ding! But immediately, the monk's expression changed. The solid ground under his feet changed and was filled with yellow sand. The suction force wrapped around his legs and swallowed him into the depths of the sand. But before he could struggle, the young scholar, who had leaped into the air with the help of the previous collision, waved his left hand, and the bamboo scroll in his hand smashed down like a hammer. The monk didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly raised his staff to meet the scholar. Clang! Even though he had used the strength of his arm to block the scholar's head-on blow, the monk's body was rapidly sinking into the sand under the scholar's great strength. In the blink of an eye, half of his body had been swallowed up. No matter how strong his martial arts were, he could not break free. Moreover, there were several other men and women around him. They would not let him break free from the sand. It could be said that he was in a situation where death was certain. The monk couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. He shouted, "Brother, save me. Don't be afraid. I'll save you." At the same time, a loud shout came from not far away. Then a green shadow flashed and rushed to the edge of the sand. But how could the old men and women, who had taken down an enemy with great difficulty, let him save the monk? They immediately jumped up and used all kinds of methods to block the newcomer. Don't even think about saving him. Relying on his outstanding lightness kung fu, the green shadow dodged to the side and avoided the interception of several people by a hair's breadth. He floated to the top of the monk and grabbed the monk's monk staff with one hand. Using his arm strength, he pulled the monk, who was almost 200 pounds, out of the sand pit. But at this moment, a vigorous and unstoppable primordial chi, like a tidal wave, pressed down on the green shadow. The green shadow's expression changed slightly. He turned around in the air and used his internal strength to meet the attack with his palm. Bang! The palm power surged and poured into the green shadow. It also pressed down on the monk who was used to support his body. The sand was originally a quicksand pit that wasn't easy to bear. Moreover, the monk had just escaped and hadn't gained a foothold yet. How could he bear the pressure of the palm power? His feet slipped and his whole body fell into the sand. But what made the monk even more bitterly disappointed and resentful was that the green shadow that came to save him actually stepped on his stomach, completely disregarding his life and death. Using him as a stepping stone, the green shadow used his lightness skill and floated away into the distance. Under the green shadow's step, the monk could no longer be saved. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed up by the sand, leaving no trace behind. Boom! At the same time, the middle-aged man in golden armor, who was disturbed by the sound of the cauldron breaking, was suddenly distracted by the blue-skinned man's inner chi and shot toward the roof of the palace like a cannonball. Cough! Under the heavy impact, the heroic middle-aged man, who felt his internal organs shift, instinctively coughed. He coughed up a handful of blood from his mouth. Logically speaking, the middle-aged man should not have lost so quickly. However, the fight between masters was always a sliver of opportunity, not to mention that it was an extremely dangerous internal energy competition. Therefore, that sliver of distraction became the key to victory or defeat for the two men. The blue-skinned man didn't show any mercy. He flew toward the bronze cauldron in the center of the round platform surrounded by blue water. Green demon Chi rolled in his hand and smashed toward the bronze cauldron. Seeing this, the bald youth's expression changed drastically, and he shot several arrows at the blue-skinned man without regard for anything else. However, it was also because of his eagerness that he did not notice that another person had arrived behind him. While he was distracted, the other party wrapped a long and thin chain around his neck like a fishing rod, choking his throat and making it difficult for him to breathe. The arrow he shot was the same as before. It was blocked by the blue-skinned man's body. Then, the chain flew and a metal head smashed heavily on the back of the bald youth's head. Boom! Cough! The bald youth felt dizzy and coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, at this point, the white-haired old man in a purple robe behind him still didn't stop attacking. He shook the slender iron pole in his hand again and shot a large curved hook at the bald youth. At this time, the bald youth had just recovered from the dizziness. He immediately noticed the blue-skinned man's movements. He ignored the iron hook that had hooked his arm and forcibly broke free from the chain on his body. He threw away his bow and arrow and flew to the blue-skinned man's side. He threw out both his fists and punched the blue-skinned man's body. Mother asterisk her, you bastard dare to ruin my good thing. The blue-skinned man scolded angrily. Immediately, the blue-skinned man, whose palms were about to hit the main cauldron, suddenly changed his movements. He abruptly changed his attack target in midair, and his palms collided with the bald young man's fists. Boom! In an instant, there was a soft sound. Intense ripples of primordial chi instantly spread from between the two. The bald youth flew backward at a faster speed than when he came and slammed into the wall on the side. Bang! A small crack immediately appeared under the bald youth's body. The blue-skinned man, who had knocked the bald youth away, turned around and was about to attack the cauldron again. However, at this time, the middle-aged man's figure flew over with powerful primordial chi. The blue-skinned man had no choice but to change his target and raise his palm to meet it. At this time, he was just about to exhaust his old strength and had yet to gather his new strength. Therefore, with a muffled bang, the blue-skinned man flew back from the side of the cauldron like the bald youth. However, just as the middle-aged man repelled the blue-skinned man, two more cauldrons were smashed into pieces by the evil man. But at the same time, because of the efforts of the middle-aged man and the old men and women, the so-called 9 Cauldron Wonder technique was finally activated. 5 primordial chi dragons of different colors immediately flew out from the remaining 5 cauldrons, except for the main cauldron, and circled around the entire stone room. It was very clear that the main reason why these evil men had fought so hard until now was to break the 9 Cauldron Wonder technique. The blue-skinned man naturally did not want to let it succeed. He immediately rushed forward, gathered his chi, and charged toward the main cauldron in the middle again. The middle-aged man, guarding the main cauldron, was the exact opposite. He wanted the wonder technique to succeed, so he did not dare to be negligent. He also gathered his chi and faced the blue-skinned man. In an instant, countless fist shadows appeared. Intense primordial chi surged in all directions, and clear collision sound were transmitted. Bang, 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 bang. Hidden to the side, Sei Ito, who had witnessed the entire battle, clicked his tongue with interest and said, "Tisk, as expected of a world of high martial arts that could be compared to a world of Shinxia. The sound and light effect of this formation, when it's activated, is really amazing." Then, his gaze turned slightly and landed on the middle-aged man and the blue-skinned man who were fighting fiercely. He thought to himself, the innate universe technique really lives up to its name as an immortal martial art. It's worth collecting. I can use it for Little Feng, Liu Ji, Shanro, Zhao Ji, Jian Ran, and the others to cultivate, or I can use it as a reference to comprehend the method to advance. As for that heavenly demon god slaying technique, forget about it. It's something that will bring about endless troubles. Although I don't mind the lives of the residents in the Rubik's Cube world being more colorful, there are some things that are better left untouched. Just as Seito's thoughts were running wild, the 5 primordial chi, divine dragons of different colors, suddenly collided together, forming a colorful and thick divine dragon. As it roared, it circled above the main cauldron. Seeing this scene, the people on the middle-aged man's side could not help but show joy on their faces. On the other hand, the blue-skinned man who was still fighting fiercely with the middle-aged man had a grave expression. His eyes overflowed with a hint of killing intent. However, just like how it was not easy to be distracted in a competition of inner strength, it was also not easy to be distracted in a fierce battle between 2 experts of similar martial arts. Therefore, at this moment, the middle-aged man's attack suddenly became one, forcing the blue-skinned man to reveal a flaw. Then, he took a step forward and heavily punched the blue-skinned man's face with an iron fist filled with primordial chi. Bang! The blue-skinned man's body quickly flew backward. However, he did not show any signs of anger on his face. Instead, his eyes flashed, and at the same time, he gathered a ball of condensed inner strength in his hands. Then, in the next moment, the blue-skinned man suddenly twisted his body in midair, stretched out his arms, and heavily blasted the condensed inner strength in his palms onto the brass cauldron that was surrounded by draconic chi. Boom! In an instant, the body of the cauldron exploded. Red blood and the fragments of the cauldron splattered in all directions under the impact of the blue-skinned man's palm. Obviously, he had deliberately revealed that flaw just now. His goal was to use the middle-aged man's hand to fly to the side of the main cauldron and complete the attack that broke the formation. His ruthlessness and determination made people's hearts tremble. Mother of Asterisker, I've finally broken this damn 9 cauldron formation. The blue-skinned man's voice was full of excitement and pride. However, just as the blue-skinned man was feeling proud and excited, the middle-aged man, whose face was full of grief and anger, suddenly flew over. He stretched out his palms and fiercely slapped the blue-skinned man's shoulders, instantly sending the blue-skinned man, who was unable to defend himself, into the clear water beside the platform. Splash! Let me have a taste of what it's like to not even have a corpse left, the middle-aged man said, his voice full of hatred. The pool water looked ordinary, but it was comparable to the corrosive substance of the Corpse King's water. Even the blue-skinned man, whose body was as tough as steel, couldn't help but let out a miserable howl the moment he entered the water. He kicked his feet, trying to jump out of the water. Still want to escape? Wishful thinking. Seeing this, the middle-aged man leaped up again and kicked the blue-skinned man's face forcefully in the air and said angrily. Then, the middle-aged man flipped over and landed back on the platform. As for the blue-skinned man, he sank deep into the clear water with this kick. However, just in case, the middle-aged man still stayed on the platform, got into a stance, and secretly circulated his Xianqi. He stared deeply at the surrounding pool water, hoping that the blue-skinned man would not float up again. Chapter 2054. Father. Seeing the blue-skinned man sinking into the water, a young man in green with purplish lips cried out in sorrow. The culprit has been killed. How can you still be so evil? The middle-aged man with the iron fan opened and closed the iron fan in his hand. When he flipped it, it brought out a cold wind. Boss, my condolences. At the side, the middle-aged man who was holding the iron fan with the cauldron was trembling. Her entire body was wrapped in a layer of black leather armor, revealing only a pair of eyes, bright red lips, and a pair of fair and delicate hands. She consoled the middle-aged man. As long as you're alive, you'll avenge the marshal in the future. All right, I'll let you slaves go today. The young man in green snapped out of his daze. As he retreated, he said, Pig Boy, it's too late to leave. Pig Boy, who was burly and fat, dressed, and looked like a butcher, quickly retreated. As he ran out of the hall with the woman in black and the man in green, he thought to himself with lingering fear, "That was close. I wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer." However, the strange thing was that the enemies that had been fighting with them to the death did not chase after them at all. Instead, they turned around and retreated into the hall. However, the middle-aged man with a thick beard who wore a loose robe and a tall crown had tears in his eyes. His expression was filled with grief from the death of a loved one. It was extremely strange. "Damn it, I'll settle this with you sooner or later." At the same time, the man with the tall hat said hatefully. At the same time, after waiting for a while, the blue-skinned man still did not appear. He was certain that the blue-skinned man must have been corroded by the strong acid water and become a dead man. He turned around and stared blankly at the floor that was filled with broken copper cauldron pieces and broken limbs. He was speechless. Sob sob, F.M. Beside him, a woman in tight clothes suddenly knelt on the ground and cried bitterly with a broken limb in her hands. "Madam, the one who died is not the second young master." At this moment, the man with the iron fan landed beside the woman with his qigong. He asserted. The madam was shocked when she heard that. She hurriedly asked, "What? Then who is this child?" "The person in the cauldron is actually Yu Zhang's son. He was afraid that the Marquis would not allow the child to be substituted, so he secretly swapped the child," the man with the iron fan said with a gloomy expression. As for the Yu Zhang he spoke of, it was likely the middle-aged man who had tears in his eyes. It was no wonder that his expression was so sorrowful and his voice was so angry. "Second young master is actually placed in the spirit palace below," the man with the iron fan continued. "Huh, it's Lu Jiang, Little Bean." The handsome man at the side suddenly came back to his senses. His eyes were wide open as he exclaimed in shock. This humble subject made a decision without authorization. "Please forgive me, Marquis." The middle-aged man with a sorrowful expression, Lu Jiang, came to the side of the heroic man. He cupped his fists and apologized. "The demon commander only destroyed the fake cauldron. The real main cauldron is placed in the spirit hall below." "Shoo! I couldn't stop those 3 ferocious men and was almost killed." At this moment, along with the sound of panting, a slightly plump bald man wearing a yellow brocade robe with some wrinkles on his round face appeared. An old man with a long gray beard ran over and said. Then he hurriedly urged, "Quickly open the mechanism and see if the main cauldron and the second young master are safe." Hearing the words of the person who came, Lu Jiang hurriedly walked to the side of the giant stone elephant. He stretched out his hands and twisted the hind legs of the giant elephant. In an instant, there was a series of kacha sounds, and a circular hole with a diameter of more than 1 meter was exposed from the yin-yang fish pattern in the middle of the platform. Lu Qing's great kindness. This Marquis, the heroic man, who was full of gratitude to Lu Jiang, who used his own child to save his son, disregarded the difference between the monarch and his minister. He rushed to Lu Jiang's side and bowed down. "Marquis, as a minister, I should do my best until my death. It is my son's honor to be able to save second young master." Lu Jiang saw the situation. He hurriedly knelt down before the heroic man and said sincerely. Even Ito Sei, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a faint admiration for his loyalty. But more than that, he was speechless. What kind of kindness and loyalty could make him willing to go against the principles of the natural order? Using his own child to exchange for other people's child? Perhaps it is also for the hundreds of thousands of people in Shichi. Seito sighed in a low voice. According to the information he collected, the 9 Cauldrons' wonderful method, although it had the ability to change fate, the price of failure was equally serious. That was to destroy the fate of a country and make the people in the country wake up. From then on, they would suffer from the disaster of war, natural disasters, homeless and miserable, and suffer the pain of the troubled world. It was also because of this reason that Ito still chose to stand aside and wait for the development of the matter, even though he knew that he could definitely earn a lot of worlds if he acted now. Of course, in addition to this, there was another existence that made him choose not to act now, but that was a matter for the future and had nothing to do with the present. The heroic man, the Marquis of the West, Ji Chong, quickly reached out to help Lu Jiang up and held his hand tightly. For a moment, he and Lu Jiang fell silent. Fortunately, it did not last long, and then they were interrupted by the bald old man. "There's no time to lose. Let's go down quickly." So they did not hesitate and used their lightness skills to fall down from the hole. It was still a large hall, but it was different from the crude hall above. Not only was this hall exquisitely built, with a round dome and intricately carved stone dragons on the stone walls, there were also some simple decorations. For large red lacquer pillars with golden divine dragons and black dragon cloud patterns engraved on the surface stood in 4 directions. Exquisite stone figures that looked like terracotta warriors and horses and square stone pedestals that looked like nunneries stood around the hall at intervals. Several stone steps were slanted to the center to form a connection. In the center of the arc-shaped pit in the center of the hall, a dark copper cauldron that was more than 2 meters tall stood in the middle. Its ears were raised to the sky, its mouth was open, and its surface was intertwined with 2 dragon scales. It was unknown if it had not been open for a long time or for some other reason, but a gust of cold air surged the moment everyone landed, enveloping the Marquis of the West and the others. They could not help but feel shocked. Among them, the female guard in embroidered gown shivered under the stimulation of the cold air because her inner strength was not high. At the same time, the 5 different color dragons that were originally scattered also seemed to have found their way home. They flew down from the hole with everyone and hit the big cauldron below. The cold air is so powerful. Will F.A. be frozen inside? The madam asked worriedly when she saw how powerful the cold air was. As for the main character she was worried about, GFA, he sat cross-legged in the big cauldron with a calm expression. Under the protection of the blazing energy emitted by the red gem that was born with him at his waist, he said to himself proudly, I, GFA, am not afraid of the cold." However, at this moment, a large amount of blazing flames spewed out from the many holes in the ground below the big cauldron and burned towards the big cauldron. Everyone opened too late. The extreme yin qi of the 9 cauldron wonder technique has triggered the extreme yang qi of the underground. The earth fire? The fat old man's expression changed when he saw this. He used his qin gong to retreat while reminding everyone loudly. The others did not dare to hesitate when they heard this. They also used their qin gong to retreat from the cauldron. Almost at the same time that everyone retreated, more flames spewed out, burning the copper cauldron in the center like a big pot. Not long after, the hall, which was originally as cold as an ice room, became steaming hot. The combination of yin and yang is the highest realm of the 9 cauldron wonder technique. The power of the universe is enough to move fortune and misfortune, the fat old man said in a resigned tone. F.A. is in the cauldron. How can he withstand the cold and heat? The madam looked at GFA and asked anxiously, "Madam, whether the child has the fortune to live in this world or not depends on whether he can withstand this ordeal." Although he was also worried about losing the child in the cauldron, as a man and the person in charge, he naturally had to bear the burden. Therefore, Ji Chang's expression did not change as he comforted her. "Madam, the second young master is blessed. He will definitely be able to withstand it. Don't worry too much," the female guard comforted. "Now is the most important time. As long as he can withstand this 15 minutes, the 9 cauldron wonder technique will succeed." The fat old man said with a solemn expression, "I hope that the ancestors will bless F.A. and the 100,000 people and let them escape from this calamity." Ji Chong raised his head and looked at the 5 dragon cauldron in front of him. He prayed. However, not long after his voice fell, a burst of wild and complacent laughter echoed in the quiet hall. "Ha ha, you bunch of idiots. Do you think you can fool me? I'll beat you at your own game and expose your tricks." Watch me smash this cauldron into pieces." The blue-skinned man, the demon commander, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cauldron. He gathered his strength and quickly slammed it down on the cauldron below. Everyone was completely unprepared for this unforeseen event. By the time they wanted to stop it, it was already too late. They could only watch helplessly as the demon commander's palms landed on the cauldron. Boom! In an instant, there was a loud sound, and a large number of deep and terrifying pitch-black cracks appeared on the cauldron's body. Fortunately, the cauldron was not shattered in one blow. The cauldron still managed to maintain its basic form. The energy overflowed and blew away the earth fire below the cauldron. How could Ji Chang endure seeing the demon commander so arrogant? He immediately ignored the earth fire and rushed to the side of the cauldron, slamming his palm at the demon commander. The demon commander used his strength and stepped on the air, nimbly dodging Ji Chang's thunderous attack as if he was stepping on clouds. In a while, it will succeed. We can't let the demon commander destroy it, the fat old man said loudly. At the same time, he used his qigong to leap up and attack the demon commander in midair. Yu Jiang and the man with the iron fan did not hesitate either. They both channeled energy into their palms and attacked. The demon commander lived up to his name. He completely lived up to the word demon in his name. He ignored the three ministers' attacks and roared. Once again, he slammed his powerful inner energy onto the cauldron that was about to shatter. Boom! Bang! 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 At the same time, the three ministers' attacks also landed on the demon commander's body without missing a beat. The cauldron was indeed the main cauldron created by the 9 cauldrons wonder technique. Its body was abnormally sturdy. After receiving 2 ferocious attacks from the demon commander, the cauldron's body still managed to maintain its complete form and did not shatter like the outer cauldron. At the same time, Ji Chang turned around and counterattacked. Due to the interaction of his inner energy and vitality, his palms transformed into an image of an elephant and slammed towards the demon commander with a powerful force. Mother of Asterisker, are you relying on your advantage in numbers? The demon commander said disdainfully. However, he had made up his mind. Even if he was seriously injured, he would borrow the strength of Ji Chang's palm to destroy the cauldron. This would cause the wonder technique to fail and complete the king's mission. Then, he held the cauldron with his right hand and swung his left arm to meet GFA. In a split second, there was a muffled bang. The demon commander's body shook. The cauldron under his right palm finally could not withstand the powerful attacks and completely shattered. The fragments turned into arrows and shot out in all directions. Then, raging flames spurted out and merged with the cold dragon in the air, enveloping the young man, GFA, who was exposed from the cauldron. Oh my God! Did the 9 cauldrons wonder technique succeed, or did it fail? Seeing such a strange scene, the people at the side could not help but exclaim in shock. FA or FA. On the other hand, the madam was worried about her son's safety. She was not confused by the strange scene and rushed towards GFA recklessly. She was caught off guard and was immediately hit on the head by the demon commander who descended from the sky. Bang! The madam who was hit by the palm immediately opened her eyes wide. Blood flowed out from her 7 orifices. Mother! GFA, who was in front of the madam, saw this scene and shouted loudly. Then, he took out the protective short sword that Ji Chang gave him before entering the cauldron and decisively stabbed it into the demon commander's abdomen. Pooh, you hit my mother. I'll fight you to the death, GFA said angrily. He looked like a child, which was completely different from his 12 or 13-year-old body. Oh, stinky little one, you actually know how to ambush me. The demon commander who was unexpectedly stabbed laughed coldly and waved his hand to hit GFA's body again. Although GFA was strong, how could he be stronger than the bronze cauldron? Immediately, under the demon commander's casual attack, his bones broke inch by inch and his organs shifted. Dark blood flowed out from his 7 orifices, and his body flew towards the ground at the side like a flying stone. Ji Chang, I'll take your dog life another day. The demon marshal, who was extremely confident in his palm strike and was certain that GFA would not be able to survive, no longer tried to show off. He immediately used his demon technique and spun in midair. As he spoke, he quickly shot towards a hole above him. Not long after, he disappeared from the main hall. "I'll keep you here for a while," Ito, who saw the demon commander off, said in his heart. Then, he waited for Ji Chong. As expected, not long after, Ji Chong and his group flew out from the underground palace with a sorrowful expression. Then, Ji Chong instructed Lu Jiang, the fat old man, the middle-aged man who was holding a fan, and the female guard to take care of the matters here. After that, he cleaned up his companions' bodies. He carried GFA and walked out of the underground palace. He used his Qing Gong to rush down the mountain, took a strong horse, and quickly galloped away. Seeing that Ji Chong was leaving, Ito did not stay in the underground palace any longer. He used his movement technique and followed behind Ji Chong silently like smoke. Chapter 2055. The horse galloped at top speed. After nearly 2 hours, the horse, which was so tired that it was breathing out white steam from its nose, stopped in front of a valley. The valley was very spacious and was shaped like a U-shape. It was separated from the middle by a stream formed by a 100-meter-long waterfall that flowed down from the top of the valley. The flat ground on both sides was covered with green trees and grass, presenting a beautiful natural scenery. "Senior, Ji Chong requests to see you." Ji Chong jumped off the horse, carried GFA, and walked quickly to a tall rock beside the stream. He then put GFA down and knelt on one knee beside him. He faced the direction of the waterfall and cupped his fist to salute. In a moment, the waterfall suddenly split in the middle. A person wearing a green robe with a Tai Chi pattern flew and landed in front of Ji Chong. The newcomer was a fat man. His belly was protruding like a pregnant woman's belly. His stature was not short, about the same height as Ji Chong, about 1.7 meters or so. His face was round, his eyebrows and the mustache above his lips were curled upward, very much like Lu Xiaofeng's for eyebrows. His hair was loose, combed very tightly, and finally tied up on his head with a slender golden hoop. "What are you doing here again?" the person said impatiently. "Senior, please save FA or GFA," who was already used to the person's temper, was not angry. He quickly bowed and asked. The person frowned and looked down at the unconscious GFA. "Strange, I haven't seen him for only a few days, and this Xiao Yu looks like he's 11 or 12 years old." The person said in amazement. Then he continued, "His skin color has returned to normal. The 9 cauldrons technique has taken effect. The heart-protecting jade I gave him could protect his heart, but it couldn't protect his limbs and bones. The demon commander's palm injured him like mud. It seems that only by using the Great Rebirth technique can he save his little life. Senior brother, please give me some pointers on how to carry out the Great Rebirth technique." Hearing what the person said, Ji Chong anxiously asked, "Forget it. Your internal injuries are very serious. How can you use the technique? Leave it to me." The person waved his hand and said. It seemed that although his attitude towards Ji Chong was a bit bad, however, he was a man with a cold face but a warm heart. He had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. "Senior, using this technique, I lost 30 years of cultivation and delayed your ascension," Ji Chong said emotionally. "Sigh, when I'm worried about my son, I don't have anything to worry about. I'm only worried that I can't become an immortal. Originally, I would have been able to ascend after cultivating for another 20 years. The heavens are looking out for Xiao Yu. I can't just stand by and watch. Alas, I can only delay my ascension to immortality by 30 years. The person who came was Yuzi. He stroked his mustache with his fingers and sighed. "Thank you, senior brother, for your kindness. Chong will never forget it." Ji Chong was overjoyed. He hurriedly knelt down again and thanked sincerely. "Bah, don't try this. In 49 days, I'll return you a fierce son." Yuzi's expression changed, and he spoke with a disgusted tone. Senior brother's lifelong wish is to become an immortal, to stay away from women and the mortal world. Now that he's willing to sacrifice 30 years of cultivation, is truly blessed. Ji Chang exclaimed, "Touch the father and son. Consider me unlucky." Iyuzi scratched his broad forehead and curled his lips as he spoke. Afterwards, Ji Chang and Iyuzi chatted for a bit more before they parted ways. They rode their horses back to the capital city. The descendants of those loyal imperial bodyguards who died in battle for him and GFA. Iyuzi used his internal energy to lift GFA's body. He used his qigong to fly to the top of the valley like a crane and took several huge lotus leaves to make a soft cushion. He placed GFA on top of it and sat down cross-legged beside GFA. Time passed. The moon set and the clouds rose. Brilliant golden light shone from the horizon in all directions. At this moment, Iyuzi suddenly jumped up and stood at the edge of the cliff with his hands raised high. He put his palms together above his head. An immortal chi surrounded his body as he swallowed the sun essence in large mouthfuls. In the process of swallowing, a ball of red cloud that emitted a blazing aura gradually appeared in his palms. An hour later, a magical ball of light that looked like a small sun appeared in Iyuzi's palms. Then, Iyuzi leaped up and sent the magical ball of light into GFA's body with his head down and feet up. Bo! The energy overflowed and blew up light, smoke all over the sky. During this process, Iyuzi's figure expanded. He changed from the fat man who looked like a profiteer to a majestic middle-aged man who was more than 6 feet tall and had a handsome face. It seems to be similar to the shrinking body and condensing qi technique used by Zhang Yi. Using the earth escape technique to hide his body in the soil, he used the biological machine to monitor Iyuzi and GFA. Ito thought to himself. For the next 7 days, Iyuzi used his cultivation technique to absorb the essence of the rising sun and poured it into GFA's body, helping him recuperate and heal his injuries. As a result, GFA's face gradually regained its color, and he finally woke up from his long coma. "Yes, Martial Uncle," GFA said in surprise. "Brat, you woke up on time. My 7 days of hard work were not in vain." Seeing that GFA woke up, Iyuzi, who was happy but still had to pretend to be happy, said faintly, "Ah, I can't move my limbs. What's going on?" GFA didn't listen much and was about to struggle to get up. However, he was immediately stopped by the intense pain that came from his limbs. "You're lucky to be able to keep your life. You still want to jump around?" Iyuzi sneered. "Martial Uncle, please save me. I want to avenge my mother." GFA's face was filled with hatred as tears flowed down his face. "Bah! How could a man shed tears so easily? Ridiculous." Iyuzi glared and reprimanded angrily. "Martial Uncle, heroes don't cry easily because they haven't been hurt. I hurt my mother. What's wrong with that?" GFA retorted. Ito, who knew his real age, was speechless when he heard him say such mature words. He sighed, as expected of the son of the world, the protagonist of destiny. He even knows how to use knowledge without learning. "Ah, you're actually throwing a book bag? What kind of hero are you? Why are you crying?" Iyuzi said sarcastically, "Let me ask you, which is more important than the safety of the country and personal grudges?" "Of course the country is more important. The safety of the millions of lives is 10,000 times more important than personal grudges." GFA answered without thinking. "That's right. You know how to judge the severity of the matter. You're worth saving." Iyuzi nodded and praised. Then he asked, "If you can recover, what will your ambition be?" "To protect the country and the people. Today, the war will end and the people will live in peace." GFA thought for a while and answered, "As expected, you have the benevolence of the emperor. You're qualified to be the emperor." Iyuzi said. It turned out that although the 9 cauldrons strange hair had broken 4 cauldrons because of the demon commander's group and did not use up all the power of creation, the remaining power still changed GFA's fate to be extremely honorable and obtain the position of the emperor. Regarding this point, Iyuzi, who had cultivated for many years and was proficient in the way of changes, naturally saw it clearly. That was why he asked and answered the question. He wanted to see if GFA's character was worth his 30 years of cultivation and the price of delaying his ascension to immortality to save him. And the result naturally made him very satisfied. Uncle has already stabilized your pulse. Now, I'll teach you the inner strength mental cultivation method. Practicing diligently can help you recover faster. Iyuzi said again. Then he carefully explained the first level of the innate Chinquin technique of their Guang City celestial sect to GFA. At the same time, Sei Ito, who was hiding underground and using the biological machine to monitor the two of them, also silently recorded it down. And this was the second reason why he did not save GFA. It was because he wanted to use GFA's injury to eavesdrop on the complete version of the innate Chinquin techniques inner strength mental cultivation method and the 7 unique Chinquin techniques cultivation method from Iyuzi. Because in the present world, other than Iyuzi, who was the head of the Guang City Celestial Sect, even Ji Chong, who was a member of the Guang City Celestial Sect, did not obtain the complete version of the innate Chinquin techniques cultivation method. GFA was indeed the son of the world, the protagonist of fate. Almost at the moment when Iyuzi finished speaking, GFA understood the essence and began to circulate his chi. From tomorrow morning onwards, we will perform the great rebirth technique. We will cut your flesh and scrape your bones. I guarantee that you will be in so much pain that you wish you were dead. Iyuzi reminded, no matter how painful it is, I can endure it, but I'm thirsty and hungry now. GFA, who did not know how painful it was to cut his flesh and scrape his bones, said sincerely, I'll let you drink something to fill your stomach. At this time, Iyuzi took out a small bronze pot and placed the pot's mouth next to GFA's mouth. Drink slowly, don't choke your throat. Don't let a single drop leak out. Ugh, it's so bitter. What's it from? GFA frowned after drinking the pots out. Stinky brat, you don't know what's good for you. This is stalactite, Iyuzi said disdainfully. There's only 1 pot per month. I can't even bear to drink it. I'm sorry, it's not bitter, it's not bitter. Thank you, Martial Uncle. GFA quickly said. This stalactite can strengthen your foundation and strengthen your physique. Circulate your chi properly and bring out the effects of the stalactite. After feeding GFA all the stalactite in the pot, Iyuzi stood up and said. Then he looked up at the sky and realized that the sun was very strong. Iyuzi was afraid that GFA would not be able to endure it. So he quickly took out a few lotus leaves and covered GFA's head and body to prevent him from being exposed to the sun. Lie down properly. I'll be back soon, Iyuzi said again. Then he leaped down the cliff. GFA listened to Iyuzi's words and began to circulate his chi. Then, while Iyuzi was busy, a day passed in the blink of an eye. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning of the second day. These celestial lotus seeds are very precious and have a miraculous effect. Chew them properly. Iyuzi put a handful of lotus seeds into GFA's mouth and reminded him. However, as the person who ate it, GFA's face frowned, and an extremely uncomfortable expression appeared on his face. I don't know how many lifetimes you've cultivated your fortune to be able to obtain celestial fruits so easily. Iyuzi did not care about GFA's bitter expression. He took out a knife from the side and said, I'm going to cut your flesh, hang in there. With a raise of his hand, the knife fell down. A cold light flashed, and the flesh on GFA's arm fell down like withered leaves. The pain came from a distance, and it was so painful that GFA felt as if his soul was going to scatter. However, just like what he said before, he really did not make a sound and endured it. Iyuzi, who was at the side, secretly praised. He hurriedly took out a section of the lotus and cut it open with a knife. He wrapped it carefully around GFA's exposed bones and wrapped it tightly with bandages. Chapter 2056. P.S. Thanks to Crimson Moon Lily and Rose Emperor Wu for their precious monthly votes. Coincidentally, the sun was rising from the east. Iyuzi quickly stood up, gathered his power in his arms, and began to absorb the essence of the morning sun. After another half an hour, the essence was transferred into GFA's body again. However, this time, the main location was the arm that was just bandaged not long ago. I'm so tired. It's even more tiring than practicing by myself. After doing all this, Iyuzi sat down on the ground and let out a long sigh. It's so itchy. It's itchy and painful. It's so uncomfortable. GFA, whose right arm was extremely uncomfortable, shouted, "Why are you so noisy? The wound is starting to heal. Of course it's itchy and painful." Iyuzi said impatiently, "Sorry, it's not itchy anymore. Martial uncle, can you teach me more techniques?" GFA clenched his teeth and endured the strange feeling in his arm and changed the topic. Seeing that GFA was so eager to learn, Iyuzi was also very happy. He began to carefully teach GFA even more profound cultivation methods and chants. Naturally, all of this was heard by Sei Ito, who was constantly monitoring their movements and recorded it. In a moment, GFA memorized the technique and recited it out loud without missing a word. Iyuzi couldn't help but be stunned. What's the use of memorizing it? You have to understand how to use it to be considered a master. After a moment, Iyuzi, who came back to his senses, lectured. With GFA's young temperament, he naturally didn't want to be looked down upon by Iyuzi. Thus, he narrated the various main points of the technique. Iyuzi, who was listening, revealed a happy expression and scratched his head. "At least you're smart. I'll teach you more advanced techniques. Then I'll teach you martial arts moves." Iyuzi immediately decided, "Martial uncle, I'll learn all of your techniques very soon." GFA said sincerely, "Arrogant before learning." Iyuzi snorted coldly. "Don't be arrogant. If you learn anything wrong, I'll spank you until you're but blossoms." Just like this, one taught with heart and the other learned with heart. They didn't know that the secret of their technique was completely exposed. In the blink of an eye, 48 days had passed. Today was the last day, and the great rebirth technique would be completed. Early in the morning, Iyuzi absorbed the essence of the morning sun as usual and infused it into GFA's body. I'm so tired. It's finally over." Iyuzi exhaled and stopped his cultivation. He lay down beside GFA and relaxed. "Martial uncle, the itchiness in my left leg has disappeared. It feels so good." GFA said happily, "Sigh. I'm so tired that I'm about to die." Iyuzi sighed. "Martial uncle, can I get up and move around?" GFA, who had been lying on the bed for nearly 50 days, asked impatiently. He felt as though his body was about to grow lice. "It should be fine. Get up and give it a try." Iyuzi thought about it and said, "Really?" GFA exclaimed in surprise. Then he exerted strength in his limbs and sat up. "I can really move." GFA, who stood up from the ground again, shouted happily. At this moment, after going through the rebirth technique, the nourishment of the essence of the morning sun, the stalactite, and the lotus seed, GFA's body had grown a lot. He looked like a 15 or 16-year-old boy, looking at his masterpiece. Iyuzi was also a little overjoyed. "In the past few months, I've taught you all the inner force cultivation methods of the Guang Chung immortal sect." Iyuzi stood up from the ground and said, "I've also shown you all the martial arts moves that I've learned." "Thank you, martial uncle. I've already memorized the inner force cultivation methods and martial arts moves. I should be familiar with the breathing and circulating of the energy." GFA sincerely thanked him. Then the energy in his body circulated. He shook his arm and said confidently, "I'm now focused and angry. I'm full of energy. The flow of my true chi is smooth and incomparably fast." "Great. This is a real success," Iyuzi said happily. "Boy, listen up. The heavens have bestowed you with the lotus seed and lotus root of the 1,000-year-old lotus, helping you to be reborn. You're no longer an ordinary person. You should sincerely thank the heavens and pray for the people in the future. Treat the people well. Iyuzi lectured with a solemn expression. Regarding this, GFA naturally did not refuse. He kowtowed to the heavens and earth together with Iyuzi until he kowtowed 108 times. Martial uncle, do you want to test my martial arts? After kowtowing, GFA stood up and looked at Iyuzi, who also stood up beside him. Good. Now let's test your absolute light body cultivation method and body movement. Iyuzi nodded in agreement. GFA hurriedly concentrated on circulating his chi and circulated his inner force several times. Then he stepped on the ground and shot into the sky like an arrow. He spread his arms and flew in the sky like a big crane. Ha ha, so fun. Although his body was matured, GFA, who was still a child, said happily, "FA'er, be careful. Your cultivation method is not proficient yet." Iyuzi hurriedly reminded him. After Iyuzi's reminder, GFA finally noticed that he had unknowingly flown out of the cliff. Immediately, he was shocked and let out a sigh of relief, causing the chi in his body to become chaotic. Even the Qigong technique was completely forgotten. His hands fluttered as he fell into the shallow pool below. Boom! The water splashed and turned into fine water droplets that scattered around. Seeing this, Iyuzi was afraid that GFA would hurt him again. He quickly jumped and flew down to the shallow pool below. However, even when the sky was completely bright, Iyuzi still could not find GFA. Oh no, I can't find FA. How am I going to explain to Ji-chang? Sigh. Iyuzi sighed. But almost at the same time, the voice of Ji-chang, who he did not want to see the most and did not dare to see, suddenly came from afar. "Senior brother, Ji-chang requests to see you." Sigh. He really came when I said he would. Iyuzi hurriedly flashed and hid behind a big tree. He said helplessly, "But an ugly woman will eventually have to see her parents-in-law." Forget it. After making up his mind, Iyuzi no longer dodged and appeared in front of Ji-chang. "I'm here," Iyuzi said. "Thank you for your hard work, senior brother. Did you succeed?" Seeing that it was Iyuzi, Ji-chang hurriedly cupped his fist and bowed. After politely greeting his senior brother, he asked, "Shedding one's body is a success. FA'er has become as strong as an ox, but..." Iyuzi, who had always been strong, braced himself and told him about GFA's disappearance in a rare weak tone. "Senior brother has done your best. If FA doesn't have the fortune, it's God's will." Ji-chang's face darkened as he comforted him generously. Then he raised his head and looked at the top of the waterfall with a puzzled expression. He wondered again, however, why is there smoke coming from the source of the waterfall? Cough! There's only me and FA here. Where's the smoke coming from? I'll go take a look, Iyuzi said as he used his Qigong. With a few steps, he came to the source of the waterfall at the top of the cliff. He saw GFA, who was fishing there. Following closely behind Iyuzi, Ji-chang's figure also floated down. FA, father. As soon as GFA and Ji-chang saw each other, they could no longer suppress the longing in their hearts. They hugged each other in front of Iyuzi and poured out their hearts to each other. Iyuzi, who suddenly felt a sense of loneliness, felt helpless. He used the excuse of being tired and flew away from the two of them. He returned to his cave residence to adjust his breath and recover the power he had consumed during this period of time. It was not until the moon was high in the sky that he reunited with GFA. What followed was another 10 or so days of dedicated teaching. What? Damn dog. You won't even let a child go. This morning, Iyuzi, who welcomed Ji-chang again, suddenly shouted angrily. Then, he said with some relief, "Fortunately, there are still 3 months. I can still heal in time." "Senior brother, are you injured?" Ji-chang asked with concern. Iyuzi was stunned when he heard this. He had no choice but to tell what happened that day. It turned out that not long after Ji-chang left that day, GFA was attacked by the enemy. Although his life was not in danger, his root was harmed. Fortunately, he was treated in time. Moreover, the reborn half-immortal body was strong enough. It did not hurt his root. He could still use it. He just needed a period of rest. Naturally, Sei Ito, who had been monitoring Iyuzi and GFA, also knew all this. If he was willing, he could even save GFA at that time. However, considering that there was no profit even if he changed this matter, and it might even expose his own relationship, he did not do it in the end. Fortunately, the opponent's martial arts was not too strong, so FA was saved. Ji Chang rejoiced. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Even if I have to risk my life, I will protect FA's safety. Iyuzi patted his chest and promised. Senior brother, Ji Chang will never forget your kindness. Ji Chang quickly cupped his fist and bowed. Forget it, I want to protect, and not just to help you. Iyuzi sighed. I have always been worried that there is no successor in Guangqing Immortal Sect. It is not easy to find such a good talent like FR. He is the most suitable candidate. For the future of our sect, I will not allow anyone to hurt him. The determination in his tone was like a sharp blade, making people feel awe-inspiring. A few days had passed since Ji Chang's arrival. On this day, a burst of joyful shouts sounded in the valley. Martial uncle, FA's P is not painful anymore. GFA jumped and landed beside Iyuzi and said happily, Little brat, you are making so much noise that you scared all the fish away. Iyuzi, who was fishing, said angrily. Then he straightened his face and told him that he was going to be sent to Zhaoga City to meet the emperor. Zhaoga City? Where is that? Is it fun? GFA did not understand. Little brat, you only know how to play. You don't know when a disaster is coming. It is hard to say whether you can survive to Zhaoga City. Iyuzi sighed. This journey is also the beginning of your life's demonic tribulation. Your life is hanging by a thread, so you must not let down your guard. While there is still some time, I must pass on the way to defeat the enemy to you as soon as possible so that you can protect yourself. After saying that, he grabbed GFA with his palm and used his Qin Gong to come near the cliff and started a new round of teaching him. 7 unique techniques of Qian Koan. If you use your legs to attack, the power will be stronger. Especially when you use it with the body of a virgin, it will be invincible and powerful. Chapter 2057. Phew, I finally got my hands on the treasure of Guangqing Immortal Sect. On this day, Sei Ito watched Iyuzi and GFA leave the hidden treasure mountain and use the earth escape technique to get out of the mountain and see the light again. Now it's time to raid the old home of Guangqing Immortal Sect. Speaking of this, Sei Ito smiled and released his psychokinesis to open the waterfall like a curtain from the middle, revealing the hidden cave behind. It should be said that it's worthy of the name of Guangqing Immortal Sect. They even have something like the Water Curtain Cave. Sei Ito whispered as he walked forward step by step in the void toward the cave entrance. Whoosh, the water curtain closed, and Sei Ito stood in the middle of the cave hall. The first thing that came into view was a small hall with a diameter of 10 feet. There were no furnishings, only a doorless passage that led directly to the depths of the cave residence. Sei Ito stepped forward and walked into the passage. The passageway was not a straight line. Instead, it seemed to have been formed naturally with some twists and turns. It was not long, only about 10 meters or so. The slanted passageway led to the interior of the mountain. At the end, it suddenly split into 3, leading to 3 different directions. Sei Ito, who was standing in front of the cave entrance, smiled gently. Without seeing him do anything, 2 phantoms suddenly emerged from his body and condensed into a solid body in the blink of an eye. Like 2 ghosts, they rushed into the left and right cave entrances respectively. After that, Sei Ito did not stop and went straight into the middle passage. This passage was still not long, less than 10 meters. After a while, it was finished. Then, an empty underground hall came into Sei Ito's sight. The hall was tens of feet wide, in an irregular oval shape, with sharp stones hanging from the ceiling. From time to time, water droplets would drip down along the surface of the stone clock, falling into the ground below or into the pool inside, creating a clear and melodious dida sound. A pink flower appeared. The huge, blooming lotus flower was growing in the pond deep in the cave. It emitted a soft light, illuminating the dark hall inside the mountain. 1,000-year immortal lotus, Seito said softly while looking at the lotus. This lotus was the most precious treasure of the Guangxing immortal sect, the 1,000-year-old immortal lotus. This lotus would bear lotus seeds every 10 years. The number of seeds was uncertain, but all of them had extraordinary effects. Consuming it could increase a person's power by 30 years out of thin air. Using it to heal injuries, it could heal the flesh of life and death, completely healing the bones. It was a rare celestial item in the human world. In addition, the lotus root also had a strange effect. The thing that GFA used to replace his skin and flesh was the lotus root of the immortal lotus. It was a pity. At this time, the lotus seeds and lotus roots were all taken by Iyuzi to save GFA. If he wanted to get new lotus seeds and lotus roots, he would have to wait for another 10 years. 10 years will pass in the blink of an eye. I can afford to wait. Therefore, Xianlian, why don't you come with me? Perhaps in the future, you'll be lucky enough to become an elf, Ito said with a chuckle. At the same time, he had a thought. He took the Xianlian and the pond water into the Rubik's Cube world and planted it in the artificial lake next to the house in the center of the central area, echoing with the world tree that was not too far away. The moment he took the Xianlian, the other two black shadows also finished exploring the things behind the passage. They turned into wisps of smoke one after another and merged with Ito in a mysterious way. So it's Yuzi's residence and the place where the stalactite milk was produced. Ito, who knew the situation behind the other two passages through the memory transmitted by his doppelganger, suddenly understood. Then he curled his lips and said, "So poor. In the sect leader's cave residence of a 1,000-year-old sect, there was only a 1,000-year-old Xianlian and a stalactite that could be considered an earth treasure. Other than that, there was not a single thing, such as the secret books of other sects and the secret books of inheritance in the sect." Ito, who was used to plundering in other worlds, was speechless. Is there another treasure hiding place? Then Ito thought and guessed. Then he released his spiritual power and carefully explored the hidden treasure mountain. The result was still the same. There was nothing. Forget it. With the innate Qianquan method and the 1,000-year-old Xianlian, this time's wait and harvest is worth it. That's it. After that, Ito did not stay in the cave residence. He left the water curtain cave according to the original path and chased after GFA and Yuzi with the spirit Qi observation technique. When there were still 2 months to go to Zhaoga to meet King Zhou, Ji Chong chose an auspicious day based on divination and ordered the 3 generals who survived the Battle of the 9 Cauldrons to lead 100 elite soldiers to leave the city and rush to Zhaoga. On this day, the convoy came to the Tuzhong Gorge. The so-called Tuzhong Gorge was a place between 2 cliffs with a width of only 2 zhong. Its nature was the same as the one-line sky, which was a good place to set up traps and kill. Naturally, as the leaders of the convoy, the ceremonial general and the Yu general were also very clear about it, so they ordered everyone to move forward carefully. Amidst the sound of horse hooves, the convoy entered the Tuzhong Gorge. Just as the group reached a bend, they heard a loud rumbling sound from above their heads. Then, a huge rock that was 2 meters wide and 3 meters thick fell from the top of the cliff with a loud rumble. Everyone in the group was shocked and dumbstruck. Their minds were in a daze, and they couldn't react for a while. Huge rocks rolled and collided back and forth on the 2 mountain walls like marbles, blasting out countless pieces of rock that shot down like a shower, causing the men and horses below to cry out in pain. They lost their sense of propriety and squeezed into a ball. Then, the huge rock that weighed 1,000 pounds fell to the ground and crushed dozens of people there into meat paste. Blood seeped out from under the rock and soaked the surrounding ground. However, even more broken stones were shot towards the ceremonial general, the general, and the rest of the people who were guarding the carriage. The ceremonial general and the general quickly leaped from the back of the horse and opened their iron fan to deflect the broken stones away, saving the lives of the soldiers behind them. They jumped in front of the carriage to defend against the broken stones and hit GFA, who was inside the carriage. After a while, there were no more broken stones flying in the gorge. However, before the general and the ceremonial general could relax, along with a burst of laughter, a young man who was surrounded by lightning and a strong man who was wearing iron armor flew down from the sky and landed on the huge rock that fell to the ground. "Who are you?" the ceremonial general shouted. At the same time, a tall and skinny man dressed like an Indian of the modern era, a bald little monk with a demonic eye on his forehead, and many black-clothed men holding sharp weapons quietly appeared at the back of the convoy. They blocked the convoy's path of retreat with several thick trees. However, compared to the huge rock in front, the tree wall at the back was much easier to break. The ceremonial general quickly shouted and led the people to rush to the back. However, at this moment, the Indian man suddenly turned around and opened his mouth to spit out a fire snake like an arrow that shot towards the huge tree that was blocking the way. It was as if the tree was sprinkled with kerosene. As soon as the fire snake and the tree came into contact, it immediately ignited into a raging fire and spread in the gorge. At the same time, the men in black and the short monk rushed forward and took the initiative to meet the ceremonial general and the convoy. A fierce battle then unfolded in the gorge. "How do you feel?" At this time, at the top of the gorge, Ito gently held a pair of plump round breasts with his hands and asked Sifu, who was nestled in his arms, softly. The martial arts in this world is really as what husband said. It's very novel. Sifu, who was looking at the battle in the gorge, said with a charming voice. Then she stretched out her hand and created a dark energy ball in her palm. She continued, "Also, the energy in this world is actually so rich. If I had this convenience back then, I'm confident that I could cultivate the 18th level of the Sky Demon Great Technique by myself within a few years. If you had cultivated it, how could we still have a chance to be together?" Ito said with a smile. "That might not be the case. Didn't senior sister Feishuan also cultivate the highest level of her sex sword manual, Sword Heart Illumination? In the end, wasn't she still forcefully taken away by my husband through coercion?" Wanwan snorted. Hearing this, Ito chuckled and didn't say anything. He watched the fierce battle below with interest. At this time, Ceremonial General turned over and sat cross-legged on the ground. The newly made 7-string zither in his hand was placed horizontally on his legs. He secretly operated his secret technique, and his 10 fingers gently plucked the strings of the zither. Clang! The zither music was formless, but it was incomparably strange and ear-piercing. Immediately, the Indian man and the short monk who were listening to the zither music felt pain in their ears, and their minds were in chaos. At the same time, the people within 10 feet of Ceremonial General, regardless of whether they were enemies or allies, all covered their ears and screamed miserably. Clearly, Yu Jiang was displaying an incomparably mysterious sound wave technique there. The Indian man and the short monk didn't dare to hesitate. They immediately sat down and operated their secret technique to resist Ceremonial General's formless sound technique. While Ceremonial General was using the formless sound technique to pin down the enemy. On the other side, the Ceremonial General was somewhat clumsy under the siege of the Electric Man and the Armored Man. He looked like he couldn't resist at all. Then, when they clashed again, the Ceremonial General was finally caught off guard and was sent flying by the Electric Man. He flew and crashed into the soldiers behind him. Bang! The Ceremonial General's face was filled with pain. He was even more vigilant against the Electric Man in his heart. "Ha! Take another move of mine." The Electric Man was unforgiving. He took a step and rushed in front of the Ceremonial General. He opened his hands and grabbed the Ceremonial General. The ceremonial general didn't dare to take it head-on. He flew in front of the soldiers and jumped away. However, in the next moment, the electric man's whole body flashed with electric light. Several strange electric lights bloomed and turned into an electric net. The electric net spread out and covered the ceremonial general, who had just jumped away again. Zzz. The electric net didn't stop, causing the soldiers around to scream miserably. On the other hand, the armored man had transformed into a god of death. He rushed into the group of soldiers beside him and swung his fists and legs, sending the soldiers flying one by one. His footsteps didn't stop as he moved towards the carriage that was protected by the crowd, seeing that he was about to reach the front of the carriage. Chapter 2058. P.S. Thank you to Holy Knight, Boring Lord, and Moonstar Feather for your precious monthly votes. It's empty? Cece said in surprise as she looked at the chariot that was destroyed by the Indians' fire. Let's go. Saito loosened his grip on Cece and said calmly. Cece's eyes flashed with suspicion. She silently followed Saito and left the cliff, using her qin gong to travel into the distance. After a while, they finally stopped at a place where they could vaguely see the traces of a road. Not long after the two of them stopped, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard from afar. Clatter, 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 clatter. In less than 2 minutes, the electric man and his group of people appeared in front of Saito and CC. General, look, there's someone. A man in black said as he pointed at the two of them. Shuh, the electric young man frowned when he saw the two of them. He pulled the reins with both arms and stopped the horse. The horse raised its front hooves and kicked in the air, almost standing on its hind legs. Clatter! The horse's hooves landed on the ground. General Lightning's eyes flashed coldly as he asked coldly, "Who are you?" At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at CC, who was beside Saito. His eyes flashed with amazement. What a beautiful woman. She's even better than the Devil Queen. If it weren't for the fact that I'm busy right now, I would really want to press her down and have a good time with her. Noticing the lust in General Lightning's eyes, Saito's eyes flashed coldly. He turned his head and said to CC, "Hey, this is the opponent I've found for you. Go, but remember not to kill him." As soon as he said that, General Lightning and his group's faces immediately became strange. Bastard, where did this ignorant kid come from? How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? You really don't know how to spell the word death. Let me call you. General Iron, who was wearing armor and had a strong body, shouted angrily. Then he slapped his horse's back with both hands. Amidst the miserable neigh of the horse, he flew into the air and attacked Saito and Bayan. My husband is so cruel. There are so many enemies. Do you want me to deal with all of them alone? Chinchan acted as if she did not notice General Tai's attack. She pouted and said with a bitter expression, "Of course not," Saito said with a smile. With a tap of his foot, he gently flew back like a wisp of smoke amidst the incoming fist wind. At the same time, a wisp of a bright light flashed in Swanee's eyes, and she lightly raised her flawless bare feet. She bent her right leg halfway and used the tip of her left foot to support herself on the ground. She spun elegantly like a spinning top and dodged Iron General's attack with both palms. Then, she raised her jade-like arm and shot out a pink silk cloth from her wrist. Like a snake, it wrapped around the neck of Iron General as he flew past her. She pulled hard and forcefully pulled General Tai back. At the same time, she moved slightly and moved to the side of General Tai, who was flying towards her. She raised her right hand's index and middle fingers and grabbed at General Tai's eyes. Because she had seen the battle of General Tai and the others at the Tuzhong Gorge, she knew that this guy's horizontal chain kung fu was extremely powerful. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had a golden body and iron body. Ordinary blades could not hurt him at all. Only attacks that were similar to acupoint techniques, joint techniques, and soft spots could hurt him. Therefore, Wangwan did not hesitate at all when she attacked. She immediately attacked General Iron's eyes according to her thoughts. She wanted to destroy his eyes in one strike. It could be said that she was extremely ruthless, showing the nature of the devil's sex demoness. Although General Tai practiced the iron armor kung fu, his body was like a steel body. However, there were some parts that were difficult to practice. One of them was his eyes. Therefore, the moment he saw Swanee's fingers approaching, his expression changed. His expression immediately changed, and he closed his eyes without thinking. At the same time, he raised his arms to block in front of his eyes. Unexpectedly, the moment he closed his eyes to protect his eyes, Swanee suddenly retracted her middle finger and moved her hand halfway to General Tai's ear. Her index finger pierced into General Tai's ear like an arrow. The pitch-black heavenly demonic energy shot out and broke General Tion's eardrums. Under the immense pain, General Tai could not help but let out a miserable howl. The speed of this exchange was extremely fast. It was like a flash of lightning, and everything was completed in the blink of an eye. When they heard General Tai's miserable howl, the expressions of General Lightning and the others immediately changed. They shouted, "You're courting death." Then, like General Tai, they leaped off their horses and attacked the barefoot Swanee, who was smiling like a flower and looking like a fairy in the human world. However, before they could get close, several figures quickly flew up from behind Swanee. They respectively blocked General Lightning, General Fire, and the short monk, General Soul Hooker. Their opponents were still extremely beautiful women. Among them, the one who blocked General Lightning was a swordswoman who was wearing a red dress. Her black hair was tied up high, and she had a strong figure. She was full of heroic spirit. The one who blocked General Fire was also using a long sword. However, the style of the sword was different from the red-clothed woman's. It was much thinner and longer. Moreover, she was wearing a white dress. Her eyes were piercingly cold like stars, and her black hair was like a waterfall. There was a small black mole at the corner of her mouth. Together with her cold face, she had a different kind of beauty. As for the last soul capturer, he was stopped by a tall and voluptuous woman. She was wearing a pair of blue trousers and a white robe. She wore a string of walnut-sized sandalwood beads on her chest. Her long black hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. The three women were none other than the martial arts addict Little Phoenix Dugu Feng, the Goryeo swordswoman Fu Junzhou, and the demon fist girl Sudan Maiyun, who was seeking an environment for martial artists to survive. In order to feel the aura of martial artists, she did not hesitate to instigate an eternal sunset in the strongest world in history. She almost led the world to war. Just as Dugu Feng, Fu Junzhou, Sudan Maiyun, and Swanee were blocking General Lightning, General Fire, General Soul Hooker, and General Tai, a series of black arrows flew past them with slight air-piercing sounds. They accurately hit the throats of the black-clothed men who were still sitting upright on their horses, taking away their lives amidst the disbelief of the black-clothed men. Not far behind Swanee and the others, Tuki Megumi was also wearing blue trousers and a white Taoist robe. However, she had an additional black leather breastplate on her body. She wore arm guards on both her hands and held an exaggerated large bow that was almost as tall as a person. She stood beside Sei Ito and pulled the large bow in her hands into a full circle. She shot out arrows that were condensed naturally from the radiance of the bow towards the enemies. It was very obvious that the bow in Tuki Megumi's hands was not an ordinary bow. It was a special large bow with a unique effect. Under Tuki Megumi's precise archery skills, it was almost instantaneous. The black-clothed men, led by General Lightning, and the others were all killed on the spot. Who exactly are you people? Why are you blocking us? General Lightning, who was starting to feel fear towards Sei Ito and the others, opened his hands and released several yellow lightning bolts at Dugu Feng. After forcing Dugu Feng to retreat slightly, he questioned loudly. However, the answer he got was Dugu Feng's even faster sword light. The sword light shot out, and under the surging of the primordial qi, it transformed into numerous indistinguishable green sword shadows, attacking the vital parts of General Lightning's body. General Lightning, who felt the hair all over his body standing up, didn't dare to hesitate. He used his index and middle fingers to form sword fingers. Under the vigorous electric stimulation, the sword fingers turned into a sky full of finger shadows. He used his fingers to shoot out yellow lightning bolts that were like lasers. He destroyed the sword shadows in front of him while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Finally, after a few moves, there was a crisp-dang sound. General Lightning's Thunderbolt Finger and Dugu Feng's sword blade clashed together. In an instant, the two of them frowned at the same time and were shocked by each other's strength. However, at the next moment, the lightning in General Lightning's hand suddenly exploded and turned into countless tiny lightning bolts. They flowed along the sword and into Dugu Feng's body. In an instant, Dugu Feng felt her arm go numb. She almost threw away the long sword in her hand. General Lightning didn't let her off after gaining the upper hand. He used his other hand's sword finger to point forward. He shot out a bolt of lightning at Dugu Feng's face. Dugu Feng's pupils contracted. She quickly tilted her head and dodged General Lightning's lightning finger by a hair's breadth. However, the blazing lightning couldn't help but burn off part of her elegant figure, causing her glossy black hair to spread out. Seeing that her beautiful hair was damaged, Dugu Feng's eyes flashed with anger. She turned her body sideways and used her leg as a sword. It turned into a sky full of leg lights and attacked General Lightning once again. On the other side, Bayan, who had pierced General Iron's eardrum with her needle finger, released the black gas around her body. It created a spherical pitch-black space within a radius of 3 meters. She used the spatial distortion force created by her to forcefully pull General Iron, who was sent flying back. She then let go of the ribbon on her left hand and used it as a sword finger. Amidst the illusionary finger shadows, she quickly tapped on General Iron's vital acupoints. Strands of strange heavenly demonic chi that had a devouring effect were injected into General Iron's body. As expected, General Iron, whose true chi was almost scattered, let out a painful scream. At this moment, Bayan withdrew her heavenly demonic force field. She turned around and grabbed General Iron's armor by the collar. She then swung her arm and threw General Iron to the ground in front of Sei-Ito. Bang! Bayan then lightly tapped her feet. She floated in front of Sei-Ito as if she was flying. She then turned around and shrunk into Sei-Ito's embrace. Sai, this is great. Little Sister Feng has snatched Bayan's opponent. The others have also been stopped by Lady Fu and Master Tian Tan. Hubby, remember to compensate me in the future. Bayan spoke with a charming voice. Don't worry. There isn't much in this world, but there are plenty of people who know martial arts. There are places for you to vent your frustrations. Sei-Ito wrapped his arms around Bayan's slender and soft waist. He lowered his head and smiled at Bayan. That's good. You know, Bayan has been bored for a long time. Bayan laughed crisply. Who told you to come to the arena? You can't blame anyone. Sei-Ito shook his head. I can't help it. The arena is full of people who use powers and magic. It's so hard to meet people who practice martial arts. Bayan doesn't want to fight those people anymore. It's too annoying. Bayan pouted her little mouth and complained. Stupid. Can't you set up a martial arts arena? Sei-Ito lightly patted Bayan's Chow Tun. Bayan curled her lips and didn't say anything. Knowing why, Sei-Ito helplessly smiled. He raised his head and continued to watch the battle in front of him. The fire general's stomach bulged, and a hot fire snake shot towards Fu Junzuo. As if she had already expected the fire general's actions, Fu Junzuo's body flashed and dodged the fire snake. She appeared beside the fire general in midair and thrust the slender e-sword forward, stabbing towards the fire general. The fire general's body twisted like a boneless snake and dodged the sword by a hair's breadth. Fu Junzuo's eyes flashed, and she used the 9 Mysteries Art's wonderful Qigong to dodge the fire general's body again. Almost at the same time she dodged, a fire snake once again flew towards the place where Fu Junzuo was just hovering. Then, Fu Junzuo, who appeared beside the fire general, stabbed the sword in her hand again, bringing out cold stars, stabbing towards the fire general's vital points. The fire general curled his body into a ball in midair and used the supreme Indian Jiu-Jitsu to hide his vital points. He stirred up his chi, strengthened his skin, and took Fu Junzuo's attack head-on. In a split second, there were a few muffled sounds, and a little bit of blood splashed out from the fire general's body. Then, the fire general suddenly bounced his body, stretched out in midair, and kicked at Fu Junzuo with both feet. Although the e-sword technique was to predict the enemy's movements, the key was that the swordsman could see the opponent's movements, guess the opponent's next attack, and then interrupt the opponent one step ahead of the opponent. So it had a strong requirement for vision, experience, and knowledge. Although after entering the Rubik's Cube world, Ito had taught him the principles of the flowing water circle, and he had also comprehended a part of it. But in the end, he still hadn't completely mastered it. Even the third level of reading the opponent's thoughts and movements, Fu Junzuo still couldn't understand it. So when he encountered this Indian martial art that was completely different from the martial arts of the Central Plains, the e-sword technique inevitably couldn't be used. But fortunately, the opponent's tricks were just that. Other than the flames that needed to be carefully guarded against, it wasn't impossible to guard against it after familiarizing himself with it. Therefore, with his superb swordsmanship, he was able to fight evenly. Fu Junzuo waved the sword in his hand, and with a look of both sides being injured, he chopped at the fire general's feet. But the fire general, who didn't want to cripple himself, quickly retracted his legs midway, condensed his waist, and spun like a top in midair. Then, he suddenly swallowed Dugufeng and Meiyun, who were fighting with the lightning general and the soul general. He spat out a thick fire snake, helping the lightning general and the soul general out of their predicament, and using the recoil force of the fire to fly far away. From the looks of it, it looked like he was going to escape. "Hurry up and leave," the fire general shouted after spitting out a mouthful of strange fire. The lightning general and the soul general, who were worried about how to escape from the enemy's interception, were startled. They didn't dare to hesitate and used their movement techniques to chase after the fire general. Swish! Swish! But at this moment, accompanied by a light sound of breaking through the air, several arrows were shot at the three of them. It was the arrows shot out by Meili Tuki. Hearing the sound of breaking through the air, the lightning general, the fire general, and the soul general were shocked. They all turned around and used their lightning fist, soft hand, and strange hook sickle to receive the arrows. Chapter 2059. Boom! The moment the three people's hands and weapons touched the arrows exploded like gunpowder. The powerful Yuan Qi shockwave sent the fire general, lightning general, and soul hooking general flying. Fantan Meiyun, Dugufeng, and Fu Junzuo, who were prepared for this, did not hesitate. They used their movement techniques and flying scythe kicks to chase after them. Wah! Under the surge of energy, the three of them felt pain in their internal organs and their bodies. They could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Evidently, the three of them had suffered some internal injuries of varying degrees from the Yuan Qi explosion at such a close distance. Even so, the three of them did not dare to stay any longer. They hurriedly used their cultivation techniques to suppress the injuries in their bodies. At the same time, they used their movement techniques to escape. "The three of you should stay behind." At this moment, a voice that they felt vaguely familiar, as if they had heard it somewhere before, rang out above their heads. The expressions of the three of them changed as they subconsciously looked up. Above their heads, Ito-sei, dressed in a green robe, was suspended in midair, looking at the three with a smile on his face. General Lightning's eyes flashed fiercely. He stomped his feet and shot into the air. Yellow lightning danced in his hands as he punched toward Seito. You should go down and be my woman's training partner." As he spoke, Seito's arm waved forward as though he was sweeping away dust. An indescribable wave of energy instantly descended on General Lightning's body. General Lightning's body was like a cannonball as he shot down at an even faster speed. Boom! A circular crater with a diameter of nearly 3 meters appeared on the ground. Cough! General Lightning, who was lying in the center of the crater, trembled and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the Fire General and Soul Hooking General's expressions changed. They could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Then, they looked at each other and rushed out in different directions. It was obvious that they had the thought of escaping as long as they could. In midair, Ito-sei chuckled when he saw the Fire General and Soul General's choices. He pointed at the two of them, and the Fire General and the Soul General immediately froze like a still picture. It was time freeze. Swish, swish. Then, there was the sound of air being torn apart as by an dugu foam. Fu Junzo, Chan Imyun, and Tuki Hui Meili appeared beside General Lightning. "Who the hell are you people?" General Lightning, who was pale and weak, asked Bayan and the others at the edge of the pit. "You don't need to know that." Plop, Seito said as he threw the Fire General and Soul General to General Tai, who was carried over by Tsuki Megumi. "Hand over the limitless lightning art that you're cultivating, and I'll give you a quick death," Seito said again. So it turns out that he want my cultivation method. General Lightning's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, "As long as you swear, let me go after you obtain my limitless lightning art, and I'll give you my cultivation technique," General Lightning bargained. It was obvious that between the so-called sex inheritance and his own life, General Lightning valued his own life more. "You don't have the right to bargain," Seito said indifferently as he made a grabbing motion with one hand. He pulled the Soul General, whose body and mind were restrained by time freeze, back into his hand and pulled it in front of him. His eyes shot out radiance as he pierced his powerful mental energy into the Soul General's mind. After a moment, Seito let go of his hand, and the Soul General, who had regained his freedom, immediately flipped over and landed on the ground. He knelt down and kowtowed. He kowtowed and greeted, "Sir." General Lightning, who saw the changes in the Soul General, narrowed his eyes and had an ugly expression. In this world where there was no lack of divine arts that could control others, General Lightning knew what was happening to the Soul General. Naturally, he also knew what the consequences would be if he persisted. "I'm willing to submit to you and hand over the limitless lightning art. I only ask that you don't control my consciousness," General Lightning said nervously. At the same time, General Lightning comforted himself in his heart. "As long as my consciousness is still mine, I'll definitely have a chance to escape from this guy's hands and regain my freedom." "All right." Seito chuckled. He agreed. With a flip of his hand, a single pill appeared. With a flick of his finger, he shot it into the arms of General Lightning, who had just sat up. "But for your own good, my good, and everyone's good, eat this pill." Looking at the brown pill in his hand, General Lightning knew that it wasn't poison, but something similar to the goo poison that the demon race used to control people. His face kept changing between green and red. However, he also knew that he had no other choice. After comforting himself in his heart, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the pill in his hand. "The pill that you ate is called the Concealing Truth pill. It is a poison. The concealment period is 1 year. After 1 year, if you don't obtain the antidote, I don't think I need to explain the consequences." Seito smiled when he saw that General Lightning had swallowed the pill. "Yes." General Lightning lowered his head and replied, "All right, tell me about the limitless lightning art." Seito nodded and said indifferently, "Yes." General Lightning replied and explained the fundamental cultivation art that he cultivated, the limitless lightning art. The limitless lightning art's incantation wasn't long. It was less than 1,000 words, and it didn't take long for him to finish explaining it. At the same time, Seito, who had finished recording the limitless lightning art, nodded. He turned to Fu Junzo, Bayan, and Dugu Feng and said, "I'll leave the 4 of them to you guys." Dugufeng's eyes lit up as she looked at General Lightning and the others. It was obvious that as a martial arts fanatic, she couldn't wait to spar with General Lightning and the others again. Seeing this, Seito shook his head helplessly. He used his mind to send Dugufeng, Fu Junzuo, General Lightning, General Fire, General Iron, and General Soul Hooking into the Rubik's Cube world. Husband, that concealing truth pill was fake, right? Bayan, who was at the side, suddenly asked when General Lightning and the others disappeared. What do you mean? Seito looked at Bayan with interest and raised his brows as he asked in return. Husband, didn't you ask when you already knew? Bayan charmingly rolled her eyes at Seito and said, although the concealing truth pill's name wasn't recorded in the medicine book, it doesn't mean that it isn't real. Seito gave a hint. The so-called medicine book was used to record the various elixirs, poisons, and other random drugs that Lu Miaozi had researched. However, it later became the register of all the drugs in the Rubik's Cube world. It was split into 2 volumes. The main volume recorded all the drugs that could be used in the Rubik's Cube world, while the other volume recorded all the drugs that couldn't be used in the Rubik's Cube world. In the Rubik's Cube world system, there naturally wasn't anyone who would take the risk to privately refine or research forbidden drugs. Therefore, it was reasonable for Bayan to think that the drugs that weren't in the medicine book didn't exist. Could it be a new product that someone came up with? Bayan asked in astonishment. Seito smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he called out to Fan Tam Mei Yun and Tuchi Hui Meili and said, "Let's go and meet the other group of people." After saying that, he took a step and disappeared from Bai An's side in an instant. He appeared more than 100 meters away and then flashed into the distance. Oomph. Bai snorted when she saw this and quickly used the heavenly demon dance to catch up. Fan Tam Mei Yun and Tuchi Hui Meili didn't hesitate and rushed forward one after another. After more than a quarter of an hour, Seito's group of 4 appeared on the side of a rolling river and stood on a high cliff near the river. Boom! At this moment, a violent roar came from the distance. Ito Sei and the other 3 followed the sound and looked into the distance. They saw that in the middle of the river, a young man was fighting with a majestic man wearing armor, and the previous thunderous sound was produced by the strange martial skill used by the man. This guy's martial arts are very compatible with the gigolo from before. Bayan smiled tenderly. Then, she was stunned and turned to Seito and said, "Husband, the other group of people you mentioned just now can't be them, right?" "Yes, it's them." Seito smiled and said, "Let's go and be heroes." After that, Ito Sei took a step forward. He didn't control himself and let himself fall into the river below. However, when his feet were an inch away from the river, he suddenly stopped and stepped lightly on the water's surface, causing a clear ripple. Then Ito Sei stepped on the ripples as if he was stepping on a flat point and moved closer to the battlefield. Bayan smiled tenderly and also flew to the river surface. Her white feet touched the water surface, and her body was like a fairy descending from the 9th heaven. With a graceful posture, she chased after Seito. Then, Fan Tam Mei Yun's figure flashed and also disappeared from the cliff. On the contrary, Hui Meili Tuchi didn't move and still stayed in the same place. She raised her bow and pulled the bowstring into a full moon with her other hand. The bow and string flashed slightly and condensed a solid arrow. With a wung sound, she released the arrow. The arrow seemed to have passed through space and suddenly shot toward General Lei, who had just jumped out of the water and landed on the boat. At the same time, General Lei only felt a chill all over his body. No longer caring about the injury on his arm, he suddenly turned around and dodged the arrow with his martial arts instincts. However, although he dodged, the demon soldiers behind him didn't have time to react and were immediately pierced by the arrow. Pooh! Then, in the next moment, with a boom, the head of the demon soldier who was pierced by the arrow exploded and turned into a bloody foam that sputtered in all directions. "Who is it?" General Lei, who was full of anger, looked at the enemy and shouted angrily. "Even if I tell you, you won't recognize me." Accompanied by a chuckle, a pleasant voice reverberated across the entire river. attracting the attention of both sides who were in the midst of battle. Chapter 2060. In a split second, a man and a woman appeared in front of General Lei, the demon soldiers, as well as Yuzi and Xiao who had returned to their original appearances. They were Sei Ito and Bayan. What a great lightness skill. General Lei's heart sank as he watched the two people walking on water. In this world full of vitality, although walking on water was an exaggeration, it was not impossible. For example, Yuzi, who was floating in the water at this time, could do it. As for General Lei, although he was still a little short, he could do it after cultivating for 3 to 5 years. Therefore, he was not surprised. However, the information revealed from this point made General Lei's face turn gloomy. In the next moment, General Lei's expression changed again as he abruptly turned his head to look at the deck behind him. All the demon soldiers on the side also turned their heads to look at that direction. They didn't know when, but a woman in strange clothes who looked like a nun appeared on the deck of the big ship. This woman was none other than Niantan Meiyun. Compared to Bayan, who was good at lightness skill, Niantan Meiyun, who came from the world of the strongest disciple in history, was not good at lightness skill. Additionally, the chi in her body couldn't support her to walk on water like Sei Ito and Bayan unless she ran. However, that would create too much momentum and didn't conform to the concept of Niantan flowing strength that she had created. Therefore, she had to use the footwork from the advanced world, flying sickle kicks, to move and appear on the big ship of the demon army like a ghost. Who are you? General Lei clenched his right fist, which emitted faint sounds of thunder, as he coldly stared at Niantan Meiyun and shouted. At the same time, the demon soldiers on the side drew out their weapons and surrounded Niantan Meiyun. Master Niantan, you can't fight with Bayan for the opponent this time. However, when Niantan Meiyun was about to deal with the demon soldiers, Bayan's pleasant voice sounded again. Then, the ribbons fluttered in the air as Lao AI landed on the cabin of the ship like a celestial fairy. She looked at General Lei and the demon soldiers below with a smile. Okay. Niantan Meiyun glanced at Bayan and agreed indifferently. Bastard. When General Lei saw the two women being so arrogant, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and scolded loudly. With a stomp of his foot, he sent a lightning fist rumbling towards Tanaka Meiyun. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, and Tanabe Meiyun's figure immediately shattered in front of General Lei. Illusion. General Lei abruptly turned around and quickly scanned his surroundings. Your opponent is... Ouch! Just then, a voice rang out. Accompanied by Bayan's irresistibly beautiful voice, two whip-like ribbons lashed out at General Lei. General Lei waved his right arm forward and shot out several gray balls with thunderous sounds towards the ribbon. Almost instantly, the two collided fiercely. Boom, boom. A thunderous boom reverberated throughout the ship, causing the air to explode. It formed a shock wave visible to the naked eye and sent the surrounding demon soldiers who were caught off guard flying. It was also at this moment that several figures of Tanaka Meiyun appeared behind the demon soldiers who were sent flying. They either grabbed, slapped, pushed, or grabbed the demon soldiers to death, then skillfully threw them into the river outside the ship. Ah, plop, plop. In just a moment, the entire deck was cleared, leaving only Tanaka Meiyun and General Lei, who had turned back into a single person, and Bayan, who was still standing on top of the cabin with a smile on their faces. You too. It seems that you need help. At the same time, on the river near the ship, Sei Ito stood on the water beside Iyuzi and Xiao, who had turned back into their true forms, and said with a smile. Xiao expression tightened. She flipped her fingers hidden under the water and tightly grasped several thin needles. She looked at Sei Ito with a guarded expression. Who are you? Iyuzi asked in a stiff tone. You've already become like this. You're still so tough. Aren't you afraid of angering me and killing you? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked with a spurious smile. As soon as this was said, the embroidered captain became even more nervous. She was really afraid that Ito Sei would kill Iyuzi as he said. This wasn't because she was moved by Iyuzi's heroic appearance, but because her second young master was still in danger. She still needed Iyuzi's powerful existence. Not to mention, Iyuzi was her superior senior brother. She couldn't just watch him be killed. However, Xiaowei also understood that even if she was in perfect condition, she wouldn't be able to take down this unfathomable young master. She might not be able to take down this young master who gave her an unfathomable feeling. She could only pray that he was not an enemy and would not hurt the second young master. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Iyuzi said unyieldingly. Seito chuckled and turned to look at Xiaowei. He said softly, "You should be Xiaowei, one of the 6 captains under the Marquis of the West. Then let me guess, why are you here? Oh, right. I heard that King Zhou ordered the Marquis of the West to send his second son, Ji, to Zhaoga. You're not the team to send him off, are you?" Xiaowei and Iyuzi's expressions changed at the same time, showing that their hearts were not calm. In other words, the young man who used Taoist martial arts just now was GFA, right? Seito ignored their expressions and continued, as expected of the Marquis of the West's son. Not only does he not look handsome, but his skills are also so high. He's almost at the top of the world. After a pause, Seito seemed to suggest, but also seemed to make a decision as he said, "Perhaps I should capture him and exchange him for some money with the Marquis of the West, or give him to them in exchange for some useful things." When he said them, Seito turned to look at General Lei on the ship. "Don't even think about harming second young master." At this moment, the embroidered guard shouted and shot out a long and thin steel needle. However, just as the steel needle was about to hit Seito, and even the Xiaowei couldn't help but show joy in her eyes, Seito's figure suddenly flashed and appeared behind the Xiaowei. "Be careful," Iyuzi warned loudly. Then, ignoring the injuries in his body, he hurriedly activated his Xianqi and slapped Seito with his palm. A Xianqi image immediately shot in front of Seito. Seito pointed his finger forward and pressed it against the Xianqi image. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound and the entire Xianqi image shattered. It was no longer able to stop Seito's finger and allowed it to pierce Iyuzi's forehead. At this moment, the embroidered lieutenant at the side raised his hand again and threw out a handful of steel needles. It was clear that she wanted to use the method of attacking Wei to save Zhao to save Wei. "Freeze!" In an instant, there was a light shout from Seito's mouth. The steel needle that flew in front of him immediately stopped next to Seito's face. Then, the finger moved forward and pressed against Iyuzi's forehead. "Don't," the Xiaowei said in shock. "Yes, but you need to pay a price," Seito said with a smile as his fingers stopped in front of Iyuzi's forehead. As his voice fell, a trace of blood flowed down from Iyuzi's forehead. It split into 2 at the bridge of his nose and flowed down the 2 sides of his nose. Beep! The blood dripped down and dyed a small part of the river water. However, it was immediately diluted and did not leave any trace. "What do you want?" the Xiaowei quickly asked. "What can you give me?" Seito retracted his body and looked down at Iyuzi and the Xiaowei. "I can write a letter. You can take him to Shichi to find the Marquis. I believe that the Marquis will give you a satisfactory explanation," the Xiaowei quickly said. "Very good, but it's not enough," Seito said indifferently. The Xiaowei exclaimed in shock. Her eyes flashed with anger. It was clear that in her heart, Seito had become an insatiable person. "Iyuzi, what are you prepared to pay for your life?" Seito asked with a chuckle. "I can also write a letter for you to give to GFA in exchange for the benefits you want." Iyuzi's expression did not change as he replied. "A letter is enough, so you should change to another one," Seito said indifferently. Then he turned his head and looked at the bottom of the river as if he could see through it. He said again, "It's best if you quickly think of something because I can't help but want to go down and take GFA. Let's not beat around the bush. What do you want from me?" Iyuzi's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, I heard that your Guangcheng immortal sect was first passed down by the Yellow Emperor. Seito looked away and asked in a somewhat ethereal voice. That's right. Iyuzi, who was filled with pride towards his sect's inheritance, said proudly. Also, I heard that your sect is from the same sect as the Kunlun sect. It's just that your lineage is different. Hearing this, Iyuzi's eyes began to flicker. He could faintly sense, Ito's goal. Among them, your sect is the River Diagram sect, which cultivates the innate Shinkoan technique. The Kunlun sect is the Book of Luo, which cultivates the Chimin Duanjia technique. Then I wonder if Taoist priest Iyuzi can take out your sect's river diagram for me to take a look? Don't even think about it. Iyuzi resolutely refused without even thinking. Then there's no other way. I can only go and take GFA to exchange for something, Seito said with a regretful expression. Then his expression became serious, and he stretched his hand forward. At the same time, GFA and Sasori, who were fighting at the bottom of the river, suddenly felt their bodies tighten. Then, a huge whirlpool of water suddenly appeared beside them. It quickly swallowed GFA and Sasori as it twisted and rushed towards the surface of the river. Chapter 2061. P.S. Thank you to Wongit for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Buki for your tip. P.S. Chidian's period is starting again. Launcha. Splash, water splashed everywhere, and GFA and Scorpion General, who was wearing a green bodysuit, were sent flying into the air. Then, Seito waved his hands, and an invisible force enveloped GFA and Scorpion General, sending them in front of Seito. Although Scorpion General didn't know who Seito was, he instinctively felt that they weren't on the same side. He quickly turned around and thrust the spear in his hand towards Seito's face. What a cruel woman. Seito chuckled. Seito didn't speak fast, and his words were very clear. However, no matter how fast Scorpion General's spear was, it still couldn't hit Seito before he finished speaking. This made the embroidered lieutenant and GFA, who was confused, feel very strange. Immediately afterward, Ito Sei, who was aiming at Scorpion General, retracted his palm as if he was flicking away flying debris. He casually flicked the tip of Scorpion General's spear. Suddenly, there was a soft ding sound, and Scorpion General's body immediately flipped and flew out in midair. Ito-Sei, who had temporarily sensed Sasori flying, reached out his hand and grabbed GFA's arm. GFA's limbs were flailing wildly. Ito-Sei circulated the power in his body and forcibly invaded GFA's meridians through GFA's arm, forcing his internal chi back to his dantian. Instantly, GFA felt his body stiffen, and he became powerless. Then, Seito shook his arm and pulled GFA in front of him. He used his free left hand like a knife and slashed GFA's neck, knocking him out. Second young master, FAR. Seeing this, Iyuzi and the embroidered lieutenant hurriedly called out, Taoist Iyuzi, have you changed your mind? Ito Sei asked with a smile as he looked at Iyuzi, who was floating in the river. Despicable. A dignified expert had actually committed such a despicable act. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Iyuzi scolded loudly. What does the laughter of the world have to do with me? Seito sneered. Then he reached out and grabbed the Scorpion General that was in the air and pulled it back to his side. He did the same thing to the Scorpion General and held it with his other hand. Seeing this, the embroidered lieutenant's eyes lit up. With a splash, he raised his hand from the river and spread them open. Slender steel needles filled the sky and pierced Ito Sei's face. In the dark, a thin thread that was hard to see with the naked eye quickly wrapped around Ito's arm that was holding GFA. Petty tricks, Ito sneered. In the next moment, without seeing him make any movements, a water curtain suddenly flew out from under his feet, knocking the steel needle and the silk thread into the air. Iyuzi, I'm taking this girl with me. If you want her in your FA, to be safe, then use the Hichu to exchange for her. As Seito's words left his mouth, a gigantic palm that was completely made of river water suddenly appeared. It grabbed the embroidered lieutenant who was in the river water and pulled him to Seito's side as if it had a mind of its own. Then Seito, who was walking on the river water, approached the big ship in the river. Damn it! In the river water, Iyuzi looked at GFA, who was in his hand. Iyuzi, who had never felt so powerless before, shouted with resentment in her heart as she saw Ito Sei's figure, who had taken the embroidered captain away with his strange martial arts and gradually walked away on the water. Cough. However, due to his agitation, his injuries were affected. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood, causing his face to turn even paler. Shushu's clothes fluttered and gently landed on the carapace of the big ship like a fairy. Brave warrior, please don't disappoint me. Bayan smiled with her delicate eyebrows. As soon as Shushu's smile appeared, General Lei immediately felt that the beauty in front of him had become even more beautiful. She was like a real fairy. Her entire body emitted a strange radiance, causing him to be unable to suppress the emotions in his heart. He wanted to approach the beauty in front of him and possess her. It was the secret technique of the great heavenly demon technique, heavenly demon charm. However, this situation did not last long. In a flash, General Lei's face froze. He opened his mouth and exhaled. His voice was like a thunderclap as he shouted, "Which Shio wants to use the charm technique to bewitch me." As soon as he finished speaking, General Lei no longer hesitated. He rushed in front of Shushu and used his undamaged right fist to punch Shushu's body. Shushu tiptoed and dodged like a fluttering cotton. At the same time, she extended her right palm and slapped towards General Lei's side ribs with a dense grayish-black demonic energy. General Lei, who had missed his attack, quickly stopped his momentum. He waved his arm horizontally and swept towards Shushu's head with a thunderous sound. Shushu retracted her hand and leaned back. With her right foot as the axis, she spun in a circle and clapped her hands continuously. Palms, fists, and finger shadows filled the sky, attacking all the vital points on General Lei's upper body. Because he only had one intact arm, General Lei, who could not exert his full strength, roared helplessly and quickly retreated. However, Shushu, who was like a maggot attached to a bone, immediately caught up with him. However, with this opportunity to retreat, General Lei had already recovered from the previous stagnation. He hurriedly operated the secret technique in his body. In an instant, he blasted out a dozen gray balloons with a thunderous sound, welcoming Shushu. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the deck. Oh, warrior is really cruel. You actually used such powerful lightning to hit this servant. Shushu, who had retreated, shook her arms and shot out the heavenly demon silk belt. Her voice and expression were full of hidden bitterness. Humph! General Lei snorted coldly and remained unmoved. He grabbed a heavenly demon silk belt with one hand and pulled hard. He felt a strong force coming from it, and Shushu's figure immediately flew toward General Lei along with the ribbon. Then General Lei let go of the ribbon and clenched his right hand into a fist. He gathered the remaining power in his body into his fist, forming a thunderous air mass the size of a human head. He waved his fist and blasted it toward Shushu, who was flying toward him. Ha! Unexpectedly, Tao Wu chuckled, and a grayish-black spherical space suddenly appeared around her. Her body slid in a strange arc, and she dodged General Lei's attack by a hair's breadth. She came to his side, and with a half-twist of her body, she used the double wind piercing General Lei's ears with a cold look in her eyes. Ha! General Lei, who was under attack, only felt dizzy. He could no longer maintain the strength in his hand, and immediately exploded with a loud boom. Then, Shushu, who had completely turned her body around with the help of the heavenly demon force field, kicked out her foot and kicked General Lei in the back. He was sent flying with a fierce glare. Oh, I can't let you escape like this. After completing this attack, Shushu seemed to have thought of something. She quickly waved her right arm and shot out the heavenly demon silk belt in her hand. Like a snake, it wrapped around General Lei's left ankle, who was flying toward the edge of the ship and was about to fall into the river. She then pulled hard. Once again, she pulled General Lei back. Under the pull of the tough, heavenly demon silk belt, General Lei's body flew backward at even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, he hit the wall of the cabin on the side. Pa! Walala. However, just as Shushu was pulling General Lei out of the shattered cabin, a strange fragrance suddenly appeared in her nose. Oh no, it's poisonous smoke. Shushu's expression changed, and she said loudly, and almost at the moment when her words fell, Qiantin Meiyun, who had been standing at the side, suddenly flashed and disappeared from the deck. She then reappeared a few seconds later. However, at this time, a girl wearing a flowery top and yellow cloth pants with her hair draped over her shoulders appeared. She looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. Her entire body was dripping wet, and the figure of a petite girl also appeared on the deck. It was General Du, who had come with General Lei and General Scorpion to capture GFA. Plop! Qiantin Meiyun casually threw General Du onto the deck. Little girl, was it you who released the poisonous smoke? Shushu looked at General Du with a smile and asked softly. General Du snorted coldly and did not answer. You don't want to answer? It doesn't matter. After all, the enemy has been dealt with. I have plenty of time to deal with you. Shushu did not care about General Du's attitude and continued to smile sweetly. After saying that, she ignored General Du and turned to look at the shattered cabin. I know you're in there. Come out, or don't blame me for being rude. It would be a pity if such a beautiful little girl's face was scratched. As soon as she said that, General Du, who was being watched by Qiantin Meiyun, immediately paled. His eyes could not help but reveal an expression of fear. At the same time, in the cabin, a series of heavy breathing also reached Shushu's ears. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out by then, I'll do it. I'll make my move then. Bayan smiled tenderly. Then he counted the numbers as he was told. 1 to boom. Just as the 2 words left his mouth, there was an explosion. The cabin that was already severely damaged suddenly exploded. Then General Lei, who had gathered a ball of powerful energy in his right fist, shot out from the flying debris. He arrived in front of Shushu like a ghost and threw a punch at her. Under the attack, Tao Wu's expression did not change. The heavenly demonic energy field around him rose at his will. With the help of the heavenly demonic energy field's twisting and devouring force and the heavenly demonic dance's body movements, he narrowly brushed past General Lei's fist and dodged. Then, he gracefully entered General Lei's arms. He gently raised his right hand and gently placed it on General Lei's chest as if he was caressing it. Wah! In an instant, General Lei felt pain in his chest and involuntarily vomited a large amount of blood. Brother, seeing General Lei vomit blood, General Du anxiously called out, So your brother and sister. After finishing the attack, Shushu twisted her body from General Lei's embrace and said in realization, Bang! With his heart and lungs injured and the injuries he suffered from the battle with GFA, General Lei, who could no longer hold on, knelt heavily on the ground. Cough, cough. General Lei kept coughing out blood from his mouth. Swan and I, Meiyun, knocked them out. Right at this moment, a gentle male voice sounded by everyone's ears. Then, the surrounding light changed, and Sei Ito appeared on the deck. Whoosh plop! The water palm dispersed, and the embroidered lieutenant in the palm was thrown onto the deck. Are these the girls that my husband has just captured? Tianchi looked at the unconscious Scorpion General and the embroidered lieutenant who was kneeling on the deck and gasping for breath. With you guys around, do you think I still need to kidnap women? Seito glanced at Bayan and laughed. Who knows? Maybe my husband wants to have a change of taste. Chen Shan giggled. Seito snorted. It seems that I need to re-establish my position as a husband tonight. How dare you tease your husband? That being said, he didn't stop moving. With a thought, he sent General Lei and General Du, who had been knocked out by Miyumo and Bayan, as well as General Scorpion, into the Rubik's Cube world. This is King Wenwang of Zhou? Chunshin walked to Sei Ito and asked curiously as she looked at the young man in his hand. Yes. Sei Ito nodded to confirm. The embroidered lieutenant next to him, however, did not understand when the second young master of her family had gained the title of King Wenwang of Zhou. I didn't expect King Wenwang of Zhou to look like this. He doesn't look like the portrait at all, Chunshan said. It's normal. After all, in normal history, there was no paper, ink, or anything like that in this era. The things that were recorded were either animal hides, silk cloth, bones, or bronze. No one had the time to draw their portraits. So, most of the portraits that were passed down in the future were images of their predecessors, not their real appearances. Seito smiled. Didn't you see the appearance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in the ancient times? Other than a few, they all looked the same. That's true. Chunshin thought about it and felt that it made sense. However, while they spoke casually, the embroidered lieutenant's heart was in turmoil. Could it be that they aren't from this era? Then, wouldn't the second young master who they call King Wenwang of Zhou be? Thinking of this, the embroidered lieutenant could not help but look at the unconscious GFA who was still being carried by Seito. Seito, who noticed the embroidered lieutenant's expression, smiled and did not say anything. Chunshin, seal her acupoints and bring her along. Let's leave this place, Seito ordered. Lao Ai nodded and walked to Xiao Wei's side. With Xiao Wei's cooperation, Lao Ai easily sealed several vital acupoints on her body, making her unable to move her internal qi and body. Then, he reached out and grabbed Xiao Wei and left the ship with Ito Sei and Qian Meiyan. They walked on the waves back to the high cliff where they first came from and reunited with Suki Emily, who was staying here. What are we going to do next? Chunshin asked. We're going to catch a few more people and earn some money, Ito said with a smile. Then, he took a step forward and moved forward like a ghost. Chunshin, Qian Meiyun, and Toki Meili did not hesitate and used their Qinggong and Qinggong to chase after him. Soon, they completely disappeared from the vicinity. Then, somewhere half a mile downstream of Nujiang, Ito and the others appeared. The moment they appeared, a loud shout echoed in Ito and the others' ears. Who's there? Chapter 2062. We're here to rob you. Seito chuckled. Huh, how dare you rob me? You must have a death wish. Brother Yao sneered. He was dressed in green, and his hair was sticking up. His lips were purple. GFA. Yin Jumei, the girl in a pink robe next to him, immediately noticed GFA in Ito Sei's hand. Her beautiful face turned pale as she exclaimed, Hand GFA over, and I'll leave your corpses intact. The blue-skinned devil commander with a red cloak on his back said coldly, Husband, they're so scary. I'm so scared. Tao Wu hugged Sei Ito's arm tightly as if she was frightened. Seeing CC's beautiful face, Brother Yao's eyes flashed with lust as he gasped, Wow, what a beautiful woman. However, because of Tao Wu's charm, Brother Yao neglected Miyun Tan, Meili Tuki, and Xiao Wei, who were also pretty. Don't be afraid. They're just a bunch of useless people. I'll get rid of them. Ito Sei, who was also happy to play along with Momo, put one hand around Momo's waist, stroked her gently, and comforted her softly, as if he didn't take them seriously at all. However, to be honest, with Sei Ito's current strength, unless the great celestial demon was born or the celestial emperor was born, nothing in this world was worthy of his attention. Shameless boasting. The devil commander said coldly with a gloomy face. You'll know soon enough whether I'm boasting or not. Sei Ito chuckled. Then, he turned his head and said to Miyun Tan and Meili Tuki, I'll leave it to you two. Miyumo Tanaton and Meili Tsukiki didn't waste any time and began to use their own methods. Among them, Tanabe Mayun's figure flashed and appeared before the demon commander. Her right hand formed a blade and stabbed towards the demon commander's throat. "You're courting death." The devil commander shouted angrily and blocked his throat with his left hand. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and punched towards Mayun's face. However, with a whoosh, Mayun's figure disappeared like an illusion in front of the shifter marshal. In the next second, Miyun Tan reappeared behind the devil commander and grabbed at the devil commander. She grabbed the devil commander's cape. Sensing that the enemy was behind him, he didn't hesitate. He turned around and kicked at Miyun. However, just like before, Miyun Tan's body disappeared again like an illusion. Lowly servant who hides her head and shows her tail. The demon commander scolded coldly. Then he condensed his demonic chi and instantly punched out hundreds of fish shadows with dense demonic chi in the air around him. His goal was simple. He wanted to force Miyun Tan to come out and fight him head-on. As expected, Miyun Tan reappeared. However, before the devil commander could rejoice, several energy palms formed from a mixture of chi and essence shot out from the ground. They grabbed the devil commander's legs and threw him to the ground. Miyun Tan earth toss. Seeing that he was about to make contact with the ground, the devil commander stretched out his hands. He supported himself against the ground to avoid the pain of contact. Then, he circulated his aura and scattered the strange palms around him. He jumped up from the ground. However, before he could land, Miyun Tan appeared behind him again and slapped him on the back. Slap! Miyun Tan's hand seemed soft and powerless. However, as the recipient, the demon commander suddenly felt a majestic force that could shatter stone acting on his body, causing him to involuntarily fly into the distance. On the other side, just as Tanabe Mayun took the initiative to attack the young demon commander, Huimeli also drew her bow and condensed an arrow of chi, shooting it towards a green-clothed demon commander without any hesitation. "You're courting death," Brother Yao sneered, and his body crossed the distance between the two like a ghost. He instantly appeared in front of Huimeli. His right hand transformed into a tiger's claw and grabbed at Huimeli's head. Huimeli leaned back and dodged Brother Yao's attack. At the same time, he extended his right hand. The arrow that appeared between his fingers transformed into a sharp blade and stabbed at Brother Yao's throat. Brother Yao's expression changed when he felt the cold air coming at him. He caught the arrow with the new metal claw on his left hand. Clang! However, in the next moment, Brother Yao felt pain in his abdomen. He couldn't help but fly backward. When Brother Yao used the mechanical claw to grab the arrow, Huimeli took the opportunity to use the end of her longbow as a spear and stab Brother Yao's abdomen. Huimeli, who had sent Brother Yao flying, stood up again. She quickly knocked an arrow on her bow and shot at Brother Yao. Clang! However, just as the arrow was about to hit Brother Devil, a huge figure suddenly appeared beside Brother Devil. The figure held a strange-looking saber with a double-edged blade and blocked the arrow that was coming at him. "Boss, are you okay?" The giant figure that looked like a butcher asked with a snoring voice. "I'm fine," Brother Yao said as he covered his abdomen with one hand. At the same time, Yin Jiumei, NB Demon, who was wearing a black leather jacket and a helmet, only showing her eyes, nose, and mouth, flew forward respectively. They attacked Terry Meili and Ito Sei, who was carrying GFA with dense poisonous needles and sharp short swords. "GFA, I'm coming to save you," Yin Jiumei said to herself as she attacked Seito. "You're overestimating yourself," Sivan, who was in Seito's arms, said with a cold smile as he looked at the sharp blade coming at him. Then, he flipped his hand, and a ball-sized black ball appeared in his palm. He raised his hand and blocked the sharp blade in Yin Jumei's hand. Puff! The moment the two made contact, Yin Jumei felt that the sharp blade in her hand was out of her control. Then, it was pulled to the side by an unknown force and stabbed into the air. Then, Yin Jumei's pupil shrank. She waved her hand and collided with Sivan's palm. Poof! Humph! Suddenly, Yin Jumei felt pain in her meridians. Her face turned pale as she flew back at high speed. At the same time, with a thought, Itosei cast an invisible defensive barrier around himself, Momo, and Captain Embroidered, who was restrained on the side. Almost at the same time as he set up the barrier, a dense cluster of fine needles flew over with tinkling sounds. Immediately afterward, Kitasaki Emi, who was swinging her big bow in a circle, pulled back her bow, pulled the string, and held a real arrow. She pointed the front end of the arrow at B-Demon and shot it without hesitation. Whoosh! The sharp arrow pierced through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it flew in front of Feng Mei, who was in the air and had nowhere to dodge. However, to everyone's surprise, the B-Demon didn't choose to dodge. Instead, she retracted her body slightly and used her arms to block the arrow. In an instant, there was a muffled bang. Both the arrow and Feng Mei were pushed back uncontrollably. However, there was no damage on Feng Mei's body. Obviously, the leather armor on her body was not only used for camouflage. It also had an unexpected strong defensive effect. Seeing that her arrow did not hurt Feng Mei, Mei's eyes flashed. She pulled the bow again and shot an arrow at Feng Mei, who was about to fall back to the ground. This arrow was even faster than the previous one. It appeared in front of Mei in an instant and accurately hit her body as her expression changed slightly. Boom! A violent explosion of yuan qi was heard. Feng Mei, Pig Boy yelled. Huff! The mist of vitality dispersed, and the Mei fell to the ground, spitting out blood. It rolled a few more times before coming to a stop. Cough, cough. At this time, a green shadow flashed. Brother Yao took advantage of the time when Mei had just used her bow and was not ready to shoot another arrow. He attacked with his right hand, and a ferocious claw appeared in the sky. He aimed at Mei's vitals. Mei tapped her foot and leaped back a short distance. The bowstring in her hand was drawn into a full moon, and a few shiny arrows were condensed on the bow. She did not aim and shot them directly at Brother Yao in front of her. Brother Yao knew that Mei's bow was powerful, so he did not dare to take the arrows head-on. He quickly used his Qin Gong to dodge the arrows and rushed to Mei's side. But another arrow appeared in front of him. It was emitting a chilling aura that made his skin tighten. Brother Yao's expression changed. He used his Qin Gong again to move around. However, no matter how he moved, the arrow on the bow always locked onto his body like a shadow. He believed that as soon as he stopped, he would immediately be shot by the arrow. Pig Boy, Brother Devil yelled, feeling extremely annoyed. I'm here, boss, Pig Boy yelled. He took heavy steps and rushed to Mei. He swung the strange sword in his hand and slashed at Mei's body. At the same time, Brother Yao jumped and hid behind Pig Boy. Megumi Tosaki tilted her bow and used the handle of the bow to receive the Pig Boy's strange blade. She shook her arms slightly and used the deflecting technique to divert part of the force to her feet. Then, she loosened her fingers and shot the arrow through the gap between the Pig Boy and the bow, aiming straight for the Pig Boy's head. The arrow was too close. It was so close that Pig Boy did not even have time to react. The moment the bow was pulled, the arrow went through Pig Boy's jaw and into his head. It then came out from the top of his head. Coincidentally, it collided with Brother Yao, who was jumping from behind Pig Boy and was about to attack Mei from above. In the face of this sudden attack, although Brother Yao was shocked, he did not panic. He quickly twisted his body in midair and blocked the tip of the arrow with his claws made of fine iron. Relying on his past experience and reaction, he forced the arrow to go past him. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.